We're back on the record in case number 2022-00402. First item business, I believe Ms. Grunman will be joining us remotely here in a moment. We'll excuse her absence because I think it's in large part due to our not sending her the link in a timely manner. We'll start where we stopped. Mr. Riggs, do you have any redirect?
Mr. Ember, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ember, I recall the Chair's questions on Friday at some point during the course of the hearing concerning the modeling of environmental attributes of the proposed NGCCs.
Yes.
Did you provide advice and input to the environmental compliance issues for each option that was considered by project engineering before the two self-build options were submitted for consideration in the RFP process?
Yes, I was involved.
Does the selection of the project engineering reflect your input or your group's input and advice on the environmental compliance of the two self-build options?
Yes, I was involved and provided advice on the selection with respect to permitting.
Was any environmental modeling necessary to assess the environmental compliance issues with any of the sites considered by project engineering?
No, there was no environmental modeling necessary to assess the sites.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ember. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I know you showed up for a short redirect, Mr. Ember. All right. Mr. Riggs, would you call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. If we call Mr. Sinclair.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and business record for the...
My name is David.
State your name and business address for the record.
My name is David Sinclair. My business address is 220 West Main Street, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202.
Mr. Riggs.
Thank you. Mr. Sinclair, what is your title, please?
My title is Vice President, Energy Supply and Analysis.
Mr. Sinclair, would you briefly explain the scope of your responsibilities in that position?
Sure. So my responsibilities, which I mentioned in my direct testimony to begin with, include generation planning and sales analysis. So, for example, Mr. Wilson reports directly to me, and then Mr. Jones reports to Mr. Wilson, who reports to me. I also have responsibility for the power supply group, which is involved in real-time dispatch of the power system and wholesale electricity transactions. So in that capacity, Mr. Schramm reports to me. And then while not part of this case, Mr. Billeter, who I think is familiar to some of the commission through the FAC process, he's the director over coal supply and coal combustion residuals marketing, and so he reports to me as well. And then at the time that we filed this case, the Vice President of Project Engineering reported to me. When he retired May 1st of this year, after 40 years of service, because the focus was likely going to be more focused on building generation, the company made a decision to have that position just become a senior director instead of a vice president, and have that report to the Vice President of Power Generation.
Mr. Sinclair, did you cause to be prepared and file with the commission direct testimony and rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
And if I were to ask you the questions in both your direct testimony and your rebuttal testimony this morning, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And do you adopt and affirm those testimonies as your testimony this morning?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, Mr. Sinclair is available for any examination.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Sinclair.
Good morning.
Just have a couple of questions for you. Were you in the room when, a couple days ago, when I asked a question of Mr. Wilson regarding available transmission capacity?
I've been in the room the entire time, but there's been a lot of questions, so you might be a little more
Yes, I can
specific.
understand. Okay, well, my question to him was, you'll recall, I'm certain, that in his exhibit SAW1, he references the concept of available transmission capacity. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so in that section of SAW1, he discusses how 42% of the time that the companies are not able to take transmission load in from surrounding regions. Is that correct?
That number sounds familiar, yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering, can you discuss just from a high level, without getting into too much technicality, what are the types of constraints there?
Okay. Well, first of all, the reason we look at those constraints is, and I think I say it repeatedly in my testimony, is that our planning exercises and activities are focused on the real-world implementation operations. So planning has to reflect the real world as much as possible. So in the work that Mr. Wilson's group does around reliability planning, we look at historical data on when transmission is available on our system as well as when it's available on neighboring systems, because you have to have both legs. And so that's based on historical experience. Now, what causes constraints? You know, we talked earlier in this conversation last week about FERC rule standards of conduct that prevents transmission information coming to the marketing side of the employees. I'm considered a marketing employee, and so why those things occur, under standards of conduct, I cannot know those reasons.
Okay.
But they do exist, and like I said, we reflect as much as possible the realities of the real world in our planning modeling.
Okay. Is it just from the perspective of ratepayers, is that something that to address would be very expensive? Like, would it be considered a major expense or a minor expense?
Well, under open access transmission rules, any party can request transmission service. And so certainly, you know, if from a marketing perspective, if we thought that we wanted to import or export power, we could certainly request, and we, you know, firm transportation or electric transmission on our system and on somebody else's system, and they would do the studies. You know, transmission businesses are regulated businesses who like to build things, and so, but the key is you have to sign up and you have to pay for it. And so when we look at even on a short-term basis, just buying transmission on spec in order to make off-system sales, or to buy transmission on spec in case we need to import power, that's not something that just qualitatively, when we look at it in the past, has tended to make a lot of sense financially for customers.
Okay. Thank you very much. Chairman?
Oh, is that all the questions?
That's all the
Oh,
questions.
perfect. All right. Mr. Sinclair, could you do me a favor? There's a microphone in front of you. Is it either green or yellow?
It is green.
It is green. All right. Let's just take a short recess. It's not actually, the camera's not actually picking you up when you speak. So the whole time you're talking, it's flashing between Mr. Riggs, Mr. Cook, and myself. And I just want to save everybody the benefit of that being the case for the next hour or two. So we'll go on a short recess.
Do you want me to re-ask that to get it?
No, it's on.
Oh, it is. Okay.
As long as his microphone was green, it's on the record.
Okay.
Once I contain this.
Yeah. Any thought to ever removing the plastic?
Don't get me started. Are we back on? All right, we're back on the record in 22-00402. Mr. Malone?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Malone from KCA. Nice to see you, Mr. Sinclair. A little early. Do you agree with the company's load forecast provided in the resource assessment in this case?
By agreed, you mean I think it's a reasonable forecast?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. I've been responsible for load forecasting in this company for probably well over 20 years.
Okay.
And as Mr. Jones testified, it was prepared in accordance to the standards that we would expect a load forecast to be prepared for in order to make a decision of this magnitude.
Okay. Are you aware of the EIA's electric demand projection that of the growth forecast by any means?
I'm sorry, the last makes it a little bit hard to hear sometimes
Okay.
as well.
Let me phrase it this way. Are you aware that the EIA projects electric demand in the U.S. to increase by 15% by 2040 and by almost 30% by 2050?
You know, I don't keep track of every EIA forecast that's out there. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody has a more aggressive view of load forecast in the future, of load in the future.
And that was from 2023. But do you find it curious that the company's projection of the electric sales from 2030 to 2050 are basically stagnant?
Not at all. We've been looking at, energy efficiency behaviors by our customers. I mean, as we all know, you can't buy an inefficient appliance today. Mr. Jones discussed at length the acceleration of energy efficiency caused by the Inflation Reduction Act. And so, that's our best view today, that, forecasts, are relatively flat. Now, we've captured things that we think are going to be growing, as Mr. Jones discussed. We've captured growth in electric vehicles. We've captured growth in electrification. There's some questions about some of that because, again, you've got to look at what the existing customer base does versus, we add somewhere in the neighborhood of 4,500 to 5,000 customers a year. So on a base of 1 million. So, what's going on in the larger share of the million has been a big issue. One of the biggest things we've seen in the load forecast in recent years is the LED lighting. 5-10 years ago, lighting was a much bigger share of load than it is today. And I think there's still a long ways to go in the LED lighting world. So there's a lot of efforts to reduce energy. Mr. Jones talked about the conversations we have with our major accounts. Every one of them has an energy manager whose job it is every day to try to reduce their energy consumption. So there's a lot going on in the energy management and energy efficiency world, and I think our forecast reflects that.
So should we conclude that the company's service territory is going to be an anomaly with respect to the EIA projections?
Well, I think you got to get underneath those projections. I mean, I think when we say anomaly, I don't know off the top of my head what their projections are for electric vehicle growth. I don't know what their projections are and assumptions regarding electrification on heating in particular. So, different people can have different views of the future, and that doesn't mean anyone is wrong. And the one reason, as Mr. Jones mentioned, we do a forecast every year to try to reflect the best information available. So, we've got a number of years to worry about and correct things for the 2030s and 2040s if something changes.
Okay. So, and I asked Mr. Jones these sort of questions as well. So basically the way the companies are viewing this is there's going to be no economic expansion, no population growth, and limited electrification issues.
Well, no, that's not at all what the assumptions say. If you look at the assumptions behind Mr. Jones' forecast, there absolutely is population growth. Like I said before, we're growing about 5,000 residential customers a year. But again, you've got 1 million customers who are going to be installing more efficient refrigerators, more efficient air conditioners, more efficient everything, more efficient lighting. And like I said, when I think Mr. Jones mentioned it, when we talk to Toyota, every year, they're focused on reducing energy, not focused on increasing energy. They're focused on increasing car production and making more money from making cars, but they're not focused on increasing energy usage. So I think there's a real dynamic going on where a lot of technology is out there to help manage energy consumption. We had a meeting pre-pandemic with regional energy managers. There's a lot of work for commercial and institutional type of entities where they're looking at using technology. They do use technology to manage, look at room occupancy. So lighting is dynamically controlled, air conditioning is dynamically controlled based on room usage. So there's a lot of technology being brought to bear that's getting cheaper and cheaper to manage energy usage. So again, a lot of those forecasts of growth in energy nationwide are growth based on usually very aggressive EV adoption. We monitor EV adoption. We've not seen that yet as to the scale you've seen in California, for example. But I think there's, it's a very reasonable forecast at this point in time based on what we know. And if we want to build, if we want to, up the forecast in the future, we have plenty of time to do that.
Yeah, and that kind of leads me into my next question. If the company's electric demand grows at the same rate as the EIA projection, which is basically 15% by 2040 and 30% by 2050, and the companies get what they're asking for here with the CPCN, how will the company serve this demand?
Sure. Well, you're talking about 2040s. Well, as we're looking at in this case, you're 5 years away from building new generation. So, we've got a lot of time between now and 2040 to address a load need that occurs in 2040. And so I think it would be imprudent. In fact, the history of this industry, in fact, my entire time in this industry until recently has been one where the industry has been accused of over-forecasting load. I sat in this chair for the first time in 2004 in the TC2 CPCN case, testifying load forecast. The view was our load forecast was too high and that we didn't need TC2. And so, what we're seeing, I think, is a really interesting mix of we have fundamental economic activity occurring, population growth, et cetera, but you have really a change in technologies that have caused energy usage to decline. And Mr. Jones pointed out the table in his testimony that shows recent history that has been very flat.
That was a lot to unpack, but I want to start with the fact that I think what I heard you say would be you said use the word imprudent. What were you referring to?
Well, to sit here today when we don't have to make a decision for 2040 and say I think load in 2040 is going to be 1,000 megawatts more than our current forecast, and therefore let's build 1,000 megawatts of power plants today, we don't need to make that decision today. Like I said, it's a 5 to 6 year forward decision. So we can see what the world looks like in 2034, and if in 2040, that's what demand shows, then we'll get the best technology in 2034 to serve 2040's load. Again, we don't have to make that decision today.
And so basically what you're saying is you all would build new generation, correct?
That's what we've always done to serve load growth, is to build new generation. So there's nothing new about that concept.
All right, so if new generation's built, the ratepayers would be required to pay for both the closed coal plants for this case and the new generation source, correct?
In 2040?
Correct.
Well, the plants in this case, under current book depreciation, would have been depreciated by 2034, if not sooner, 2028, I believe, in a couple of cases. And so we're 12 years beyond the date where those units would have been long since paid for.
Right.
So I don't see an issue with the coal units that would be stranded. So.
Well, but also part of my question earlier was the fact that there would be 15% load growth under the EIA data by 2030.
Well, 2030 is in the energy world almost now. And so to get to that kind of growth, absent a blue oval type of event occurring where you have very lumpy additions, I don't see any way you're going to have that kind of growth from electric vehicles. Remember, electric vehicles, they use about 300 kilowatt hours a month if you're driving 10,000 miles. They're not high energy users. Their impact when you use power is very interesting, but they're not gigantic electricity users. And so the big issue around EVs is more about charging infrastructure than it is about having electrons to serve them. And so likewise on electric heating, our information would indicate there's a lot of inertia when it comes to appliance replacement. So if you have gas today, and about 300,000+ of our LG&E customers are gas heating, to convert to electric heat seems that's not a lot of interest at this point. So I think the idea that we're going to have a unexpected load growth, unless it's from a major account, then I don't see that happening organically, I'll put it that way.
Why didn't the companies perform analysis of varying load forecasts?
Well, because in this case, what's important is what do we reasonably expect to be the load. And so you run a lower load forecast, again, you have to assume that will occur, and that would say, okay, maybe I don't need something. And like I said, frankly, absent Blue Oval, the need might be a little bit different. That's how we're able to retire Brown 1 and 2 without replacement, is we haven't had any load growth back in 2019. And so, on the high side, that would just say we need even more generation. So, again, it comes back to a long experience in this industry. Building power plants on spec of higher load forecasts has been since I've been in this industry since 1986. I mean, that's not usually, that's what got a lot of utilities in trouble in the past, is building on load forecasts that didn't materialize. I mean, going back to Trimble County 1 case, which I wasn't part of the company, that was the reason that 25% of that plant was not allowed. The view was the load forecast was too high. So, again, I think for making a real decision, it's best to focus on what you really think is going to happen to the best of your knowledge, because we can adjust over time.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask about why weren't there, for example, like a low base and a high case for the load forecast is because you did do the same with the fuel forecast. So I'm trying to figure out why is there a difference?
Well, so there's a fundamental difference between the load forecast issue and uncertainty and fuel forecast. As I think it was discussed at length by Mr. Wilson, and I mentioned it in my rebuttal testimony as well. The spread between gas and coal prices is a critical issue and input into thinking about whether you invest in an SCR or you build new gas technology of any kind, whether it be simple cycle or combined cycle. The absolute price level is very important of both of those fuels when it comes to looking at renewables. But to really make sure we've stress tested as much as possible, one of the statements that I always tell Mr. Wilson's group is, we want our decisions to be robust as possible in a broad range of possible futures. And so because I can't foresee the future with certainty, we looked at the range of spreads that have been in the past, and we looked at the range of uncertainty around gas prices, and so that we can test different decision alternatives under a broad range of possible futures, because that's a really critical factor to the decision at hand. The load forecast is not nearly as critical in this situation.
Well, I guess that leads me to a question. Then I think that it's fair to say that the Kentucky Economic Development Cabinet is actively pursuing other, courting, for lack of a better term, courting other companies to come to, for example, your market. And in doing so, is there a reason that you all believe that there's not going to be, for example, another Blue Oval or another entity that's going to come that's going to create an extreme need for demand?
I don't know what's going to happen. I know Mr. Bevington's going to be up, I think, after me, and one of his tasks besides DSM is to focus on economic development. He's got a team that works hard at that every day. And his team communicates with myself and Mr. Wilson, because you think about this, we clearly understand we don't want to be trying to sell something we can't make. And so that is an important consideration in understanding the timing of things. But again, historically, utilities do not build power plants on spec, because if that doesn't show up, then costs are going to have to be paid by all customers. And that, again, there's a long history in this industry of that not working out well when you build power plants on a forecast that doesn't materialize.
Do you think it's reasonable to keep existing generation sources for the value of the capacity they provide, particularly the coal plants?
Well, is that a general statement, or is that concerning the very specific units in this case?
In this case.
Yeah, well, I think as, you know, I think we had a lengthy discussion on environmental regulations on Friday. You know, the ability to do both of those things at the same time is extremely limited, given the factors and realities of environmental regulations, the compliance technologies required. And on top of that, we've talked before about the ability to get the power out of the site. So again, you know, our focus was on actionable alternatives to meet the situation at hand. You know, one of those actionable alternatives was to put the SCRs on. Another actionable alternative was to retire those plants and put in alternative generation resources. And so, you know, those things unfortunately cannot happen simultaneously given the transmission issues and the environmental permitting issues without significantly increasing costs for customers.
Well, would you do you agree with me that by putting the SCRs, for example, on Gen 2, that even Mill Creek 2, for that matter, I mean, that creates a window of time whereby the ratepayers are going to be paying less than the cost of inclusion of these new gas plants?
Is that a statement or what?
Question. In other words, for the next 10 years, if you put an SCR in those, that's going to be a cost. The cost to the ratepayers is going to be less than it's going to be by instead building these gas plants and shuttering these coal plants.
Again, is that a question or a statement? I was a little confused by that.
How much are the ratepayers would pay less for the next 10 years if the if the gas plants were not put in place and instead we kept the coal plants with SCRs?
Okay, so you're referring to a data request where we provided the annual revenue requirements for the first 10 years?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, there's nothing mysterious about the way annual revenue requirements work. You know, the capital component declines over time as depreciation occurs. And so, yeah, if you spend less capital in year one versus more capital in year one, and that will be naturally the case the way revenue requirement mechanics work. The question is not 10 years, because implicit in that assumption is that those investments will in fact be used and useful for that 10-year period. So I think the evidence and data we presented in this case, particularly when we consider CO2 regulation risk, is that the likelihood of an asset being put in, remember the SCRs would be lucky to install by 26, so they could easily be shut down, as we heard on Friday, under EPA regulations as early as the end of 2029. So I think the question really is not, you know, because implicit in that question is that both worlds are equally likely and have the same risk profile. But I think it's been very clear in all the data we presented, analysis we've done, they are not equally likely and they don't have exactly the same risk profile.
Can you explain why the companies assume carbon capture in the IRP but not the resource assessment?
I don't think we did any analysis of carbon capture in the IRP, and we did not receive any proposals to build carbon capture in this case.
The 2021 IRP?
Are you talking about carbon capture on coal plants?
No.
What are you talking about?
There was carbon capture analysis in the 2021 IRP.
Okay, well, we assume, okay, you're referring to the gas plants. Okay, so as Mr. Ember discussed on Friday, you know, as we prepare the analysis in the IRP, and the IRP is primarily a focus on understanding, you know, future load uncertainties, how technology could occur. That's why we do multiple different load forecasts in the IRP. It looks at different technologies that could be at issue. And so the assessment, as Mr. Ember discussed on Friday, was that EPA was working on new source performance standards, and that the base analysis that we provided when we initially filed was that our best guess was that that could be a requirement for new combined cycle plants. It turns out that you know, that's really, not exactly what the EPA ended up going with. They ended up with an option rather than a requirement for carbon capture on new plants. But during the course of the IRP, because it is a collaborative process, we were asked and we performed an analysis where we removed that constraint. And that can show that indeed, if you did not have that constraint, that you would in fact put combined cycles in instead of certain renewables and simple cycle peaking units.
Okay.
So again, all that was analyzed and provided in the IRP process.
Right, but well, why did it go away in the 2022 resource assessment?
Well, again, recognize as I said, there's a difference between a resource assessment to make a real decision on and an IRP process where you're looking at, like I said, it's an exploratory process to look at what our models and methods are, how technologies could affect load in the future, what technologies might look like to serve that load in the future. It's not to make a decision of any kind. And so this is a real decision involving real load and real technologies and real investments. And so that's why we issue an RFP. That's why we prepare specific self-build alternatives to participate in that process. And so we did not propose that, and neither did anybody else, because it's not a least cost, and especially since it turned out not to be required.
Okay, taking a quick step back, why was there no coal carbon capture analysis in the IRP?
Well, if you put in carbon capture costs, it's going to tell you, do you want to shut down coal plants sooner rather than later? And so, it's a very specific, I think, as we're learning more and more about it. It's one of those things that's a technology in its infancy in many cases. The applications have been primarily for enhanced oil recovery. As we already knew geologically, there's not much space nearby our plants. Then you start getting into very specific questions of where would you move the CO2 to, what pipelines would be required, et cetera. So again, it's not from an IRP perspective at that time in particular, it wasn't viewed as a terribly interesting scenario to run.
Well, okay, you're familiar with the IRA then, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the 45Q tax credits associated with carbon credit now.
Right, so the IRA, one, significantly increased the 45Q tax credits because at the time the IRP was prepared during I'm losing track of time here, summer of 21, filed in October of 21, the 45Q tax credits at that point were much less. So they've upped them to $85 a metric ton. They're still limited to 12 years. So, I think there are parties out there, as I understand, exploring whether it's possible to make money at $85 a ton. Again, being the economist, I look at what the market's producing, and I don't see a land rush to put in carbon capture on coal plants at this point.
So have the companies run any analysis with the 45Q on the carbon capture for purposes of this case?
Well, we did a high-level analysis that was discussed by Mr. Wilson in response to PSC 5-2 and 6-2, where we said, okay, given that it's $85 a ton, we already had run as part of this case 3 CO2 price scenarios. So we said, okay, the only, in fact, long-term way to operate the coal facilities is with carbon capture. So we said, let's assume that, again, because it's going to be very fact-specific on what carbon capture is going to end up being, let's assume, for purposes of 5-2, that net cost is, basically, its total cost is $85 to get $85 back, so its a net cost is 0. Or it's whatever, $100 minus 85, it's 15, or it's $110 minus 85 or 25. And so that's what allowed us to then, and I also assumed it got extended beyond 12 years. And so that's what allowed us in the answer 5-2 to say, if carbon capture come in those kind of costs, then how would the combined cycle at 50% compare in those worlds? Likewise, in the 6-2, we went all the way back to Plexus and said, okay, we're going to create resources that are now based on what the IRA actually says, which is 12-year limitation, and we're going to let the model say, given that's the cost of resources, do I want that? And the results of that showed you really didn't want to spend much on the way of carbon capture. I think TC2 might have been the only one that fit that category, and which is also consistent with the EPA's analysis of our system indicated. So, I mean, you look at this IRA, the EPA's analysis of 111D for the nation as a whole, it shows very little carbon capture for gas or coal. So despite the 45Q.
I'm sorry, Mr. Merlin, but just to be clear, and I should have asked this to Mr. Wilson, if the model ran PTCs for any resources, did the PTCs also expire at the end of the, I think it's maybe a 10-year horizon?
In which analysis?
The 5.2, 6.1, the ones you're talking about, I guess any of them, frankly, if for the PVRR, the present value revenue requirement, net present value revenue requirement calculation, assumed a PTC for any resources, did it expire given Treasury guidance about when the expiration of any of those credits were set to come up?
Yes, I'm confident that the analysis presented in the original SAW-1 was consistent with law. Again, it's our desire to make the analysis fit real world. And I'd have to say, subject to check, that the PTC in the would be the PSC 6-2 analysis would have assumed the same thing for renewables, obviously, in the would be where that would be applicable. The PTC doesn't really apply to the gas or the coal.
Yeah, you all didn't model hydrogen, anyways. You did the 50% capacity factor, right? So that it wouldn't apply to that. So I think it would just be the renewables. Yeah, that's
right. So, I mean, it's subject to check. I mean, I will say this. I participate in a lot of discussions around assumptions and went into those analysis, and we did not change anything that I'm aware of related to PTC that would deviate from current regulations and law.
I guess all I'm asking is if you all think it's reasonable to assume that the 45Q goes away at the $85 a ton for the sequestration, is it also fair to assume for the modeling purposes that the PTCs and ITCs go away insofar as they're sunsetted in law?
I think in the 6-2 analysis, which was meant to be, we're starting from sort of a start from scratch approach to choose which resources. I think using existing law as the first pass is the appropriate way. In the 5-2, where we made the arbitrary assumption that 45Q got extended indefinitely, or at least the study period, was again to illustrate that the point of that 5-2 analysis was to portray the recommended portfolio, which is the two combined cycles in the worst possible light. And so that's why we made the assumption to extend that. So we didn't want to bring up the question of, well, what if it got extended, would that change your decision? So we, like I said, we wanted to stress test the two combined cycles in the worst possible way, which is why in 5-2 we made that assumption. But in the 6-2, we were just saying let the model choose whatever resources make the most sense to comply with 111 given the information we have at hand. We left everything based on what the regulations that are as they exist today.
Mr. Malone?
Thank you. With respect to carbon capture, just taking a step back, did the companies reach out to any of the major players, for example, Shell or Mitsubishi, about that?
You know, we've had conversations with Mitsubishi, in part because there was, Mr. Beller indicated they're one of the vendors that's responding to the NGCC RFP. In fact, I was at a dinner with them a couple months ago and talking to one of their developers that I know. He's working on a ethanol carbon capture project in the Midwest, and that one's driven, and it's actually relatively small amounts they're sequestering on the side of the property. It's being driven not by economics, but by that company's desire to meet certain ESG goals. And he was just recounting the challenges and the costs and everything else that's going on there related to that project. So, yeah, we're certainly well aware of certain efforts like that. I think in my rebuttal testimony, we mentioned a recent ethanol-related CO2 pipeline project that wants to move CO2 up to North Dakota to sequester emissions up there. That was recently denied. That request was denied for that pipeline. So, you know, we try to keep up with what's going on in the industry. We also have, I think Mr. Beller mentioned, we've worked for years with the University of Kentucky. We've had this carbon capture test project at the Brown Station for a number of years. We're also been working with DOE on trying to obtain a grant to put in a rather large-scale carbon capture test project at the Cane Run 7 site. So, yeah, I think we've been highly engaged in this topic for a lot of years.
Okay. There's been testimony that no SMR bids were received in the RFP. However, do you think this is a generation source that should be considered by the companies?
Well, I addressed this in my direct testimony back in December, is that, you know, we've studied this. I mentioned in my direct testimony a work that myself, working with our technology research folks, did. I was on phone calls with folks at both TVA and Duke. They're involved in nuclear technology. I've been on phone calls with NuScale folks on their technology. So the key in nuclear right now is, and I describe in my direct testimony, is the permitting process. You know, the first step in the process is what's called an early site permit, which is a determination that this particular piece of land meets all the criteria, safety-wise, other environmental reason-wise, to site a nuclear project at. TVA has such an early site permit at Clinch River, and that's why they're evaluating whether they want to put something there. But to get that permit, we're looking at probably, according to TVA and Duke, I would say $75 to $100 million of investment, and probably about 3 or 4 years of time. Once you get that early site permit, it's good for 20 years. And then the question comes, and this is the question TVA is looking at right now, do you apply for a construction permit? And a construction permit is very specific. It requires you to say, this is exactly the plant I'm going to build, the exact technology I'm going to build, and the exact way I'm going to build it. And so that is another multi-$100 million investment to get to that point to file that application. That's probably a 3-year application. TVA has indicated that they are trying to make that decision the first half of next year. They are focused on the GE technology. And so they're also sharing some of that risk with a Canadian utility. And so going nuclear investment is a very expensive, and you have to acquire certain knowledge. You know, I began my career in the industry at Arizona Public Service when they were bringing on the Palo Verde project. I never worked on the nuclear side. But there's very specific knowledge and skill sets one has to have to be in the nuclear business. And our company does not have that knowledge and skill set. So we would have to acquire that knowledge and skill set. So that's why we say in my direct testimony that based on everything we look at, you know, we are not going to be a first mover on nuclear. You know, in fact, when we talked to TVA, that was their advice is based on the timelines we're looking at is let's see how we work out, because if they go forward, they're talking about a 2032-ish time frame to be online. And I'm hoping they're very successful, because having that tool in the toolbox could be very useful from a generation planning perspective in the future. You know, we're going to be a follow-on from that. And so, you know, that's why I say in my direct testimony, you know, personally, based on what we know today, that the nuclear is likely, and SMR is likely a 2040s technology. You know, the conversation I had with the NuScale folks a year and a half ago, they are hoping that they're focusing on putting nuclear plants at existing coal plant sites, both here and in Europe. But I asked them specifically, can you permit a nuclear plant at an existing coal plant site, given all the safety requirements, et cetera? And they were, this is the hoping, that the EPA, or the NRC rather, Nuclear Regulatory Commission, would alter that point of view, but they did not indicate that is where they were today. So there is a lot of money to be spent and time to be spent before SMRs become a viable technology for the company.
So one of my question, I think you may have answered this, but do you think delaying construction of the natural gas plants to replace coal plants to allow the SMR technology to develop has value to the ratepayers?
No, I think all the analysis we present in this case indicates that the timeline, the timeframes we've talked about to comply with the EPA regulations, the portfolio we proposed, we have stress tested this thing as many different ways as we could think of, as well as some helpful interveners along the way. And it keeps coming back to the same answer. So, what's resulted in the rates we have today, as I again described in my original direct testimony, is we've had a process that looks at what's good for the customer over the long term. And I think that's what we're looking at here is how do we transition a fleet that has worked well, but is getting old and facing ever more regulations. And so what we don't have is a situation where, as I already point out, even after this case, we have 3,200 more megawatts of coal plants that are going to have to be dealt with in the next decade. And so what we don't have is a situation where we have all this generation capacity that's got to be replaced in a very tight time period. That will not be a good thing for customers and not be a good thing implementation-wise. And so making this important first step, I think, is vital in a logical, cost-effective, executable way to move forward for the company's customers.
Let's discuss the events of Winter Storm Elliott on December 23rd. Can you tell us how many total megawatts of coal generation the companies have?
It's going to be in the neighborhood of 4,600 megawatts,
Okay.
something like that. I don't keep the exact number in my head.
Okay. During the load shedding event, do you know as a function of the 4,600 megawatts what the total capacity factor of your coal fleet was?
You're talking about an hourly capacity factor, or are you talking about just the total amount of generations online? I'm not sure. Capacity factor, you just think of, of course, of an annual number, not a daily or hourly number.
During that event in particular, how effective was the coal fleet that was running?
Yeah, I think as both Mr. Beller testified and Mr. Schramm testified, there were some, some units that were out, but that's what we planned for. Overall, the fleet performed well during that event. And that's been our experience for the entire fleet during cold weather events. The anomaly that Mr. Schramm and Mr. Beller discussed was the first ever experienced pressure issue that affected the gas fleet on the Texas gas pipeline.
If I told you that the 4,600 that you referred to was about 90% of it was online during that shedding event, would that be close to what you would guess?
Well, again, that number's knowable. We've sat through a recitation of the events of December 23rd several times, and so we know which megawatts were out, and I just don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but they're easily computable.
Yeah, well, I guess where I'm going with this is that kind of means that the operating coal units were at near 100% capacity factor to make up for the coal units that had issues, correct?
Again, we designed the system as a system, and so we recognize that the units can and do fail. And so the experience we had, if that had always, I think again, Mr. Schramm said it, that, the issue was not how well the coal units perform. Our power production people maintain all of our fleet, coal and gas, very well, so they are capable of running at all times of the year. So I have no criticisms per se of what happened with the coal fleet on December 23rd.
So would you say, particularly with the way the companies managed and operated the coal units, which you control, the fuel supply to versus the gas plants where you did not control the fuel supply was impressive?
Well, again, I think your question is looking at fuel supply now, not how well the plants are operated and maintained. The gas plants were also operated and maintained well. Again, we didn't have a fuel supply issue, to be clear. We bought all the gas we needed, but because of pressure issue, that pressure could not be maintained and deliver all the molecules that were required.
Turning to that previous question, can you explain to us what you believe the impacts would have been, assuming, if that, in this case, the 1,500 megawatts of coal units were unavailable?
And you're saying we had the gas pressure issue?
Yes.
Or are you saying instead of the gas pressure issue, we had coal unit problems?
And the gas issue.
Well, again, that's just going to make the hole deeper. So, if for some reason, we would have had other failures, we would have had to address that. We would continue to try to buy power from others. We would have the folks working to try to get the plants back online, just like we did during that time period. So, the people in operations deal with stuff all the time. That's what they get paid to do, is deal with stuff, because stuff happens. And so they're going to take the steps necessary to get machines back online. They're going to do these things necessary to get things working again. That's exactly what the Texas Gas people were doing. So operations people do what it takes and the weather conditions necessary to get things working.
Switching gears to fuel supply, relative to the analysis provided throughout this case by the companies, how sensitive are the results to fuel price assumptions?
Well, there's a, we ran 3 different gas price forecasts with, I think, 4 different total coal to gas ratio spreads to test that, that issue. And so the results are presented in numerous ways, and Mr. Wilson's SAW1, as well as other cases we've run since then, Senate Bill 4 analysis has different fuel price cases. So it's the spread that clearly matters. I think, as Mr. Wilson pointed out, if we had had a situation where, let's say, 50-50, half the cases were favorable one way and half the cases were, say, favored to Gen 2 SCR, then we would have had to, I think, peel back the onion a little bit more and dive into other risks and uncertainties. But again, going into the process, we laid out, a broad range of possible fuel cases to test the different responses to, because we need to stress test this. What we don't want to have is dependent upon a particular view of the future. That would be, I think, a risky proposition for customers.
Okay, coal to gas. How did the companies develop this coal to gas price forecast?
Well, again, it's described in writing in SAW1. We've discussed that. Mr. Wilson discussed that here. So we started with 3 different gas price forecasts from the EIA. We looked at historical relationships between gas and coal pricing, and then ran different levels of that relationship through the different resource options.
And I guess where I'm going with that is, I think we're all familiar that there are several reputable firms that will provide gas and coal forecasts on a forward-looking basis. Where did the concept come for this coal to gas methodology?
So again, I think part of the reason I think parties have been talking past each other in this case on this topic is that there are numerous ways to produce forecasts of things. And the way in which one produces those forecasts is in part a function of the nature in which they're going to use those forecasts. So what I'm hearing is perhaps from your questions, a preference for more of a fundamental approach to forecasting, which says I'm going to look at, reserve basins and marginal mining costs and relate that to economic activity and demand by power plants. And that's certainly a legitimate way to forecast something. And but there's also ways to forecast things using econometric tools. So for example, I've had the privilege for the last 10 years to serve on the consensus forecasting group in the state, which is the group of economists that review and approve the state's revenue forecasts. And the gentleman, the PhD economist, that forecasts the coal severance tax every year. Every year I've been part of that process. He always uses an econometric approach, which is to use what's called a first differences methodology, which I'm saying I'm forecasting not the level but the change, and he uses an econometric equation that always includes a natural gas price. So we could have done regression analysis. There's all kinds of tools that could be possible to forecast something. The key in this point in my mind was, the gas market is broad, and electric power is just part of that. So we wanted a broad forecast of gas prices, and the EIA's forecast did that. The second thing we knew, as I said earlier, that a key issue in this decision evaluating these different technologies was going to be that spread between coal and gas prices. So we wanted to flex that as much as possible. You know, we're not trying to say this is what we believe coal prices are going to be, or this is going to be what we think gas prices are going to be, because again, I've been in forecasting too long to know you're never going to get that right no matter how hard you try. But to make sure, as I said before, that we got a robust set of forecasts to test and stress this analysis over. So I think in that context, ensuring that we had that broad basis and that was linked to historical experience, because again, we're talking 20, 30 years out. And so indicating it's going to remain in some band, I think, is certainly reasonable, because there's no indication that it was going to separate from that. And so that's why I think it's a very plausible and reasonable method to use, given the decisions to be made in this case and the types of analysis to be required in this case.
So, okay. As I understand it, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but as I understand what you're telling me, what you're saying is because coal and gas, there may have been a pattern for 20 years previous. You're thinking that 20 years from now going forward, it's going to stay the same?
Actually, the data we used was from the last 10 years. And the reason we used 10 is, I think, certainly pre 2008-9, when the shale revolution occurred, you might get a much different view of things. You know, in the past, in the summertime, you'd have gas price blowouts when you have hurricanes in the Gulf and they shut down production. You don't really much see that anymore because, again, the amount of gas that's onshore and in the north in particular. So that's why we looked at the last 10 years. Also, the coal industry itself, as I discussed in my rebuttal testimony, has been undergoing a lot of changes in the last 10 years as coal plants have been retiring. So we thought 10 years to look at initially was a reasonable basis to kind of understand that data and how it might move through time. And so that was the foundation that Mr. Wilson discussed and was discussed in SAW1 for how we ended up with those different ranges.
Is this coal to gas ratio a new methodology?
It's new in the sense that this is the first time we've had to make an actual decision between SCRs and combined cycles. And as I just said, it was important that we stress the waterfront of possible combinations here. And so that's the way you ensure that you get that broad waterfront. If, you know, we get in, you know, if you start, you know, picking certain ways of doing things, then you're losing, I think, the focus on what we're trying to look at in this particular case. As Mr. Wilson testified, you know, you could do the math in the past, and the IRP had a very similar coal to gas ratio, but we didn't get there the same way.
That's where I was headed. Have you used it to forecast coal and gas prices previously?
Well, again, I come back to not this particular direct approach because, again, the problem we're trying to look at is what's the least cost way to either comply with environmental regulations and to address Brown 3's future. And we're going to keep going in circles, I think, here, but I come back to we wanted a broad range of prices to test that under. Likewise, the broad range of gas prices was very important because, as I said earlier, the renewables value, and you see that in Mr. Wilson's phase 1 or step 1 analysis, you know, higher gas prices much more attractive for solar resources than lower gas prices. So it was a combination of knowing we need a broad range of gas prices and then a broad range of possible relationship of those of coal and gas prices to test that SCR versus other resource options decision to make sure we were making a high quality decision.
Are you aware of any other utilities that have used this coal to gas method?
You know, I'm not surveyed other utilities. I don't know what they use and what decisions they have to make. But as I said before, the question when it comes to forecasting, is it a reasonable approach for what we're trying to do? And I think the answer is absolutely.
And who developed the method at the companies?
Again, it was a joint discussion leading by myself and Mr. Wilson and his team saying, okay, we know we've got this decision to make. We know, I said before, repeat what I just said, that we know The broad range of gas price uncertainty is going to be important. We want to make sure that we're not coming up with forecasts that bias the result in some way, right? And so therefore we want a broad range of possible relationships. So, you know, we talked through it and we said, okay, let's see what the data shows us. And so the data, you know, we looked at historical relationships, which I think is a good guide in this situation. And so, and we've used EIA forecasts in the past for gas. And so this was a way, I think, a way I know to come up with that broad range of gas and coal spreads, which is very important in this case, in this analysis.
Did the companies obtain any coal and gas price forecasts from any of these firms that I referenced to test this methodology?
Well, again, we've used EIA forecasts for a long time, in part because we can produce them without confidentiality. We start subscribing to somebody else's forecast, we get into confidentiality issues, and so we tend not to want to use, we used to be called IHS or other entities like that. So then, like I said, we looked at that ratio, and it's a historic relationship. You know, I think the question is that, do we think it's going, is the answer in there somewhere? And I think the answer is absolutely. Do I know precisely what that ratio is going to be over the next 20 or 30 years? Absolutely not. I don't think anybody in this room does either. The question is the answer in there somewhere? And I think by having that broad range, the answer is absolutely. And because, as Mr. Wilson said, it didn't result in any really difference in the choice of technologies, except in that one case where you had the absolute widest spread, the highest gas with the lowest coal price ratio. That's the only time that SCR might make sense on Gen 2. But then upon further analysis, that didn't work either. So again, as Mr. Wilson discussed, if we got conflicting results, absolutely want to look at this issue harder, because ultimately our goal is to make the best decision for our customers for reliability and cost effectiveness over the long haul. So we didn't need to come back with third and fourth order review of the forecasts of coal and gas prices.
Do you think the demand for gas will go up over time?
That's certainly the expectation by a lot of folks, and certainly a lot of that demand is being driven by LNG exports. Okay. The U.S. is blessed with a large reserves of natural gas, and so there's a lot of activity going on to get that gas to the Gulf, to get it offshore.
So, yeah, just so that we're all speaking the same way, you're referring to LNG, liquefied natural gas?
Liquefied natural gas, yes.
Okay. What do you think that's going to do to the gas price over time? In other words, looking forward.
Well, as I said before, the U.S. is blessed with a large reserve of natural gas. I mean, folks are not going to build multi-billion-dollar gasification plants for LNG if they didn't think that supply was going to be there. And furthermore, those folks tend to sign long-term offtake agreements to deliver that gas to somebody to justify those multi-billion-dollar investments. So I'm very comfortable the supply is there. The question, I think, will be, when you look at what's going on in the country right now, is there's a lot of efforts to stop the development of pipelines and other things. So that could be, you know, might be some bottlenecks in that regard. The other side you have going on is, you know, demand for natural gas from the residential side has been declining forever. Not forever, but many, many years. You know, Mr. Jones' group also does our natural gas forecast for our LDC. And that's a case where there's no new natural gas appliances, applications, uses coming along, and whatever you put in is more efficient than the one before it. So, you know, natural gas demand, certainly on the residential and small commercial side, has been trending down for a long, long time, as long as I can remember. So, you know, there's a lot of different things going on in that regard. You know, petrochemicals are a big use of natural gas in this country. So there's lots of different activity going on to grow that. We also have a lot of folks looking to stop those projects as well. So that will be, I think, the tension in the next decades, is the supply is there, but are we willing to build the infrastructure necessary to use it?
That was a lot, but where I'm going with this is, to the extent LNG and everything else that's going on that you referred to with respect to natural gas, demand is there, you agree with me, correct?
Oh, absolutely, there's a demand there.
Okay. So generally speaking, putting your economist hat on, I believe that would increase the price. Is that fair to say?
Well, we're going to go back to kind of Econ 101. You got to distinguish between movements along the curves and movements of the curves. And so when we're talking about the expansion of LNG, you're talking about movement of the demand curve, probably more than movement along it. But likewise, when you're looking at shale gas and other things, there's a big shift in the supply in the curve, in the supply curve itself, not just a movement along it. So, I mean, what we see in the short term, a good example is, 6 months ago, gas prices were significantly higher than they are today. Last week, we paid $2.50 for gas. So there's a high load week, but gas supply is there. Gas prices have tended to generally be low over the last 5-6 years. And that's why Cane Run 7 is run at probably our highest capacity factor unit we have during that time period, because it's such a cheap unit to operate. So I agree with you. There's going to be increased demand, assuming we're allowed to develop it. You also have parts, like I said, parts of the country that want to be off fossil fuels. Certain states have policies for that. If that happens, then we'll have less demand for natural gas. There's a lot of policy things that are going to drive this, much more so than, I'll say, basic economics of supply and demand.
I understand. With respect to coal, I know you mentioned that there have been some plants that have shut down over the last 10 years. Is that fair?
Coal generation plants?
Yes, sir.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. What do you think the demand for coal is going to do over time going forward?
Well, I think it's very clear that unless we start building new coal power generators, which none of those are being talked about that I'm aware of, that just the natural aging out of the coal fleet will occur in the next 15 years or so. The coal units typically last 50 to 60 years is a typical life. And so when you look at when the coal fleet in this country was built, we've had charts going back 7-8 years ago. We looked at the coal fleet as a whole as a nation. And what you see is it's going to get old, and it's getting old, unfortunately, like all of us. And they require more maintenance, and I think we heard a long litany of EPA regulations facing coal units last Friday. And so the combination of age and EPA regulations that might accelerate that, absent development of new coal plants, at least from a power generation perspective, demand for coal is going to continue to shrink in the coming years.
What do you think that means for the coal price?
Well, as I discussed in my rebuttal, it's a lot easier to close a coal mine than it is to perhaps replace a coal generator. And so, there's a race here. We got both curves moving again, right? We're not moving along. We'll move along the curve briefly, but we have both the supply curve and the demand curve moving toward the origin. And so that's the ultimate question is, at some point, and I mentioned this very clearly, we're already seeing this, that there are going to be fewer and fewer participants. And when we get to that point, and we're already getting close to that point in some ways, they will have much more ability to stop coal on what I call coal on coal competition. And if I'm in a world where I know my market is going away, I'm going to, if I'm a manager of a coal company, look to maximize the price for as long as I can. And so I'm going to look for pricing power. And we're coming to the point that we're, I think, very much approaching that situation. And that is a great concern to me. And so, again, market prices work when you have many suppliers and many consumers. It doesn't work so well when you have a handful of suppliers.
How many natural gas suppliers do you have?
Oh, suppliers?
Yeah.
Too many to count in my mind. There's a huge number of folks in the gas. You're talking about the drilling perspective and the production perspective?
No. With respect to who you potentially are requesting to supply these two natural gas plants.
Yeah, I'll make sure I'm being clear.
Transportation.
In the gas world, we talk about transportation. Sometimes I talk about supply as transportation versus supply meaning the well.
Yeah.
We send out, Mr. Schramm described our RFP process for procuring forward natural gas. We send out to probably 100 different marketers and other suppliers. When we do that, we get back usually, half dozen responses. So the supplier base and marketer base is very, very deep in the natural gas business. So again, if you're talking about supply, that's why I'm talking about on the coal situation is supply. I'm not talking about transportation. Because on transportation side, we have one railroad that moves coal from western Kentucky to Mill Creek. We have basically one railroad that moves it from Indiana to Brown. We have one barge line that moves it from on the water on the Ohio River. We have one river basically we're dealing with. So transportation is not uncommon to have much fewer alternatives than it is on the supply basin side.
As of right now, do the companies have approximately 14 contracts with coal providers?
14 individual contracts, that sound, something in that ballpark. I have a cheat sheet I keep with me. At times it tells me which contracts we have, the term and other things, but it's probably in that ballpark somewhere.
And is it fair to say that you all have about 7 different suppliers?
With that subject to check, wouldn't be surprised by that. And as I pointed out, we've got 2 that provide currently like 70-some odd % of our coal.
And it's sourced from 13 different coal mines. Does that sound about right?
It's lumpy. You've got, we get a lot of coal out of the Alliance Riverview mine. The Mill Creek rail coal, we just did a contract there, which is coming from one mine. It can only come from one mine from a rail coal perspective. The Brown situation is one, again, because rail, we mainly deal with one Peabody mine there. So, on the river, we have a few more options. But we get about 75% of our coal from Western Illinois Basin coal. We have to get a certain amount of PRB, that Powder River Basin coal for Trimble County 2, because of the air permit, we have to burn lower sulfur coal there. And there are 2 suppliers and basically one railroad. Then other remaining 20% roughly comes from Northern App coal. Again, comes down primarily comes down by river on the Ohio.
Going back, I think obviously we have a little bit of a disagreement about what's going to happen to the prices going forward. But what I will say is I think we do agree, is it fair to say that there's dynamics in the market that are different than they have been for the prior 10 years?
I'd say it's a matter of degree. Again, we've been saying the number of coal mines and coal plants have been declining. We didn't just face a cliff. The expansion of shale and LNG exports has been going on for some decade or so. So it's a matter of degree, not a matter of kind of major change in or step function change.
Do you think it would be prudent to run scenarios with the coal price going down over time and the gas price going up?
We actually did that scenario in effect. That's the high gas, low coal to gas ratio case. That's the widest spread. And as I said before, that spread is the one that showed the potential for an Gen 2 SCR to perhaps be economic. But again, that was assuming 0 incremental environmental issues and 0 CO2 risk.
So I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask, did the companies receive any third-party forecasts that showed that scenario? Or was it just the coal to gas methodology?
Yeah, again, you're right. You do know the answer, because the answer is we didn't obtain third-party forecasts on coal prices independently. So,
how did the companies, just from a 10,000 square foot view, how did the companies purchase natural gas?
okay, Mr. Schramm discussed that in some detail, but basically for our gas turbines, the simple cycle peaking units, because by their definition we don't know precisely when they are going to run, we buy that gas on a either day-ahead basis or on the current day basis, depending upon the transportation arrangements that we have. At Brown, where we don't have firm gas transportation, but instead have 2 pipelines and backup oil on 4 of the units, we buy delivered gas. So we buy that gas typically on the day-ahead basis. And then and that's been the case ever since we had simple cycle CTs. So that goes back to 2001, I think, or 2 was the date the Trimble County CTs came online. So there's nothing different about that. For Cane Run 7, it burns about 105,000 million BTUs a day. And so what we have is a set of procurement guidelines that are very much similar and akin to what we do on our forward coal procurements. Is we've got target amounts that we want to achieve at certain points in time leading up to the point of delivery. And so we used to execute an RFP a few weeks ago. So we were buying gas, I think, into the 25 time period already, small quantities. And so we do kind of a dollar cost averaging there. We kind of do 10,000 MMBTU tranches at a time, so that we get to about 50 to 60,000 million BTUs a day. So 50 to 60% of its daily gas burn is procured before the month of flow. And then within the month of flow, we buy that gas daily.
Okay. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but my understanding was that basically it was almost like a 50% hedge with respect to natural gas, and then everything else was spot market, roughly. Is that an easier way to?
Right, and that's what I was saying is, again, the unit burns about 105,000 a day at full load. Okay. And so we will buy 50 to 60,000 a day ahead of the month of flow. And then we'll buy the remaining. Some months it might be, 55. Some months it might be 45. Some days we don't run it at full load every day, so you aren't buying this much that day. If we have a mild load day, and we don't have as much need, then we are not going to buy as much spot gas that day.
Can you explain the difference and how you all procure coal?
Sure. So again, the difference is in part driven by the way the logistics of the markets work and the way in which just the gas market is much more liquid, I said before, than the coal market is, because you're not dealing so much with marketers and intermediaries between the producer and the end users on the coal side. So we enter into twice, we've done this for many, as long as I've had the coal group reporting me since 2008. We've done this ever since that I've had the group. Twice a year, spring and fall, we issue a long-term solicitation that will go out a certain number of years, and that varies based on what the rest of the portfolio looks like and other things. And we will then evaluate those responses. Sometimes we execute certain contracts, and sometimes we don't do anything. Depends on the market situations that we're in at the time and what our needs are at the time. Just like I said on the gas, like I said, we have a small amount we want on a forward basis, and that builds as you get closer to the month or year of delivery. We do the same thing on coal. And so, again, because of logistics and the way the coal markets work, you can sometimes contract a bit further. So 5 or 6 years is probably the most forward we go. And so I think right now, I have to subject to check, I think it's 27, we have like 1 million tons. We burn about 12 million tons, currently about 12 million tons a year. So right now I think we have 1 million tons procured for 27. We have fall solicitation coming up. We'll look and see what kind of quotes we get for that time period, whether we want to do more. But as we get to the year of flow, so by the end of this year, the coal group's responsibility is to get to 100% what we call minimum burn. So there was some discussion, I think, last week about coal and gas hedging. And so we know there's interplay between combined cycle and the coal plants. And it's about a 1.5 million tons of coal at risk, so to speak, due to the interplay. So if we bought the max burn, we'd have coal inventory issues. We'd have too much coal on the ground. If gas prices were low, we're burning combined cycle gas and not burning the coal plants. We'd have no place to put the coal. So what we do is we get to what we call min burn, which says, regardless of what gas prices are, this is how much coal we're probably going to have to burn. That's where we want to be at the beginning of the year. And then as the year unfolds, we will look at where gas prices are and relative to coal prices, so that we're making some decisions in the economic interest of customers. Should we be buying gas, or should we try to buy more coal? And so that's about 1.5 million tons a year then gets bought in that current year to address the, again, if gas prices were such that we weren't running combined cycle as much, then we would buy more coal. Historically, that's not been the case, but so that's the general process that we follow.
Thank you. Can you provide your thoughts regarding the volatility on the price of natural gas versus coal?
Yeah, so, again, volatility is a function of time. So in other words, forward prices, further out in time you go, are always less volatile. So volatility, just so everybody is clear, is the amount of change in a price at a point in time. So with any markets, you see less volatility on a forward basis than you do on a spot basis. And because the gas market is super liquid on a spot basis, again, because of the transportation approach, I can't pick up the phone and have coal delivered this afternoon for the most part. I can do that with gas. And so that's what I'm saying. Some of the contracting, a lot of the contracting approach in coal is driven by just the simple logistics of moving coal. And so on a day-to-day basis, absolutely you're going to have some bouncing around. Like I said, a few months ago, coal prices, or gas prices rather, were $4 or $5. Today they're $2.50. So that's that they move much more readily because there's such a liquid spot market for natural gas.
Are you concerned about about how the volatility of the price of natural gas will potentially impact the ratepayers on a monthly basis through the fuel adjustment clause?
Oh, absolutely. That's why when Cane Run 7, before it even came online, we came over with the commission, met with them on an informal conference to show them that just again, the nature of the way coal gets purchased versus gas, that we were going to have an increased variability in overall FAC costs. And so that's where we came up with this forward gas purchasing approach. And so the other thing to keep in mind here too, is not just about the supply of gas, but also we know that electricity prices are also highly correlated to gas prices. And so one of the things, because customers get back 75% of the margin off system sales, our portfolio is, I say, naturally long meaning when electricity prices go up, it becomes more valuable. And that's because, as we've seen historically, when gas prices have gone up, then in cold weather events in particular, we've seen electricity prices move with it. And so historically, we've made a lot of off-system sales in that time period. So using Winter Storm Uri as an example, during that week, we didn't experience quite as much cold here as we did on December 23rd, as in single digits, but not below zero. Overall gas costs that week were about $1 million higher than they otherwise would have been. But we made $2.5 million of off-system sales that went back to customers. So customers, even though on FAC for fuel went up by $1 million, they got back $2.5 million in off-system sales revenue. So when you think about the portfolio as a whole, it's important to understand and look at the overall construction of it to understand how does that value of that portfolio change as gas prices change. So, we were set up for exactly the same outcome on December 23rd until the gas pressure occurred. We were selling power prior to that gas pressure issue. And, we bought gas that day for $6. Our gas turbines were looking at $70 power. Prices clearly went much higher than that. So had it not been for the gas pressure, we would have a repeat of Winter Storm Uri, where we would have returned a lot of money to customers. Despite the fact they paid higher gas prices for load, they would have gotten back more than that for off-system sales margin.
Big picture-wise, does your coal procurement protocol reduce the volatility of your coal price?
Well, again, it's the nature of coal markets reduce the volatility of coal pricing, right? Like I said, I can't pick up the phone and get coal delivered this afternoon or tomorrow, not in any quantities that matter. And so the fact that you're buying it forward because it takes time to deliver and other things, and the way coal mining and other things work, their preference for term contracts, that's going to naturally reduce the volatility. Now, volatility is not the same thing as lowest price. It does reduce volatility, though.
Well, my understanding is that the companies have two major RFPs, maybe one in the fall, one in the spring, relative to coal procurement. And In fact, KCA is very complimentary of your all's process. Is that, it's just, there's a significant, you would agree, dichotomy between the natural gas volatility and the coal volatility.
Yeah, that's what I've said. I think the forward nature and the logistics involved in coal lend itself to the type of procurement activities that we do. The other thing I would say too, and again, all businesses have risk and all have different risk. One difference that we also see between coal and gas, and when Mr. Schramm talked on Friday, he was asked about the RFP process, and I'm not sure people in the room appreciated when he said it twice, I think. When we open RFP responses, we're there and the credit department is there. And the reason the credit department is there is a hedge is only as valuable as the credit support behind it. Because the value of the hedge is when markets go against the seller of the hedge. And so in the gas markets, we have firm liquidated damage agreements with them, meaning if they don't perform, we're entitled to liquidated damages. I don't know how many times I've had coal contracts that we've signed great deals for customers, but they've gone bankrupt and contracts got rejected in bankruptcy, et cetera. So we had to replace those contracts, and they got rejected in bankruptcy because prices had gone up relative to that contract price. So a hedge is important, but it's got to be there when you need it. And so the volatility, as long as people perform, is going to be less, but you're exposed to much different credit risk in the coal market than you are in the gas market.
Do you want to take a break at this point, or do you?
Yeah, I assume you have more questions.
We do.
Yeah. I was just going to wait for you to finish, but if you think you have more questions, that'd be fine. Yeah, so we'll take a short recess until 10:50.
Thank you.
We're back on the record. Mr. Malone, would you like to continue?
Thank you. I asked you a question earlier, Mr. Sinclair, about fuel suppliers and firm transportation. How many, just so we're clear, how many firm transportation delivery providers are you anticipating with these NGCCs?
Okay, so again, we're talking about suppliers, meaning pipelines?
Transportation.
Transportation, okay. So we are at the Mill Creek site. We are connected only to the Texas Gas Transmission Pipeline, interstate pipeline. At the Brown location, has been discussed before, we have always had two interconnections with pipes, one with Tennessee and one with Texas Eastern. And based on, as Mr. Schramm indicated, available transportation capacity, we would expect to focus on a firm transportation agreement with Tennessee Gas Pipeline.
Okay. Speaking of, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but do you have any further information about what those costs are going to be?
Again, as was discussed last week with different witnesses, you know, the conversations we've had with both those parties, and, you know, for example, Mr. Schramm and I were just down in Houston about a month ago to meet with both Tennessee and Texas Gas. And so we expect as he indicated, we're hoping to get something less than max rate, which sounds it's not a scary max rate, but, you know, we charge customers ourselves retail tariffs max rate, so it's basically just the tariff. And so likewise with Texas Gas, we would expect a number that's consistent with that, and those are the kind of numbers that Mr. Schramm shared with Mr. Wilson to use in his evaluation for those two projects.
Speaking of, so I want to run a hypothetical by you. Assuming the companies only get one gas plant and you had to build that at Brown, do you agree with me that getting gas from Tennessee Gas provides the company a little bit more reliability?
Well, I don't know if it's more reliable, it's certainly diverse, right? So you're going to have a little bit different set of pools. Say pools, that's where you typically buy gas. Gas comes from gathering facilities to certain locations on an interstate pipe, and that's where transactions occur. And so it would give us some different pools to buy from, and then we currently buy on Texas Gas. It also would, you know, to the extent there was a catastrophic event, it would have diversity in that regard as well, which is, again, much the same thing we do at why we have rail coal into Mill Creek, is to manage disruptions on the river that occur from time to time. It's a little bit different approach to delivery. So it would be beneficial, no doubt about that.
Okay. And from a diversity standpoint that you just brought up in a catastrophic failure, are you familiar, I think I brought up earlier during the hearing about the Tennessee Gas issue that happened in the last 10 days?
I heard that mentioned. I haven't, frankly, had a chance to research it much. Well, I understand it was a really localized issue, had no effect on gas deliveries here. But I don't know the details of it. It certainly had no effect that I'm aware of on our system,
okay,
or where we take gas from.
In 2022, the spot price for coal increased significantly, correct?
Yes, it did.
Okay. How did this increase in coal price impact your average price of coal in 2022?
Well, it wasn't positive. I mean, it was positive since it increased the price of coal. I don't know the number off the top of my head. I mean, we had two things that occurred in 2022 that led to higher coal costs. One was a supplier that went bankrupt that caused us to lose in 22, I forget the exact number of tons, but between 21, 22, and 23, about 1.7 million tons. We also had another mine supplier that had geology issues that shut down, so we lost other coal. So we lost in 2022 about 1.7 million tons that had been under contract. We also had another supplier in August that had a mine fire that, therefore, they declared force majeure and did not deliver. So we had to replace 1.7 million tons in 2022 because of those events. We were fortunately able to do that, but at much higher prices. The other thing that we did during that time period to avoid paying some of those prices, if you could buy coal at all, was we ran our gas units more. And so, again, this is why I talk about the units working together as a portfolio. And so, that's an example where we probably would have run out of coal if we had not leaned heavier on the gas units, because we were in kind of a coal conservation mode from really the late part of 2021 through really the early part of this year, when winter didn't really materialize. And so we were able to rebuild inventories. So these are the kind of things that keep the coal supply group busy, is dealing with these kinds of things. And again, we run an integrated system, so Mr. Wilson, Mr. Schramm, Mr. Billeter runs the coal supply. We were communicating constantly on what's going on the supply issues and how we could manage that to make sure that we had adequate supply for customers.
With respect to your coal procurement process, though, you previously testified, and I just want to make sure this is clear, that you have more ability to control price and the volatility, given the differences between the spot market you deal with natural gas on a more frequent basis versus the coal, correct?
Well, again, as I said before, the nature of the markets are such that gas has a deep and liquid daily market that coal does not have. Again, you're talking about volatility, depends on the coal, in this case, ultimately being delivered. As I just said before, we had close to 2.4 million tons that were not delivered and never going to be delivered because those contracts got rejected in bankruptcy or the mine closed, and we're trying to get some recovery, but unlikely to. So the risks are different. I think that's what I want to keep coming back to is, we build a portfolio of assets, a portfolio of contracts, a portfolio of transportation agreements, a portfolio of generating that tries to mitigate and manage risk of the overall portfolio. Each thing has its own unique set of risks, and it's how do you manage those as a portfolio that really matter.
How did the increases in natural gas price impact your average price of natural gas in 2022?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. I mean, they went up. We had, again, as I said before, half the gas was for Cane Run 7 was already purchased, so it had no effect on that. Then our CTs would have, obviously paid higher prices. But again, as I said before, to the extent we can make off-system sales, oftentimes we're not running CTs, and so between the combined cycle unit and the rest of the coal fleet, we're able to make off-system sales that benefit customers. So we're able to offset some of that gas price exposure with off-system sales.
But the customers did, on a GCA basis, bear the brunt of the increased cost of the natural gas, correct?
Well, again, we have a fuel adjustment clause that allows us to pass through prudently incurred costs. And so to the extent that fuel prices rise for whatever reason, and we've prudently procured that fuel, then unfortunately customers' costs will go up. When costs go down, as they have for natural gas, and so as I said, I keep saying $2.50, that's where we are today, which to translate that means Cane Run 7 is about $14+ megawatt hour energy, so it's very cheap. So that customers get that benefit right away too. So like I said, volatility is not a one-way ratchet, it goes both ways. I would also point out to the extent that individual customers' bills are bothered by that, we have a budget payment plan so that customers can smooth out both their usage and the fuel changes over the course of time. So we, again, very aware that customers don't like bill volatility. And so that's why we have the hedging activities we take. That's why we have the rate structures that we have to help customers have tools to mitigate that bill volatility.
Could you explain the view expressed by Mr. Wilson that coal and gas are economic substitutes?
Sure. As I just said, for ourselves in particular, they're both forms of generating power. I mentioned today that based on having just one combined cycle, that we've got about 1.7 million tons of coal that sort of swings based on the price of gas and the price of coal. Going forward, if assuming the portfolio we propose is approved, that number will be larger. We think it'll be about 4+ million tons. where they'd be in that swing area. But again, we know that we're going to have so much coal we're going to have to procure because we can't serve load without that coal. We don't have so much gas we're going to have to procure because we can't serve the load without that combined cycles energy. And it's a question, how do we flex the economics between those two resources to ultimately get the best deal for customers, which again goes back to why we procure and manage fuel as a combined exercise. You know, generation planning is not just generation planning in a sense that we're talking about today. Their responsibilities is helping fuel risk management. And so they're constantly working with both Mr. Schramm and Mr. Billeter's group to provide them information as to what our future needs are going to be. We feed in different future prices, so that way we can procure the gas and coal necessary that results in lowest overall cost for customers.
Do you believe coal places a cap on the price of natural gas?
I don't believe that at all, because in the marketplace, because again, power generation is just a small piece of the overall gas demand. It's probably 30-something%. And so, you know, for ourselves it does to some degree, meaning that we can switch between fuels like I just said, and we do both. It goes both ways, right? We, like I said before, we avoided buying some high-priced coal to fill those holes because we ran gas more because it was cheaper. So it goes both ways, but economically at this point, as we go through time, as I think I said in my rebuttal testimony, there's going to be less and less ability for coal generation to displace gas generation, simply because there's fewer and fewer coal plants out there, and they're not really the marginal units when they do run.
So, okay. Are you aware that MISO and PJM and TVA have a need for capacity?
Absolutely. I talk about that, I think, at length in my rebuttal testimony, that all of them are facing their own unique generating capacity issues. You know, TVA is probably better positioned to deal with it since they're much like us, not an investor-owned utility, but they can make their own decisions about generation supply and not have to depend upon market signals and tariffs and pricing structures to attract generation and retain generation.
Okay, I want to switch gears with you on kind of a last leg of questions. What did you review Table 11, the total stay open costs in the Senate Bill 4 retirement assessment that was included in the case?
I may have seen it. That was, you know, I was not personally greatly involved in the Senate Bill 4 filing. I was not a witness in that case. I sat through the testimony last week and heard some discussions.
And the reason I ask is it has to do with the life extension costs.
Okay.
That were included with the table. Where I'm going with this is, are you aware of the EPA's coal-fired power plant enforcement initiative?
I don't recognize that terminology off the top of my head. I have to admit that.
Well, okay, let me back up and take a step back. With respect to Brown, can you articulate what happened with Brown with the EPA stepping in? What happened there when there was the consent decree?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the consent decree. I'm aware that there was something that led to the need to install the equipment, and I don't remember if it was the SCR or what it was that was required, but I'm not the person to give you details on the consent decree. That might be something you have to ask in a post-hearing data request, because I think that's something that's going to require people who may not be at this case to answer those kind of questions.
I guess where I'm going with this, do you have any knowledge of, by inclusion of life extension cost, are you aware that that would trigger new source review by the EPA?
There are different types of investments that I'm aware of that do trigger new source review. And that's very specific to the regulation and law, and I am not going to be the best person to ask about the specifics of the Clean Air Act and new source review.
Who would be?
Well, I hate to say this, Mr. Ember would probably be the best position to know about the law again, I think this could be one of those things that if there's a very specific question that you want to know, it may be best to put it in a post-hearing data request. That way we can get the right people in the room necessary to give you the information you need.
That'd be fine. Let me go through my notes real fast.
Sure.
I may be done. Hang on. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Osterello, you have some questions?
Yes, I do.
All right, we'll take just a minute to transition here at the council table.
Good morning, Mr. Sinclair. Todd Osterloh on behalf of Lexington, Louisville. I just want to follow up on a few of your responses to Mr. Malone's questions. I believe I had heard you mention that you had some concerns about fewer coal suppliers. Is that accurate?
Yes, I discussed that in my rebuttal testimony with some specific numbers.
And is it a fair statement that there's a concern that fewer coal suppliers will be able to exercise pricing power?
Yes, again, being an economist, that's a classic effort when you have fewer suppliers. Can they exercise pricing power? And the answer is they have certainly a greater chance to do that.
And so if they are able to exercise that, and that would effectively have higher prices to run the coal units, isn't that fair?
Then if you had a more highly competitive, perfect competition, which doesn't ever really exist, but a more competitive marketplace, absolutely.
Had the company studied this in detail looking forward or forecasting what that might look like going forward?
Yes, we have. Mr. Billiter that runs the coal supply group is very much on top of all the different mines, the sources, their lives and other potential reserve life and other things. So as we progress in the coming decade, where there are going to be likely fewer coal plants both nationwide and in our fleet, we're very much mindful of trying to make sure we can have adequate supply to manage that transition, because as I said in my rebuttal testimony, it's 5 or 6 years to build pretty much any generation, whether it be renewables or gas right now in this country.
Beyond just being mindful, though, is there any sort of written report or study that the companies have conducted on this?
We've not done a study or report that said this is the transition plan or something like that. But again, we've got lots of data, and there's obviously public in terms of what mines are out there, who they supply. I mentioned before, we just signed a new contract, or in the process, I'll put it this way, we're in the process of executing a new contract for rail coal at Mill Creek. There were 2 suppliers for that. We use about 2 million tons a year. One of those was not competitive and in a number of reasons. So now I think there's a real risk that because we awarded the contract to one supplier for 2 million tons, that that supplier right now currently only sells to one other power plant. And there's a real chance, given geology there, that party will go away as a resource. So we're very much mindful of things like this, but we've not done a comprehensive in one document, here's where things are going.
Did the companies factor this concern over future or fewer remaining coal suppliers into their request in this case for coal retirements?
No, because as you look at the analysis that was done, it was just purely based on price at this point. And based on where the analysis came out, has been discussed last week in particular, there's a lot of other pending EPA regulations for these particular units. But focus I'm talking about is, as I said in my direct testimony, we have 33,200 more megawatts of coal units that, assuming this portfolio gets approved, would supply half the electricity annually to customers. And so it's going to be imperative that we manage that well. And the further out in time you go, the more challenging that will be. So I don't know that point yet. Again, I come back to you don't want to make decisions until you have to or you need to. And so, but it's a situation we're monitoring, but we're not concerned about that issue per se in the next 3 or 4 years.
Beyond the next 3 to 4 years, do you have any sort of timing, or are you just going to wait and see where you're at as time progresses?
Well, this is something we monitor literally, I would say, every day, so to speak. That's the coal supplies group, is to be in the marketplace and know what's going on. They visit different mines. We have a mining engineer on staff that visits mines to understand what's going on with them. We have conversations with their management teams. So it's something that we're monitoring, but I can't put a date or something that this is the answer or this is where we reach some tipping point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Huddleston?
Good afternoon, or good morning, Mr. Sinclair. Kate Huddleston on behalf of Sierra Club. I have a few questions for you. Were you in the room when I was discussing RTO membership and the company is considering RTO membership with Mr. Bolar?
I said I've been here the entire time, so I just don't perhaps remember exactly the discussion, but go ahead.
Do you remember Mr. Bolar invoking your name and suggesting my questions were better directed to you?
Oh, absolutely. So, yeah, you look at my both direct and rebuttal testimony, I'm addressing the RTO issues.
Okay, great. So you may recall Mr. Bolar explained that the company has recently filed an updated RTO membership analysis in his direct testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes, we filed in October, I think was the original RTO study. And in the course of this proceeding, we did discover Guidehouse had made a mathematical mistake, and so we updated that study to reflect that corrected data.
And so please refer to the company's discovery response to Lexington and Louisville 1-51.
And if you don't mind, I know people say it's hard for to hear the witnesses. It's hard for me to hear the questioner here. Sorry.
Yeah. So I'm looking for the company's discovery response to Lexington and Louisville 1-51.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
And you were the sponsoring witness for this discovery response, correct?
Yes, I was one of them along with Mr. Beller.
And you provided a link to the 2022 RTO membership analysis, is that correct?
That looks to be what the link is, yes.
Okay, so I have emailed a digital copy to all parties and to the commission, and I think we're in another sort of unique position in that the discovery response links to this underlying document, but the underlying document itself is not in the record. So what I'd like to do is move to introduce the document as SC-10, I believe. And Mr. Gary has kindly agreed to put it up on the screen as well. And it's roughly 130 pages, so I didn't want to print the entire thing out.
Mr. Riggs?
No objection.
Do you all have a position about that, Mr.? Well, I'm not going to put you on the spot. Have you all, are you aware of whether you've ever briefed that issue?
Brief, what issue?
The insofar as reports or links to other places, whether they be within the commission's control or not, like to other dockets in front of the commission or public websites that are linked in furtherance of a data request response or testimony as to whether or not that's included as part of the record as basically being incorporated into that testimony?
No, I'm not aware that we've ever briefed, that issue has ever been disputed.
Okay.
My view would be that the links, there has been a practice producing documents through links. And it has been generally acceptable practice, especially where those links are to the Commission's website or to established government websites. I would be concerned with links that are to unauthenticatable websites, some third party or something that it has reason to not be self-authenticated.
And you know, just I'm thinking back and to the company's CPCN in 2018 for the advanced metering. I think that Mr. Malloy's testimony linked to a certain number of reports that underpinned the assertions around. I think one of them was the estimated, an EPRI report with estimated savings. I think that was just part of it was assumed through the hearing as being part of the record. So I assume that was consistent with the company's position, but insofar as you all do have a concern, I just ask that you would address it in a brief.
Yes, we will.
Okay.
Yes. And if a party's introducing something by a link, and we have a concern, we'll raise that concern.
All right, thank you. All right, so you would like this council to mark this as SC 10?
Yes. And I would move to admit it into evidence as well. Just
Mr.
to
Riggs?
ensure it's within the
No
record.
objection.
Please continue, Ms. Huddleston. So marked and admitted as SC 10.
Thank you.
Can I ask just a point of clarification, Your Honor? My recollection, and I apologize, this is only from recollection, but I thought that there was, and also to Mr. Riggs, I thought there was a version of this that was entered in the record that beneath where it says PPL companies, there was a yellow highlighted May update.
That's correct.
Is that what this is? Because maybe we're not seeing the bottom of that page. I don't know.
If I may clarify. So this is the original November 2022 RTO membership analysis. There's an additional copy that was updated in May 2023 that is in the record. This original copy was produced via link, and so I'm just seeking to ensure the record is clear on both the old version and the new version.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sinclair, to return to the discovery response from which this stemmed, Lexington Louisville 1-51. So you stated in the response, in accordance with the Commission's March 22nd, 2021 orders in case numbers 2018-00294 and 2018-00295, the company's RTO membership analysis was filed on November 14th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And Mr. Sinclair, those cases were rate cases, correct? 2018-00294 and 2018-00295.
That fits with my recollection.
And why did the Commission order RTO membership analysis in those cases?
I don't recall the ordering language as to why that was done. I'm sure the order would give you the answer to that question.
Do you recall the Commission stating in the order when it required that the companies engage in the RTO study that the companies should also consider joining an RTO, quote, along with the company's efforts to reduce any excess reserve margin, unquote?
That language I think I've seen in multiple times in that era where there was a perception we had excess capacity and can we join an RTO to mitigate that concern or perception.
Okay, please refer to the company's discovery response to Sierra Club 2-24.
Okay, it's here?
Okay, you were the sponsoring witness for this discovery response, correct?
Yes.
And question 2-24A asked, please explain why the imports cost and exports revenue in RTO case 1 in table C5 is the same as imports cost and exports revenue in the standalone case 1 in table C1, correct?
Yes.
And you responded, quote, "The presented imports volume and cost and exports volume and revenue in RTO case 1 in table C5 were presented in error. The remainder of the table is correct. Table C8 was also presented in error. For the corrected figures, see the response to part C," correct?
Yes, and then obviously, as everyone can see, that's preceded by language, because these questions were asking about things related to Guidehouse's work, and so we had to work with Guidehouse to get the information, and so at least A and B, or say Guidehouse has provided the following responses.
And Mr. Sinclair, Guidehouse is the consultant hired by the companies to conduct the RTO analysis, is that correct?
They were hired to conduct the capacity and energy market section of the RTO analysis.
Okay. And so skipping ahead in this discovery response to question 2-26B, so just skipping ahead 2 more questions. You're the responding witness for that question as well, correct?
Yes.
And that question asks for an explanation of a discrepancy in a worksheet file, correct?
Well, ask for an explanations of some data. I don't know if it says discrepancy anywhere, but ask for explanations of data. There's, okay, right there, okay?
Okay. So in response, you stated, quote, "This file includes an error in that the expansion plan data for the RTO cases were transposed among the solar and wind columns, on the RTO worksheet. After making this correction and the corrections noted in the response to question number 24, the companies continue to conclude that RTO membership is not in customers' best interest at this time. For an updated 2022 RTO membership analysis, see attached," correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the November 2022 version of the RTO analysis found a net cost to consumers of joining PJM, correct?
Yes, it was not going to be in their benefits at that point in time.
And that was a $620 million net present value cost, correct?
Again, I don't keep those numbers in my head. There's going to be some tables later on in the document you have in front of you here on the screen that's going to give you the exact numbers. I just don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, so if in that document you can go ahead and turn to page 6.
Are you asking Mr. Gary to do so, or?
I believe Mr. Gary has done so as well.
Okay.
I'm looking at table 2 for case 1. That says 620 for 2022 PV dollars, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so then if we look at the attachment, the updated RTO membership analysis, which I believe is attached to Sierra Club question 2-26.
Okay, I have that document.
Okay, and looking at table 2 in that document, net benefits or costs of joining PJM in millions of dollars, do you see how that table is highlighted in blue?
Yes, I believe throughout this document, anything that's highlighted in blue reflects the correction of the discrepancy discussed in the earlier data request.
And for case 1, 2022 PV dollars, it says 421, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a revision of approximately $200 million, correct?
Yes, your math's good.
And the company's consultants had overestimated the costs of joining PJM, a little more math here, by about 50% under their own framing and analytical approach, correct?
Well, I don't think they overestimated. I think their issue was in how data got related. So the estimate was always the same. Unfortunately, in the data transfer process, columns, I think, got misplaced or just transposed or something such that the capacity and energy, implications were off by the $200 million. But I don't think their model gave them wrong results. Just the information that got transferred to us was not correct.
Let me rephrase. So between November and May, when the error was uncovered, the estimate for the cost of joining PJM that the companies provided to the commission was revised by about 50% under the company's own framing and analytical approach, correct?
Well, again, there's no doubt the numbers, again, depends how I want to measure the change. I mean, if taking 200 divided by 600, it's only about 30%. But anyway, regardless of what you want to compare things to, there's no doubt that, unfortunately, try as hard as we can. In this case, it was a new process, a new consultant, an error got made, and it was corrected when we discovered that error.
Yeah, and if we take as the baseline not the $600 million that was an error, but the $400 million that was the correct answer, that would be $200 million would be an additional 50% on top of $400 million, correct?
Yeah, again, it depends on where you want to take the change from. You want to start from where we started, so you can say we cut the inefficiency or the uneconomics by 30%, or you could say if we had the right number to begin with and made a mistake, then the mistake would have been 50%. So it depends on where you want to start from. But
so the companies discovered this error as the result of Lexington, Louisville, and Sierra Club's RTO expert raising these questions and discovery, correct?
Yes, it caused us to go back and ask Guidehouse some questions, and we appreciate their review.
And Lexington, Louisville, and Sierra Club's RTO experts' testimony disputes the conclusions and quality of the company's study, correct?
Well, they have some concerns and questions, and it's mainly because it doesn't fit, as I understand Mr. Levitt's testimony, with any study he's ever been part of. And so I think that's his concern, is that he feels that RTO membership studies should also always show benefits to joining, and ours doesn't show that. So, and he lists some various things, but he doesn't explore those things or evaluate those things. And Mr. Levitt didn't perform his own RTO study. So, he has some criticisms, and all studies can be improved.
And just to clarify, you're not here in front of the commission testifying on behalf of Mr. Levitt, correct?
No, I'm just stating what my rebuttal testimony addressed with respect to Mr. Levitt's view.
So what assurances can the commission and LG&E and KU's customers have that in future evaluations, a consultant selected by the companies will not make such serious errors in their analysis?
Well, first of all, we strive never to have errors in analysis. This is one where I think the possibility that one could occur is increased because, I said before, it's the first time we had engaged them. It's the first time they had worked with us. We spent a tremendous amount of time with them, helping them understand our system. And so the nature of any time you do something to begin with when it comes to something as complex as resource planning models is it does take more time to get familiar. I would suggest that next time we do one of these types of studies, if Guidehouse is selected again, they will be much smarter about our system because we spend a tremendous amount of time educating them our system. And I will say it's always hard to model somebody else's system. You know, we've seen in this case, and you look at my rebuttal testimony, several examples where interveners have made certain allegations about mistakes or things that turned out to be because they didn't really understand our system. And so we will work very hard. You know, my group, and that goes back to, I don't want to say too much here, but you know, there's some discussion last week with Mr. Wilson about why we aren't using Plexos for production costs. He made a comment that, you know, we need to calibrate Plexos to the real world and before we move to it. And that's why, because these models are tremendously detailed and you learn and improve with them over time. And so you don't want to, I mean, this is a good example why you don't want to rush into, I don't say rush is probably a bad word, but you don't want to move straight into another world without fully getting into the details. We hired Guidehouse because they have expertise in modeling PGM, which we don't. They already had us in their model, but again, based on public data, they don't have as much knowledge of our system. So we spent a lot of time working with them to educate them on how our system works. That improved their study over time. We would anticipate some further work to improve, but we never. I mean, anybody who works with me knows, and I'm sure Mr. Wilson and others can say this, I am not a happy guy when data mistakes get made. And so we strive hard to make sure that doesn't happen because, again, we want to make a quality decision, and that depends upon quality of data and information.
So we're Guidehouse, the consultant. Again, the strategy would be to hope that they do a better job next time.
No, it's not to hope. We know very specifically the types of things. We know much more about how their model works. You know, if there was any mistake made in this case, in this study, is, you know, the amount of time it took to get this model up and running was probably underestimated. And so I recall that we actually asked for a couple week or something extension to file this study because we weren't where we wanted to be in providing it. And so, you know, again, we're not opposed to being an RTO, so we want the best analysis we can possibly get. And so, like I said, all of this stuff is a learning, continuous improvement process, and I'm big on continuous improvement. And so we will get better.
Great. So let's turn to that May 2023 updated study. And I mentioned the commission in 2018 stating that the RTO study should consider joining an RTO alongside the company's efforts to reduce any excess reserve margin. Where does the RTO study discuss excess reserve margin?
I'm sorry, there was some background noise. I kind of lost the last part of your question.
Where does the RTO study discuss excess reserve margin?
Well, that discussion around excess reserve margin follows a time period where, I think it was mentioned earlier by some of the witnesses, in May 1st of 2019, we had 200 plus megawatts of municipal customers at a wholesale level that left the system. We had addressed part of that issue by terminating the CPCN request for Green River 5. We also then ultimately in 2019 retired Brown Units 1 and 2. That's been mentioned as well. So that is these are some of the steps that got taken in the interim. I think the idea at the time behind these questions in this order was that, you know, we would sell capacity into the PJM marketplace that was evidently believed to be not needed to serve customers' load. So can you point me to specific language that you're concerned about?
Sure. On page 22, there's a statement that begins, generally joining PJM.
Yes.
Okay, and so the RTO study concludes, quote, generally joining PJM offers the opportunity for avoided capacity savings over time due to PJM's lower resource obligations for members compared to the reserve margins the companies must maintain on a standalone basis, correct?
Yes.
And then if you turn to page 85,
Okay, I think we're on 85.
Mm-hmm. And this is Guidehouse's energy markets analysis, correct?
Yes.
And it states, quote, as a load-serving entity, LG&E KU must still maintain a reserve margin within the territory per PJM's fixed resource requirement rules. However, the requirement is much smaller than the reserve requirements as a standalone BA. Is that correct?
Yes, and I don't think every RTO study we've ever done, I think that's a key feature of joining an RTO. It's a trade-off of lower capacity costs for perhaps more energy price exposure. But that's, yeah, that's not a secret. That's kind of the basics of RTO analysis.
Can you say a little bit more about what is kind of the basics of RTO analysis?
Well, that you're going to, pool your generating resources to the extent you have any with, under the RTO rules. And you will then procure the capacity necessary that complies with those rules. Again, in my rebuttal testimony, I go through this at length, that, my capacity focus is going to be what the RTO rules require. And then the second part of that is, what's the value, energy value of those assets in an RTO world? And so that's the basic trade-off, is capacity for energy, basically.
And there are essentially two ways in which the company or any utility can join an RTO, and one of them is in accordance with the reliability pricing model, and the other is in accordance with the fixed resource requirement, correct?
Are you talking about PJM's rules?
PJM, yes.
Yes, my understanding of the rules as they stand right now, that PJM allows us two different approaches that you're talking about.
And here, Guidehouse appears to be discussing the fixed resource requirement, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe the fixed resource requirement?
Right. So in PJM, and again, I think I mentioned this in my rebuttal testimony, capacity is a standalone commodity that's disconnected from the energy. So basically, as a load-serving entity, you have to procure capacity. You load-serving entities write a check to PJM, and PJM sends that money to generators. It doesn't entitle you any energy of any kind. In the fixed reserve approach, we're saying we have physical generating assets that we want to use to meet our required capacity. And so rather than procuring generic capacity to meet our obligations under the tariff, we will use these particular power plants. Again, they have to meet the certain accreditation rules and everything else to meeting that fixed resource requirement.
And vertically integrated utilities are more likely to choose the fixed resource requirement sort of flavor of PJM, is that correct?
I've not studied the resource decisions of vertically integrated utilities across all RTOs. Again, I think their obligation is to minimize the cost of participating in the RTO, so they should take advantage of all the different tools available to do that. And that would include owning generation, and also include buying capacity in a generic form that I just talked about.
Yeah, so speaking of buying capacity, PJM has, going back in our discussion a little bit, PJM has this capacity market to ensure resource adequacy, correct?
That's one of the stated purposes. I think I have a footnote in my rebuttal testimony that quotes the market monitor as saying the capacity market is supposed to make the energy market work. So I think there's growing questions about what the role of the capacity market is, but yes, resource adequacy is an important part of that.
So PJM's target reserve margin corresponds to a reliability metric of one event in every 10 years. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And LG&E-KU plans toward a reliability metric of more than 3 events in 10 years. Is that correct?
Well, again, as Mr. Wilson discussed, I think we have a range of reserve margins. And so the economic, where we include the cost of capacity in that decision, is that 3 number you're talking about. If you look at SERVM, where money doesn't matter, then that would be the higher end of our reserve margin range.
So are you saying that the company plans toward multiple reserve margins rather than a single reserve margin?
Well, I think we've been very clear for a lot of years. We have a reserve margin range. That reserve margin range at the low end has been set historically by the economic reserve margin, and the upper end of that range has been set by the loss of load expectation. And so we try to stay in the bandwidth there, so I stay between the lines on the highway.
Do you recall a discussion of a 3.57 figure?
Right, that is our current, at the economic reserve margin, where we look at what we believe customers are willing to pay for capacity and what capacity costs. that would be the loss of load expectation, given our portfolio, that would result from that minimum, being at the minimum economic reserve margin range.
And that is a reliability metric that's more than 3 events in 10 years, correct?
Yeah, that's the loss of load expectation is 3 and 10, yes.
So PJM's target reserve margin of 1 in 10 is planning for fewer loss of load events than more than 3 in 10, correct?
Well, again, they are looking at what they believe from just a generator performance perspective, without considering economics, what they believe they can provide or should provide. And I think that's all they're saying. They're not saying it's economic, they're just saying that's what we believe would be the result from the portfolio that we have that we should target.
So you're saying PJM, I guess what I'm trying to get at is PJM has a target reserve margin of 1 in 10, and that is targeting greater reliability than a reliability metric of more than 3 in 10, correct?
Well, again, you're using targets, and I'm not trying to be argumentative. They have a method that they use to assess that value that drives their expected reserve margins that matches that. We have a range that reflects what we think customers are willing to pay, all the way up to that number that would be equivalent to PJM. So we're not saying we want a less reliable system. We're saying economics matter to customers, and this is our assessment of it. Is it different? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean we're anticipating or encouraging or tolerating a less reliable system.
So in planning toward a 3.57 LOLE, that is planning, you are valuing economics for customers, you're saying?
Well, and Mr. Wilson went through that, I think, at length last week. That
I'm just asking you, Mr. Sinclair.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, though, my answer is no different when Mr. Wilson discussed. There's a table in SAW1 that shows that mathematics that results in that value.
Mm-hmm. And so that is leading to, I guess what I'm saying is you compare 1 in 10 to more than 3 in 10, and more than 3 in 10 is less reliable than 1 in 10, correct?
If that's all we're comparing is 1 to 3, then I would agree with that. But I
Okay.
think there's a little more to it than just 1 to 3.
PJM has had 0 loss of load events due to generation shortages in the last 10 years, correct?
I'm not sure I agree with that. There was some issues in Ohio, I believe, recently. I've not studied their load loss experience due to generation.
So your answer would be you don't know.
Again, I've not studied it, so I do not know off the top of my head.
LG&E KU had a loss of load event due to generation shortages during Winter Storm Elliott, correct?
Yes, we did. We've talked about that at length.
Okay, so in the RTO study, could you please refer to page 66 of that May updated RTO study?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, so the study notes that, quote, PJM currently has an installed reserve margin IRM target of 14.8%. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so the study says specifically, quote, PJM currently has an installed reserve margin IRM target of 14.8% and historically has been well overbuilt with reserve margins of over 30%. The excess generation capacity is caused in large part by slow demand growth in recent years, growth of new natural gas generation and renewables relative to retirements, and the growth of demand-side resources. Correct?
That's what the document says.
And it further states, quote, on a localized basis, resources are more concentrated in western PJM, while many of the load centers are further east. Correct?
That's what the document says.
So a couple points to highlight here. PJM is planning for a 1 in 10 reliability margin, or reliability metric, and it is still planning for a significantly lower reserve margin than the companies, correct?
Again, yeah, I would agree with that. In terms of minimums, go ahead.
And the company's own consultants view PJM as, quote, historically well overbuilt with, quote, excess generation capacity, correct?
That's what that says, but I also would point out, as I said in my rebuttal testimony, PJM itself spoke to Joint Legislative Committee on Energy expressing great concerns about the continuation of that perspective.
Okay.
So that's not, where we are today is not where they're concerned about they're going to be by the end of this decade.
You are reading my mind, Mr. Sinclair, because that presentation is where I wanted to go next.
Perfect.
So if you take a look at your rebuttal exhibit that's marked DSS-3.
Okay.
This is a presentation that a PJM official gave to the Kentucky Legislature's Interim Joint Committee on Natural Resources and Energy, correct?
Yes.
Could you please turn to slide 6?
Is this the one where it says PJM existing installed capacity?
No, value proposition.
Oh, got it, okay.
Okay. So this slide summarizes the value that PJM delivers for its members, correct?
Yes.
And these figures are in annual terms, correct?
Yes.
So this is the value of benefits each year, correct?
That PJM believes it's providing to its members, yes.
Do you see where it says generation investment?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so generation investment, generally speaking, includes planning for a lower reserve margin because of the benefits of pooling resource adequacy among utilities, correct?
I have not looked at the numbers that underlie this particular slide, and I don't believe in the presentation that Mr. Hawk discussed the mechanics of this. So I'm not sure the source of any of the numbers on this table.
Okay, so just to back up a little bit, you agree that in general, RTO membership delivers the benefit of planning for a lower reserve margin because of the benefits of pooling resource adequacy among utilities, correct?
Yeah, that is a key part of the value proposition that this title talks about.
Okay. So this slide also notes energy production costs, correct?
Yes.
And so generally speaking, RTO membership includes delivering lower energy costs to members by calling on the lowest cost resources first across the footprint. Is that correct?
They do exactly what we do in the same way. They dispatch lowest cost first, sure.
And they're across a broader footprint with a broader pool of resources, correct?
It may be more, but it doesn't mean they're lower cost, of energy, but per megawatt hour, but it's certainly a bigger number of resources.
A broader, yeah. Okay, so please turn to slide 11. And this is the slide showing PJM's projected retirements.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a projection of possibly 40 gigawatts of retirements by 2030, correct?
Yes.
And so far, less than 15 gigawatts of such retirements are actually announced, correct?
That would be the pink line at the top, pink bar at the top up there. It says announced, oh, I take that back. What's the pink represent? I think I'm not sure, now that I look at this slide, I'm not sure he'd explain the difference between the black part of that 2022 and then the announced. I think those may have been retirements that were announced in 2022, and the black is what actually retired in 2022.
So the sum of the black and the pink in any event is certainly less than 15 gigawatts, correct?
Sure, it looks like it's about 12 and a half or 13.
Okay. So please turn to slide 8, the slide that shows the current PJM interconnection queue.
Yes.
There are 24 gigawatts of gas in the interconnection queue based on this slide, correct?
Yes.
And again, PJM is projecting possible 40 gigawatts of thermal retirements with only less than 15 gigawatts confirmed, correct?
Yes.
And that already proposed 24 gigawatts of gas alone is equal to 60% of 40 gigawatts of retirements, correct?
What was your comparison? I'm sorry.
24 gigawatts is 60%, 24 gigawatts of gas is 60% of 40 gigawatts of retirements.
Yeah, that math, if subject to check, sounds about right. And again, I don't want to disrupt you too much here, but one of Mr. Hawk's key points is the paucity of generation that makes it through their queue that actually gets built. And so the question he was really raising, and the purpose of this slide, was to say we have a lot of generation in queue to be studied, but he makes the point, I think, that about 48,000 megawatts have actually made it through their process, but only 3 or something actually got built.
And we'll get to that.
So I think that's the question. This is in the queue, but what gets built is different.
So there are 34 gigawatts of battery storage in the PJM queue, correct?
That's what this says.
And batteries can be dispatched much more quickly than bringing a coal resource online, correct?
Assuming it's charged, it can be, yes.
Mm-hmm. And the PJM queue has 150 gigawatts nameplate of solar, correct?
I'm sorry, where 150? Oh, that's the, yes, okay.
And 40 gigawatts nameplate of wind, correct?
That's, yes, got it.
And so we just discussed that not every project in the queue is necessarily going to get built. But regardless, there is far more nameplate capacity in the PJM queue than PJM's projection of potential retirements, correct?
Yeah, and the key question, the Market Monitor talks about this in a recent report, that I think it's something like 74% of ICAP in PJM depends solely upon PJM revenues to keep it going. And so the question really is, these things are in queue, do they have a offtake agreement, or are they going to depend upon market revenues? And so, you know, the ability to finance, I think Mr. Schramm talked about that, the ability to finance is going to be a real function. And Mr. Hawk mentions that in his discussion about his concern about things getting out of their queue and online, are the ability of these developers to get financing for their projects.
And PJM is also undertaking reforms to make its interconnection process move more quickly, correct?
Yes.
And PJM, have you watched, it sounds like you have, but just to confirm, you've watched the entirety of Mr. Hawk's testimony, correct?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall him also emphasizing the importance to PJM of ensuring resource adequacy and reliability, and how PJM is essentially seeking to get ahead of the curve?
Yeah, he's very concerned about it. And the irony here is market prices are basically, you see out of their slide, are telling generators you shouldn't stay open. But yeah, he talks about a supply crunch. So it's a rather odd dichotomy that on the one hand, he's concerned about reliability and plants retiring, but the generators that are existing, basically their market prices are saying, we don't want you to stay here, we want you to shut down. So that is the question that they are struggling with, is how to reform their capacity and energy pricing to the point that people are willing to lend large sums of money to build these projects.
Just let us know. Well, sorry, it's 11:55. We can come back and have some more cross about what Mr. Hawk really meant after lunch. We'll take a recess until 12:45, and you can continue your cross-examination.
Thank you.
back on the record in case number 2022-00402. Ms. Huddleston, would you like to continue your cross-examination?
Your Honors, before I resume my cross, I have an evidentiary or a question about admitting into evidence. So there's been a lot of discussion of Mr. Hawk's testimony before the Kentucky Public Service Commission, which is available online on YouTube from the Kentucky Public Service Commission. I'm happy to circulate the link. The link is also in Mr. Sinclair's testimony, but I would seek to admit that into evidence so that the evidentiary.
Yeah, sorry,
record
just
is
to
clear.
clarify myself, his testimony before the Joint Interim Committee, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And this is pursuant to the link that's in Mr. Sinclair's rebuttal, is that right?
That's correct.
Counselor? Does anyone have an objection?
No objection.
As SC 11, Ms. Huddleston?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll allow that to be SC 11, the testimony of Awesome Hawk before the Interim Joint Committee on Natural Resources and Energy as linked in Mr. Sinclair's rebuttal testimony, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Ms. Huddleston?
Thank you. Mr. Sinclair, I want to switch gears a little bit from discussing the testimony of Mr. Hawk to instead talk about EPA regulations. So there's been a lot of talk in these proceedings about EPA's regulations impact on LG and EKU's plants, correct?
Yes.
And so, for example, the Good Neighbor Rule.
Yes.
And the CASPER requirements that exist irrespective of the Good Neighbor Rule.
Yes.
And the proposed greenhouse gas rules.
Yes.
Are you aware that Kentucky has the lowest penetration of renewable energy or percentage of its energy that comes from renewable energy of any state?
I can't give the exact number, but I know it's very low, and we've been signing contracts trying to change that. But yes, I'm aware that we're relatively low.
So were LG and EKU to pool its resources with other utilities from other states, another benefit to doing so would be to take advantage of other utilities already built renewables and storage, correct?
When we say take advantage, you mean in terms of like claiming renewability, so to speak, like the renewable aspect of the energy, or I'm not sure what you mean by take advantage of.
So the other utilities have renewables and storage that's already built, already available, and so portfolio diversification is an advantage to being plugged into a broader pool of resources, correct?
Well, again, I'm trying to be precise here. I'm not trying to be difficult, but as was talked about previously, you know, renewables come with certain renewable attributes. Because we don't have a renewable portfolio standard in Kentucky, you know, we sell those renewable attributes to others who do have an RPS, and that money goes back to customers. So when you say we take advantage of renewables, again, we don't have an RPS currently in Kentucky, and so I'm not sure if you're saying we could buy renewable energy certificates today if we wanted to, but in fact we do for certain customers. We have a retail program where they want us to buy RECs for them. So again, I'm just trying to be clear because the market price is going to be the market price, and I'm not sure that where you're going with the take advantage concept.
So renewable energy, once renewable energy is bidding into the PJM stack, for example, it's bidding in at a relatively low price often, correct?
Well, given that it dispatches at either zero cost or in some cases negative cost if they're receiving a production tax credit, it certainly has worked, and I think people will acknowledge that, depresses energy prices in RTOs. It creates other challenges that I think PJM talks about themselves in terms of down the road at certain penetration. It creates ramping questions, and other things are going to have to be addressed. So we would part of addressing that issue as well. But I just want to be clear that renewables will perform the same way in our system they perform in PJM. The question is, do we want the renewable attributes or not?
Does PJM have renewables, more renewables that are already built than LG&E KU does?
Well, absolutely. They have more of everything because they're much bigger than we are.
Okay. So I want to shift gears actually a bit more and talk about some of the modeling that you described in your rebuttal testimony. Could you please turn to your rebuttal exhibit DSS-2, Companies Modeling of Intervenor Recommended Portfolios?
Okay.
So please turn to page 8.
Okay.
You modeled a portfolio that you characterized as, quote, SC/JI, correct?
Yes.
Which you characterized as a portfolio put forward by Sierra Club witnesses, correct?
I'm sorry, I kind of lost that last part.
Which you characterized as a portfolio put forward by Sierra Club witnesses, correct?
This is my understanding of their recommendations and their testimony.
So this portfolio, in modeling the portfolio, you started with LG&E KU's proposed portfolio in this case, correct?
Yes.
And subtracted both the Mill Creek and Brown and GCCs, correct?
Yes.
And you made an additional change to that CPCN portfolio, which is you reduced the availability of your existing simple cycle combustion turbines from 25% to 10%, correct?
Well, to be clear, what we did is we didn't reduce their availability, we reduced their ability to generate energy to reflect a more typical CT or combustion turbine dispatch. What we wanted to get at was what we thought and represent what we thought simple cycle CT dispatch would be in an RTO environment. And we knew this portfolio would be very energy deficient. So we didn't want to sort of mask that by assuming simple cycle CTs were going to run at an abnormal amount. So that's why we set that at 10%. That reflects more of the historical experience, the upper end of the historical experience for our simple cycle CTs.
So your thinking was essentially PJM's generation is more efficient at serving energy needs than LG&E KU, so the LG&E KU simple cycle combined turbines won't be needed as much. Is that correct?
No, that's not it at all. It's not about efficiency. It's about saying, you know, if we're going to enter into this world, and this portfolio reflects both PJM and non-PJM in a sense, because it's both Sierra Club and joint interveners reflected very similar portfolios. In fact, Sierra Club had two different witnesses, one in an RTO and one not in an RTO. And so what I'm trying to get at is, again, we want models to reflect reality. And so if we were to go into the RTO, if they truly started dispatching our CTs at 25%, that would say they are very energy deficient, and they're going to want our CTs. And so what we're trying to say is if PGM has a balanced portfolio, then their CTs should not run any different than our CTs would run.
Neither of the Sierra Club witnesses suggested that change, correct?
Sorry, say that again. Sierra Club witness what?
Neither of the Sierra Club witnesses suggested that change, correct?
No, I'll be fair. They didn't say we should set a 10% annual energy limit, but also I don't think they were suggesting that we should join an RTO and lean heavily on simple cycle CTs for very high cost energy.
So you didn't make any other adjustments to the portfolio related to being part of an RTO, is that correct?
I do not believe so. We listed all the assumptions here.
So please refer to page 3 of this attachment.
Okay, I'm at page 3.
And this page discusses the KCA Medine portfolio, correct?
Yes.
Which is what you've termed it, correct?
Yes.
So for this portfolio, you relaxed the combustion turbine operating limits from the 25% in your original CPCN portfolio to complying with air permit limits, correct?
Yes.
So for the Sierra Club portfolio, you tightened the limits. For the KCA portfolio, you relaxed the limits, and the baseline in the original CPCN was 25%. Is that correct?
What we did here, you're right, there's a difference here, and again, it goes back to what's this portfolio trying to represent. as we describe in this portfolio, they are saying we shouldn't do anything. We remain standalone. And in that world, we would do everything we humanly possible could do to keep the lights on. And that means running CTs up into their environmental limits. Despite the fact we do that, we still have a large amount of unserved energy, particularly in the summertime and on peak hours. So again, the point of these exercises throughout this DSS-2 exhibit is to try to illustrate the risk and uncertainties associated with each particular intervener's witnesses, what we interpreted their recommendation to be.
Okay, please turn to table 11, which I believe is on page 9.
Okay?
Okay, so this table shows energy not served in 2028 under the portfolio that's missing the 2 NDCCs modeled in the CPCN and that has the CTs restricted to 10%, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the total unserved energy is roughly 5.2% of your energy requirements in that year, correct?
Yes, that's what it says at the top of that page.
Or in other words, 1,732 gigawatt hours in that year, correct?
Mr. Lovecamp scrolls down. There's a value there. Yes, 1732.7 gigawatt hours.
And the month with the highest amount of unserved energy is April, correct?
Yes, it is.
And April is a shoulder month, correct?
Yes, and that's where we have a lot of maintenance concentrated.
And just to clarify for our viewers at home, what is a shoulder month?
That would be a month that is either not summer or not winter, where load is typically lower because you have more moderate temperatures.
So energy should be relatively cheap to purchase in a shoulder month like April compared to peak demand months, correct?
It can be, but we've also seen historically where April can be a very expensive month because a lot of plants are out on maintenance in April, and particularly late April. If you have a very hot or late April, we've seen very high prices in that time period. So you're right, generally that's going to be the expectation, which is why we do maintenance in that time window. But when the closer you get toward the end of April, the more risk you have if you have an early hot spell to high prices.
Okay, so I want to zoom out a little bit. Under this model, you're left with roughly 1,700 gigawatts of unserved energy for the year you just said. And so one way to make up that 1,700 gigawatt hours, of unserved energy would be to purchase it on the market, correct?
Well, in fact, that's what we say in here, that we used unserved energy as a proxy for energy that would have to be procured from others. So again, I'm not saying that load wouldn't be served all those hours. We're just saying it would not be served by generation owned and controlled by the companies. And so that was our way to use the tools to help us identify that exposure and when that exposure would occur.
So if you were in PJM, purchasing that energy would be operationally straightforward, correct?
Well, again, in PJM, as I state, and everybody, I don't think there's any disagreement about, all load pays market price for energy. So it is all, you're being served by the pool, as well as your own generation that's part of that the pool is dispatching. So, yeah, I'm not saying we wouldn't get served. That's, again, to be clear, this analysis is serving 2 points. One is, inside an RTO, this reflects the amount of energy we'd have to buy from others. Outside an RTO as a standalone entity, this reflects energy we'd absolutely, positively have to get from others.
Could you also get this energy by operating your existing CTs at a higher capacity factor?
Well, again, in the RTO should be dispatching the CTs to meet the pool's needs. So indeed, the CTs would be a resource for the RTO to utilize. I would find it very odd, though, that joining an RTO result in significantly high dispatch of high energy cost resources. That would be an odd outcome, in my opinion.
Were you not in an RTO, that energy, you could make up that energy by operating your existing CTs at a higher capacity factor, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
If you were not in an RTO, you could make up that energy by operating your existing CTs at a higher capacity factor, correct?
We would work hard to do that. Again, it's interesting. Again, if I expect that much energy from the CT, There's been a lot of discussions here about capacity factor on the combined cycles, but historically, the break-even point between simple cycle, combined cycle is between 15 and 20% capacity factor. If you think you're going above 20% consistently, you're going to benefit from the lower heat rate of the combined cycle. If you're going to operate at 10% of the hours or 5% of the hours like a lot of our CTs do today, paying the extra capital cost to get that efficiency is not worth it. So I'm saying if it would be odd to me to go into a situation knowing I got high dispatch on CTs, and instead the better solution would be clearly to invest in lower energy cost resources like we're talking about with the combined cycles.
So setting the combined cycles to one side, if you don't have them as in this portfolio, you might choose between purchases and running your CTs depending on which is cheaper, correct?
Oh, absolutely. That's what we do every day. That's what Mr. Schramm's job is. His team is 24/7 trying to buy power cheaper than we can make it, and when we can sell it for more than we can make it for, that's what we do. And the margin goes back to customers.
Okay, please turn to table 8 on page 6.
Getting whiplash here. Sorry, go ahead. I'm here there. I'm there.
Okay, great. In the column that reflects the company's CPCN portfolio, the proposed NGCCs generate 8.5 million megawatt hours in 2028, correct?
Yes, and this is under the mid-gas price, mid-coal to gas ratio case. Yeah, that's correct.
And that's the same as saying 8,500 gigawatt hours, correct?
Yes.
And half of that is 4,250 gigawatt hours, correct?
Absolutely.
And so, in other words, in 2028, one NGCC produces roughly 4,250 gigawatt hours, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so going back to table 11 on page 9, and I apologize for having you flip back and forth. So we discussed in 2028, there's a 1,700 gigawatt hour shortfall under the company's own modeling, correct?
Yes.
And again, this portfolio is premised on all of the coal retirements that the companies have requested, correct?
Yes, it is.
And so let's say the decision was to cover that shortfall with NGCC energy, as I think you were just discussing. If the companies had only one NGCC and not two, the 4,250 gigawatt hours it would produce would more than cover the 1,700 gigawatt hour shortfall in 2028, correct?
Oh, absolutely. And that's why, if you look at my direct testimony, a lot of the economics in this case are driven by the very low expectations of low-cost energy from the combined cycles to not only replace the energy that's being lost, because in my direct testimony, I think we're losing about 4 million megawatt hours from the units that are being retired. And so what we're seeing, though, is that the energy from that other 4 million megawatt hours is displacing higher cost coal and combined cycle, or higher cost coal and CT energy on the rest of the fleet. So, that's absolutely the case and that's also what results in much bigger CO2 reductions. So in this portfolio, I agree the CTs will run more, but existing coal plants are going to run a lot more too. So that's the thing to keep in mind. That's the trade-off here, is coal will run more because the only thing left to run on the gas side are the simple cycle CTs, and absent relatively low gas prices around $2, the coal plants are likely to displace or not, be cheaper than the simple cycle CTs. So that's why we say up front, this portfolio proposed is not only lower energy costs, but also does a lot to reduce CO2 emissions because it's displacing coal generation, otherwise would create higher CO2 emissions.
So the 8,500 gigawatt hours from two NGCCs is 5 times the 1,700 gigawatt hour shortfall under the company's own modeling if the companies retired all the coal plants, limited the CTs, and had the solar and the battery, correct?
Yeah, if all you care about is a megawatt, you don't care what the megawatt hour costs, that's perfectly fine math.
Okay. So please turn to table 2 in your rebuttal testimony on page 1, or in this exhibit on page 1.
So to be clear, I'm on the right spot, or that Mr. Lovecamp's on the right spot. It's table 2, it says incremental PVR.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I think we're in the right spot.
All right, let me make sure I myself am on the right spot too. Yes. Okay, so this table models several portfolios that are described as the KIUC portfolios, correct?
Yes.
And this includes modeling a portfolio that operates Gent 2 in the non-ozone season from 2028 to 2035, correct?
That is KIUC-03? Is that the portfolio you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes.
And please refer to page 12, lines 4 through 7 of your rebuttal testimony.
You stay here. It starts with regard to Gent Unit 2? Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so you state, with regard to Gent Unit 2, the PVRR impact of operating the unit in just the non-ozone season through 2034 will always increase the PVRR regardless of the fuel price scenario and CTG ratio, correct?
Right, and that's when you're looking at table 2 there, that's the bottom row, it starts 57, 47, 33, et cetera. Those numbers all being positive means they're increasing revenue requirements by doing that.
So in other words, retiring Gent Unit 2 rather than operating it in just the non-ozone season will save customers money already under the modeling that LG&E KU has provided, correct?
Correct, and that's why our filing recommends that.
And I believe, Mr. Sinclair, you said that you were present on Friday for the cross-examination of Mr. Ember, correct?
Yes.
And I think you used the word, quote, litany of environmental compliance issues associated with operating Gent 2 beyond its proposed retirement date. Is that correct?
Yes, there were a lot of NOx regulations and other things discussed.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Ember stating that the regional haze program could require lower NOx emissions limits year-round and not just in ozone season?
Yes.
Does the portfolio in Table 2, so the portfolio we just discussed, that operates Gent 2 in the non-ozone season from 2028 to 2035, model any costs associated with non-ozone season NOx emissions reductions?
Only to the extent there's the annual NOx program as allowances associated with it. Those are relatively inexpensive is my recollection, but that would be the only impact of non-ozone season NOx on these numbers.
So it doesn't factor in lower NOx emissions limits set by the regional haze program, correct?
And I think Mr. Ember said we have not implemented any plan to address anything that might be required under that. So yeah, this doesn't look at other regulations.
So do you recall Mr. Ember discussing the current proposed rule updating the ELG requirements and that if it is finalized as proposed, it would impose additional requirements on Gent 2?
Yes, I do.
Were any costs associated with those additional requirements included in this modeling?
No, I mean, we were very clear, I think, that the only thing we changed here was just allowing the unit to run in the non-ozone season. We didn't look at incremental environmental compliance.
And do you recall extensive discussion on Friday of the proposed 111D rule?
Yes.
If the 111D rule is finalized as proposed and the companies do not install an SCR on Gent, the companies would need to accept a 20% capacity factor limit after January 1st, 2030 in order to operate Gent beyond December 31st, 2024, correct?
Well, that's one of the options. You could retire the unit at the end of 2031. Mm-hmm. You have to make, my understanding, make an election prior to 2030 of what you're going to do. The other alternative, which we've discussed in some of our modeling around the 111 issue, has been assuming you install carbon capture by January 1, 2030. Mm-hmm. That would capture 90% of the emissions, in which case you could operate it much beyond 2040. You could also install gas and operate that through 2040 as a co-fire like 40%. So, but this analysis, I think we're being very clear, we did not delve into the greenhouse gas issue.
So you did not model any aspect of the rule in any way that you've just described. You did not model, yeah, I'll just leave it there.
No, I think we were very clear. On this analysis, we were not looking at greenhouse gas issues. I think we've been very clear through all the analysis that any greenhouse gas issues are quite detrimental to all coal generating units.
Have you all done a new source review analysis for the turbine overhauls to determine whether a turbine overhaul for Gent 2 would trigger the need to install best available control technology?
We talked about new source review earlier. I know the teams that do maintenance on plants are always mindful of those rules. So I'm sure they will comply with all regulations and requirements to the extent that that would be applicable to any type of maintenance activity.
And if new source review for nitrogen oxides were triggered, you would need to install SCR regardless of the season in which you operate, correct?
Right. And so again, I would say that, again, given that the generation folks are mindful what new source review requirements are, that if they were to purposely do something that would trigger new source review, that would incorporate, the analysis would incorporate all the costs associated with new source review. So the point is, we're not going to make a uninformed decision about how we maintain our plants.
But that is not included here in the modeling for keeping Gen 2 open, correct?
Right. We've not assumed that we would do something that would violate regulations and trigger some other type of investment.
Are there any other, so we've discussed regional haze, 111D, ELG rule, possible SCR for new source review for nitrogen oxides. Are there any other environmental compliance costs that you can think of for in the future as potential risks for Gent 2 that were not modeled?
Not modeled in this particular situation?
In this portfolio. We're not included in this portfolio.
I cannot, sitting here today, think of anything off the top of my head. That's a pretty long list. But I know EPA is constantly working on new items, so that doesn't mean that Mr. Ember, who's much more closely to this than I am, couldn't come up with something.
So each of these environmental compliance costs or limits points directionally towards saving customers money to retiring Gent 2 rather than operating it during non-ozone season. In other words, that retiring Gent 2, these are all additional potential costs that point directionally toward retirement rather than continued operation, correct?
Right, which is, as we stated very clearly up front, our objective function is to provide reliable service at lowest reasonable cost, which is, based on all the analysis we've done, both when this case began and during the course of this case, lead us that economically it makes the most sense to retire Gent Unit 2 once, assuming Mill Creek 12 and, or sorry, Mill Creek 5 and Brown 12 and all the solar situation, solar PPAs and other things are built. We break that assumption, then I'm not sure what the answer is going to be to that question. But if we get what we've suggested, or the customers get what we suggest, there will be no economic reason to continue to operate this.
So please look at Table 9 in your exhibit that has all the different portfolios. I want to say it's DSS-2.
Okay.
Okay, and so Table 9 is titled Forecasted Incremental Capital Investment to Extend Life of Proposed Coal Retirements to 2030, correct?
Yes.
Were any of the costs that we've just been discussing included in this table for Gent 2?
Yes, and to be clear, I'm going to say this is extend life in the context of this particular case. To the extent that's a term of art under the Clean Air Act, I'm not suggesting that that is the criteria we're looking at here. But yes, these are exactly the costs. Then we looked at all the present value that would have to be incurred by year as we move through time for each of these units to continue to operate them to 2030.
Okay, so you also mentioned earlier CCS, and so I want to pick up on that comment. So if the companies were planning to operate Gent 2 beyond 2040 under the proposed 111D rule, the companies would need to install CCS by 2030, correct?
It would have to install it, and it would have to capture 90% of CO2 emissions.
Did you include that cost in the SCR on Gent 2 scenario?
No, again, this is merely, again, all this analysis that we're doing here under DSS 2 is ignoring all CO2 cases. It's simply looking at the different fuel price cases and the different options that we've discussed in here regarding the different intervener, as I interpret their proposals.
And you had some conversation with the attorney for Kentucky Coal Association earlier about CCS, and I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. So it's possible that installing CCS by 2030 at Gent 2 will not be operationally feasible, correct?
I think there, if I say it this way, based on all the uncertainties around where one would put the carbon, how the pipeline constructions, et cetera, and I think this is going to be some of the comments that the company's made regarding the 111 rules as amount of the time required, we would have to be getting going pronto on making that happen by January 1, 2030.
And the companies have previously determined that there's no nearby feasible storage, correct?
Yes, we participated along with Kentucky Geological Survey a number of years ago to look at different formations in the state of Kentucky, particularly near our assets. That study, which I don't recall exactly the date on, identified different volumes near our locations, and none of them had the potential volume, at least based on that study, that would be 10 years worth of emissions like we're talking about here. So we would have to be looking at other locations in other states to pipelines, et cetera.
And it's at best uncertain whether any CCS pipeline would be available to Gent 2 by 2030, correct?
Absolutely. And when you look at our response to the different PSC 5-2 in particular, I believe we make that point very clear that in order to believe that going down an SCR route for Gent 2, one, you have to believe that carbon capture can be done at a net cost of $85 a ton to cover the 45Q, and you have to believe it can be implemented by January 1, 2030. And we think those are both questionable, let's say.
So shifting gears, but staying with Gent 2, the companies would need to seek a CPCN to add an SCR with respect to Gent 2, correct?
That's my understanding.
And the companies would additionally need to meet all other environmental compliance requirements for Gent 2, correct?
Well, absolutely. We can't operate the plant outside of environmental regulations.
And as I believe we've discussed, the companies did not include the cost of compliance with other environmental compliance requirements, specifically the ELG Rule 111, proposed 111D, potential regional haze compliance with respect to Gent 2 in the Gent 2 SCR analysis, correct?
Yeah, we didn't include that for any of the coal units at issue, so Gent 2 is not unique in that regard, but you're right, we didn't include any of those incremental items. The focus was Good Neighbor Plan and Brown 3's major maintenance coming up.
And I believe you said this already, environmental compliance regulations have become more stringent on coal plants like Gent 2 over the past 20 years, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Sinclair, have you ever heard the phrase, hope is not a strategy?
I say that all the time.
And so hoping that the tide will turn on coal environmental compliance regulations is not a strategy to keep costs down for ratepayers, correct?
Yeah, my group does not deal in hope. We deal in data and analytics, and so the data and analytics led us to the recommendations that we have in this case.
And then I just have a couple more small sets of questions. With respect to retiring the 4 coal units, retiring them would benefit air quality, correct?
Yes.
And retiring Mill Creek 1 and 2 would contribute to ozone attainment for the Louisville area, correct?
Yes.
Better air quality has public health benefits, correct?
Yes.
And those public health benefits also have economic benefits, correct?
That's where things get harder to measure, but there are folks who try to make those estimates, yes.
So for example, public health, better air quality decreases emergency room visits due to asthma, for example, correct?
It can.
Okay, so LG&E KU did not attempt to quantify the public health benefits of retiring the 4 coal plants at issue in this litigation, correct?
No, in fact, we've never looked at outside of the revenue requirements required that comply with regulations, any types of things like that, because the regulations, in our belief, are designed to address the things you're concerned about. And so when regulators set those standards, they are considering those kind of things. And so our focus is on complying with the regulations set through that type of process.
So LG&E KU did not attempt to quantify the economic benefits of public health benefits of retiring coal plants in this litigation, correct?
I thought that's what I just said, that we always focus on revenue requirements, and that we let the air and water regulators focus on those health benefits to set the standards that then we must comply with.
I guess what I'm saying is one more sort of layer on top of that. So you told me you did not attempt to quantify the public health benefits, and I'm asking, you did not attempt to quantify the economic benefits of any public health benefits either, correct?
Right, I think we're going to keep going in circles here, but again, our focus is on present value revenue requirements. That's our charge as a regulated utility. I recognize there's going to be health implications. The parties charged with setting health standards set those standards considering the costs and benefits of those standards, and then we comply with those standards.
Directionally speaking, the health benefits of retiring coal plants would be economic benefits as well, correct?
Your Honor, I object.
Yeah, I think this has been answered.
Okay. And I'll move on. Okay, so you discussed in your rebuttal testimony that the companies previously received a CPCN to install an SCR on Gent 2, but canceled the project, correct?
Yes.
And the companies have an obligation to consider the prudence of a CPCN construction project on an ongoing basis, even after a CPCN has been issued, correct?
Yes, and we have a long history of doing that.
Okay. So I want to focus on a graph on page 80 of your testimony, your rebuttal testimony. And the graph is titled Daily Megawatt Hours Lost, Annual Averages, and Cold Weather Event Days.
Okay.
Okay, so this graph of daily megawatt hours lost is out of how many megawatt hours total for the company per day on average?
Well, again, that's going to vary by season, but since this is an annual number, if I'm allowed to use a quick calculator, we'd take about 31 million megawatt hours divided by 365 would give you daily megawatt hours on average. Now, again, it varies. Today it'll be a little bit higher, and April shoulder months will be lower.
Okay. And what does this title, megawatt hours lost, mean?
Okay. So megawatt hours lost means we're going to take units that were derated, forced out, or that we took out on maintenance outage, and we're going to add up how much energy could have been produced by those units in that day.
And does a maintenance outage include planned outages, or are those distinct from maintenance outages?
Well, let's be clear. Planned, maintenance outages are certainly planned. Planned outages, as we're using it in this term here, is going to be the kind of seasonal spring, fall, 6, 8 week, 2 week outages that we plan to have on a multi-year forward basis. A maintenance outage says that there's something going on at the unit that we need to fix. And so when can we fix it? So for example, this past weekend, we took Gent 1 off about 10 o'clock Saturday night because they had an issue they wanted to deal with. They worked on it all night long and refired the unit sometime Sunday afternoon, and we're back to full load Sunday night. So that way they could be ready to meet load this week when, one, loads are higher on the weekends, and two, we're expecting a little bit hotter weather later this week. So that's an example of a maintenance outage where we're saying the unit Mr. Schramm's team talks to the plants. They tell them if they've got any issues going on, kind of like you're driving your car, you hear a knocking sound or something, something's not sounding right, and we know we need to get this fixed, so when can we fix it before it breaks?
So, would it be possible, perhaps in a post-hearing data request, because I think it would be really remarkable if you could do this right now, to get sort of maintenance outages and forced outages broken down? Does the company keep those statistics separately?
Yeah, we have that data, as far as I know. And so when you say broken down, all the way back to 2014? Or when you say, what do you mean by how much data are you looking for here?
I think a similar graph, but you could imagine with maintenance outages versus forced outages, like the same graph.
Right. And I mean, we can certainly pull that out. And I think that's one of the things that, when we put this graph together, it illustrates sort of the thinking that goes into the system, just like that example I gave over the weekend. The prior weekend, knowing that last week was going to be hot, we had 2 units that we wanted to do some things on that we took down Friday or Saturday to get those things fixed and ready to roll, so that way Monday when it gets hot, we're not going to have those problems. So maintenance outage planning and coordination is extremely important activity to make sure plants are ready to work when customers need them.
And I just have 1 or 2 more questions for you, and specifically related to the discussion you had with the KCA attorney about the Winter Storm Elliott events. So were you here when I discussed with Mr. Villar how Trimble County 1, 370 megawatts were offline for reasons unrelated to the cold?
Yes.
And Brown 3 had a 62 megawatt derate for reasons unrelated to the cold.
Yes.
And Trimble County 2 had a 269 megawatt derate due to cold weather.
There were some issues that cold weather affected its operations, yes.
And Mill Creek 4 had a 121 megawatt derate due to cold weather.
Yes, in fact, that's an example where the issue there was something, I'll say it's rather simple, it's rather embarrassing, but that was a case they left a door open that was nearby the equipment that ended up freezing. And so I'm sure you can imagine being inside a coal plant, it can get very hot when it's operating, so sometimes they leave doors open. But unfortunately, that doesn't work when it's below zero. So I'm sure the plant will already take actions to make sure they do not leave doors open in the future when it's below zero.
So altogether, that's 822 megawatts, correct?
I know that math has been done many times, so subject to check, I'll take your word for it.
Okay, and you said earlier 4,600 megawatts total of coal generation, correct?
Yes.
And so 822 megawatts out of 4,600 would be roughly 17 to 18% offline, correct?
On that day, yes.
And so I think one key question is whether this is typical for a winter day, or whether this is greater than normal for coal plants on a winter day.
I think you'd say, I mean, the chart we're looking at right now indicates that was a bit higher than previous experience, right? So you look at the green dots, so that takes away the gas pressure issues. And to my knowledge, we didn't have much in the way of gas units. We had one of the smaller Hayfling units had some issues. So that shows you that number, lost megawatt hours, was north of 6,000, probably closer to 7,000. Contrast that to, the polar vortex experiences and the 2915 and 219 and 220, 2015 data. One data point that's not on here, only because it really wasn't as cold, is the 2021 Winter Storm Uri. We had temperatures here that were in the single digits for a while, but did not get below zero. And that's an example where I talked earlier this morning with the Coal Association about how, the portfolio is naturally long energy as prices rise, gas prices rise, electricity prices rise. So that's why I made the statement that we were able to sell a lot of power off system during that week. And that's because the units performed extraordinarily well during that week. Not extraordinary, but very well during that week.
And I just wanted to clarify that statement. When, on December 23rd, were you selling power? And at what point on December 23rd or prior to December 23rd did the company stop selling power?
I don't have the exact timing, but we were selling power, we can get you a post-hearing data request, the exact hour-by-hour data, but we were selling power through the night on the 23rd because we didn't have pressure issues until 10, 11 o'clock that morning was when it started to show up. And so, you know, like I said earlier with the Coal Association attorney, that, you know, we were setting up to have a very productive day for customers in the off system sales market. And if it wasn't for that gas pressure, we would have, I think, had that day.
And I guess my point of confusion was there was a statement that we talked about with Mr. Bilar, Mr. Schramm, that at 9 a.m. on December 23rd, LG&EKU, I guess it was written as LKE, there was a curtailable service rider. Mm-hmm. And so were the companies still selling power at that time?
No, because under the curtailable service rider tariff, there are two things off the top of my head that have to be true to curtail the major accounts that are on that tariff. One, we have to have all units committed, and two, we have to be curtailing off-system sales, is my recollection.
Okay.
And so, like I said, I don't remember the exact time we stopped. It was before, actually, we can give you the exact data, before we got to the pressure issues.
Great. Thank you so much. No further questions, Your Honor.
That's what Mr. Smarr's getting ready. Mr. Sinclair, you still have that page up from your testimony? The
Page 80 or whatever it was?
yeah, page 80, I think, that has that chart.
Yes, I do.
Just so I have an appreciation, is the annual? It's an 8-year period there, right, from 14 to 22.
Yes.
Is that happenstance, or is that fairly reflective of the 8-year overhaul cycle that most of your coal generators are on?
I think we went back to 2014 because the focus of this rebuttal was on winter weather.
Yeah.
And I think one of the first events that really got people's attention in the wintertime was the 2014 polar vortex. So that was the reason to go back to 2014 for this particular exhibit.
Are the annual data points that are shown there on the blue line, do you think that they're a reflection of, do you think they have any correlation or any relationship to the 8-year cycle that most of your generation is on?
Well, all the units are on that roughly 8-year cycle, but they're not on exactly the same 8 years, I'm sure you can appreciate. So you have different vintages, so to speak. I think what you see in that decline there, and I was just flipping, we had used earlier the RTO study, there's a chart in there that shows the company's historical forced outage rate. I'm trying to find it here for you real quick. That matches very much that same trend. And shoot, it's toward the end if I remember right. I don't know if Rick, if you can find it. Here it is. It's figure 4 in the page 31 of the RTO study. It shows the equivalent forced outage rates for the LG and KU units versus reliability first, which is mainly the area that covers PJM. You know, our fleet has consistent been in the top quartile or currently top decile of units availability in terms of low forced outage rates. And so the decline you see here in that blue line, I think, is reflective of similarly the decline in the black line, which shows the LG&E rolling 12-month average on E4. There's some very specific things that the plants did in that window. You know, the plants have very detailed information, all the equipment. They understand why outages are occurring. Every forced outage has a root cause analysis associated with it. And a number of years ago, they were focusing a lot on boiler tubes. They were seeing a lot of boiler tube outages. And so they had a very aggressive program to inspect and replace potentially faulty boiler tubes, which resulted in part in that decline, in that number of lost days you're talking about, because boiler tubes have a tendency to fail, and they fail suddenly, and which is not a good thing. And so both safety-wise as well as from a dispatch perspective. So there are some very specific things that the companies have looked at over the years that they know cause outages, and they know to focus on maintenance on. And then the last point I would make is, cold weather per se doesn't really cause outages. It exposes problems that are otherwise going to be there. So to the extent that our forced outage rate is very low all year, the chance we're going to have a forced outage on a very cold day is also reduced. And so like I said, you look at that chart in the RTO study and you see how much higher reliably forced outage rates are for steam units. It's not surprising to me that in part, cold weather is going to highlight poor performances occurring in the rest of the year as well.
So two things jumped out at me and I'll forget it, so I'm going to ask it now. Sorry, Mr. Smart. I look forward to the response to the post-hearing data request that's going to be asked, because my question about outages is, do you think that blue line is a reflection of forced outages or maintenance outages? Because I could envision a scenario, for instance, that the largest units just so happen, you had more megawatts out for maintenance, maybe because of the bigger units or whatever, maybe in 14 and 15, maybe even 16, and since then, like take Brown, for instance. If you used to take Brown off at 600 megawatts, now you're taking Brown off in a particular year to do an 8-year overhaul, you're only taking 400 megawatts or approximately 400 megawatts off. So do you think that those hours missed, or whatever the title is, are a reflection of do you think that's in line with maintenance hours, or do you think that's to your response a second ago, driven by forced outage hours?
I think the decline in time is due to improved maintenance and targeted maintenance to reduce the risk of outages, period. And so to the extent you're doing the work on a regular planned outage basis, you have less need to do them on a maintenance outage basis, right? And so I think it's more the case that it's not a matter of size of the units, because if you just take the simple math at the early years era, that's roughly 500 megawatts an hour, right? And so now we're down to 333 megawatts an hour. So we don't have a lot of megawatts out on average anyway, right, on an hourly basis.
Well, that was going to be the second question. Do you think that's also possibly a reflection of that unique position you found yourself in? Mr. Beller was talking about the last 5 years approximately, where you had the municipals terminate, you've been able to retire Brown 1 and Brown 2 without replacement generation. Senate before were expecting to be able to retire Mill Creek 1 without replacement generation, that you all were, I think you used the term long earlier, that you all had maybe a little more breathing room there where you weren't calling on units as often in extreme times, and you had that flexibility. Do you think that reflected in a reduction of E4D rates across the generation?
Well, a couple thoughts come to mind quickly. As you know, Brown 1 and 2, one was built in like 57, the other one was built in 62. There's a reason why those units got retired, even though they're smaller. Those are units you're more likely to have problems with. So if anything, removing them would certainly help in the lost megawatt hours, right? But I think when you look at it overall, I think it's more of a case of the efforts that reduced overall forced outage risk, right? So if overall forced outage rate's declining, it's definitely going to be showing up in this lost megawatt hour calculation as well. So I think it's a conscious effort on the part of the plants. I think this year, right, year to date, we're like a 1.1% forced outage rate. So outstanding performance. That's going to reduce the need for maintenance outages. It's going to reduce the need for certainly forced outages.
Well, and then finally, I guess it just came to mind that the unit that you all run the most, or at least over the last couple of years, has been at the top of the dispatch stack, is your all's newest power plant, right?
Sure. Cane Run 7 is, like I said, been over the course of time our highest capacity factor unit. Trimble County 2, also a newer unit which runs at a higher capacity factor. Again, part of that newness also is they're also more economic because they're newer, right? And so the rest of the coal fleet was built in a relatively tight window, of time. So, again, they have some new systems on them. When we rebuilt the FGDs at Mill Creek. So again, new equipment definitely has less problems than old equipment.
Yeah, I was going to ask how much of Brown 1 was from 1956, right? At some point, you have to upgrade things. Okay.
Right.
Mr. Smart?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Sinclair.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you to start by turning to page 7 of your exhibit DSS2, which we were talking about earlier. rebuttal.
Okay.
To the DSS2. And on that page, at the bottom, there's a section, battery dispatch potential, where you do a calculation, and in that calculation, you make an assumption of 5 cycles per week for the battery system, right?
Yes.
What's your basis for making that assumption?
The assumption was that there would perhaps be enough of a spread between on and off peak prices during the week. Our load is higher during the week, so it creates better potential for spread. And so we thought 5 was, for illustration here, a plausible assumption. I would also point out that, you look at battery warranties, I mean, they kind of assume kind of a 1 cycle per day, operation. So it was just meant to be illustrative of, what would be a potential cycle.
Would that be your expectation for the average operating performance of the battery system?
Well, I think this goes back to, why we want, one of the reasons why we want this is to better understand their operating characteristics. In this kind of mode here, the assumption is we're largely in I'll call it energy swap mode, right? We're going to charge it off peak and lower prices, discharge it on peak at higher prices. The beauty of how we're thinking about designing this is we could split this battery up and operate part of it on what they call automated generation control, so it's going to do some load following in real time. There's some operational potential where we just not discharge it much at all, and we're going to keep it for our operating reserves. So instead of if we have an unexpected event occur, hitting a start button on a CT that comes online in 10 minutes, it costs money to start a CT, causes wear and tear. So what we're trying to do in part with this project is to really understand these different use cases for batteries, because they do have a lot of different use cases. And so, like I said, this is kind of illustrating a more of an energy storage and discharge approach rather than more of some of the other approaches I talked about here.
So do I understand you correctly that as you sit here today, you don't necessarily have an opinion as to the average performance time of the battery system, that it's going to depend on the use cases that you mentioned and which one you decide to pursue?
Right, so as Mr. Wilson probably discussed, we modeled it in ProSim and in Plexos as an energy storage resource, right? So it's looking for that on-off peak energy price spread to take advantage of. And all I'm saying is that's a use case, but there are others, and we really want to explore those and see where we can get the most value, because at the end of the day, we want to get the most value out of this asset for customers.
The assumption there of 5 cycles per week, and that's a full set of 4 hours per day for each of those 5 days. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
That's equivalent to about a 12% capacity factor. Is that right?
I hadn't really thought about it, but if you want me to calculate it, I can.
Well, I won't ask you to do the math, but would you agree that it would be 4 hours per day, 5 days per week, times 52 weeks, and then divide by 8,760 hours to get the capacity factor? Does that sound right?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you about the company's primary combustion turbines. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yes.
So which units would those be?
Those would be all of the Trimble County CTs. So that's what, there's 6 of those, so it's 5 through 11. There are 7 of those machines at Brown. They're different technology. The ones at Trimble County are GE F-frame machines. 2 of the Brown machines are GT24s that are a little bit bigger in size. The other machines are 11N2s, a little bit smaller in size, a little bit higher heat rate. And then we have Patty's Run Unit 13, which is a Siemens machine that's comparable in size to Brown 6 and 7, the GT24s, and the Trimble County CTs.
Focusing in on Trimble, do you know how often Trimble County Unit 5 typically starts each year?
Well, we know exactly how much starts. I just don't know that number off the top of my head. And recognize, too, is that when we operate the Trimble CTs, we typically let the plant make a decision on which machine comes on. They're all hooked to the same pipe, and so they're looking at optimizing the maintenance and start times on them to manage their maintenance schedules. So, but we can certainly get you, if that's important, data on the starts for each of the machines historically.
Sure, thank you. I also wanted to ask, is the EPA has a Clean Air Markets database? Are you familiar with that?
Sorry?
A Clean Air Markets database from EPA?
I'm not personally familiar with that phraseology, but maybe maybe I knew it by something else, so.
But it's a database that, as I understand it, is based off of emissions monitoring reports that the company generates and reports to EPA. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not involved in environmental reporting. That's Mr. Ember's strong point. So I'm not really into those kind of details.
I think we'll follow up on this point post-hearing. I wanted to go back to something you said earlier. I think you were referencing Mr. Wilson's testimony in this case, and in particular, the testimony around the validation of modeling, of ProSim and Flexos. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes, I remember that.
And I believe you used a phrase along the lines of, we need to calibrate the models to the real world.
Yes.
With respect to the ProSim modeling that was done for this case, and that is, as I understand it, some of which the results are reflected in the exhibit we were just discussing, right? Exhibit DSS2 reflects results of ProSim modeling. Is that right?
Yes, DSS2 was prepared using just ProSim. Because again, we weren't looking for the best portfolios. That's what we used Plexos for. We already knew the portfolios. We were just modeling the energy implications.
So with respect to that ProSim modeling, what steps did the companies take to validate that modeling?
Okay, so let me be clear what I mean validate. One of the ways we do that is we literally give the model actual load, actual unit availability, actual transmission constraints, actual electricity prices, and we run the model. And then we compare those results to what Mr. Schramm's team did. And so, again, all of our modeling around is designed, and particularly in these kind of cases, to reflect the real-world decisions we're going to have to make. And so, ideally, the dispatch model, even though it has perfect information, Mr. Schramm's team did not have perfect information. Given perfect information, how close did it come to the actual dispatch of the system? So we do that on a regular basis. I used to require them to have a monthly metrics meeting with my team. I used to require them to do it every month for many years. And it got to the point it was not showing much deviation between actuals and models, so we stopped doing it every month in that metrics meeting. They continue to do it periodically. So that's what we mean by validation. So given that we've calibrated and validated the model, we have a lot more confidence then that when we give it forecasted data, that the results will approximate what would happen in the real world when Mr. Schramm's power supply team gets handed that situation to deal with in real time.
And so for this case, do you go through a process with the ProSim modeling for things like gas price forecasts, for inputs like that as they change? Do you go in and validate them in terms of looking at the results and determining whether they track with your expectations of what the real world would show? Right,
that's part of that process I talked about. So we give it actual gas prices, actual coal prices, et cetera. And again, we're testing, part of what Mr. Schramm's team does is manual, but part of it, as he described, is on computer. So the computer energy management system has the heat rate curves of all the units, it has the fuel prices, and it is doing in real time every few seconds moving units to get the least cost dispatch. So in this case, our model is not moving every few seconds in ProSim, it's moving every hour. So it's trying to then approximate what that computer system is doing in real time. So to confirm that, what we'll do is the analyst will look at the output of these runs. He will look at, or she will look at, the capacity factor on different units. They'll look at the dispatch and say, does that fit, based on their experience, with what happens in the real world? So this is one of those things, as I was trying to say before, it's a lot easier to model your own system because you have a long experience with your own system. You know what happens and doesn't happen. So it helps you better understand what makes sense and doesn't make sense. So from a forecast perspective, that's how we would validate this. We review the data and look for things that don't look quite right, and then ask ourselves, if it doesn't look quite right, why is that? Did we make a mistake? Is there something unusual going on in the model? And then we hone in on that to see what we can do if it needs to be changed, or maybe that's just the real explanation for what's going on here.
Did the version of ProSim that you used for this case include transmission constraints?
In this case, ProSim, we did not turn on the off-system sales market and purchase market. When we do analysis like this, we are not suggesting that customers ought to bet on future off-system prices. So ProSim, for this purpose, did not run looking at external electricity price transactions.
Would you agree that ProSim's function as a production costing model is primarily to accurately dispatch generators? That's the goal of running the model?
Yes, it's trying to say, given your hourly load curves, given the resources, their characteristics, what's the least cost way? That is its mathematical objective function. What's the least cost way to serve that load, given a set of resources?
Turning back to your exhibit, the rebuttal exhibit, DSS-2, could you turn to page 3 of that exhibit? And there's a table 6 on page 3. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is reflecting, do I understand this to be reflecting that the company did ProSim runs evaluating the company's plan and also a portfolio designed to capture KCA's recommended actions? Is that right?
Right, we didn't have to, we already had the portfolio, the KCA-00, that was already part of the case. So we created KCA-01 based on the assumptions you see here.
KCA-00 is the company's plan, right?
Sorry?
KCA-00 is one of the company's plans?
Yes, yeah. The KCA is just, each of them, the nomenclature the analyst uses to keep track of all the different cases we're running here is the 00 is the base case for that particular intervener's analysis.
And in terms of the analysis that's reported in this exhibit, you did ProSim runs and reported the results for 1 year, for 2028, is that right?
Yes.
Your Honors, I'd like to ask Mr. Sinclair a few questions about his confidential work papers. And I conferred with Mr. Riggs, and I believe they have the file I want to ask about ready, but we'll need to go into confidential session to ask the questions.
So we'll move on to confidential session. Mr. Riggs had asked, well, let's move on and then we'll have a discussion. Sure.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We're back on the, if we can unmute. We're back on the public record in case number 2022-00402. Mr. Smart, you have any additional questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. As discussed just a moment ago, we had a line of questions about Mr. Sinclair's confidential work papers, and in discussions with Mr. Riggs and his team at the break have agreed to resolve those questions through a post-hearing data request.
Okay.
And with that, we have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Grunman, any questions?
Very briefly. Good afternoon, Mr. Sinclair. Carrie Grunman on behalf of Walmart. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Good. Earlier this morning, you had some questions from Mr. Malone with the Kentucky Coal Association regarding the methods for transportation of gas to the proposed NGCCs. Do you recall those questions?
I recall that topic, yes.
And so I want to talk about the topic of transportation of coal to your currently existing coal units. Am I correct to understand that there are two mechanisms by which to transport coal, river and then train?
There are two primary ones that we use, and that is barge and rail. You can move coal by truck. It's much more expensive and slower. And it's pretty rare that we would ever do that. But that we have done that at the Brown site before.
But the two primary methods you used are both barge and then rail, is that correct?
Yes.
And then do all of the existing coal plants have available to them transport of coal by both barge and rail?
No.
Can you identify for me the coal plants that do facilitate both mechanisms of of rail and barge transport?
There is only one of our sites that can receive coal by both barge and rail, and that's the Mill Creek site. And I would say that it could not receive fuel by either of those alone. In other words, it takes both methods to meet the coal burn needs of that site, but that's the only one that has both barge and rail transport capability.
So then your other locations are all subject to one primary form of transport?
Yes, the Trimble County site's on the river and receives all of its coal via barge. And
That's okay. I don't need you to go through all of them.
Okay.
That, for purposes of the record, we have done enough questions that I'm happy to be as quick as possible.
Okay.
And then just to follow up on the question about transporting via vehicle, can I presume that that's something that the company would only undertake in sort of an emergency situation
Yes.
due to the costs involved with transporting via vehicle?
Yes. So, for example, like I said, at Brown, we have had some challenges sometimes with Norfolk Southern Rail and getting reliable service, so we have had to resort to truck transportation there at times.
But do you believe that transporting via truck to be a long-term transportation solution for coal, or is it prohibitively expensive?
It's I don't know if prohibitive is the right word. It's certainly much more expensive and logistically challenging to move coal by truck to our particular site.
Perfect. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Sinclair.
Good afternoon.
Will you turn to your rebuttal exhibit DSS2, page 1 of 10, and let me
Okay.
know when you're there.
Okay.
Okay. This document models what the, among other things, what the incremental cost would be to keep Gent 2 open 7 months out of the year through 2035. Is that correct at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. How many years, through 2035, how many years are we talking? Is this 7 or 8 years?
Well, it's through, and I probably should be, when we're talking years, we should probably use months, but this would be 28 through December 31 of 2034.
28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 3, 7 years?
Yes.
Okay. So, what this shows at the bottom, GH2 non-ozone 2035, the very bottom, that if the commission were to approve your entire portfolio, the 2 natural gas combined cycle plants, the 637 megawatts of purchase power solar, 240 megawatts of company-owned solar, the DSM, and the 125 megawatt battery, if the commission did all that, and they also said, we don't want you to close Gent 2 just yet, and you ran it through 2035, this would be the incremental costs over the 7-year period, which you have here. 57 million in one scenario, 47.33, average of 46, 58, 17, 44, average of 42.
Yes.
Okay. So over that 7-year period, let's use the 46 and the 42. 46 divided by 7 is $6.5 million. So it would be an extra $6.5 million per year on average about. I know that I didn't take into account the discounting, but about $6.5 million per year on average to keep Gent 2 open for that additional 7 years during the 7 non-ozone months.
Yes.
Okay. The company's total retail electric revenues are about 3.2 billion.
That sounds about right. I just, like Mr. Wilson, I don't keep that number in my head.
So this $6.5 million extra cost to keep Gent 2 open for $6.5 million per year to keep Gen 2 open for 7 additional years is about 0.2% of total company revenues.
That sounds about right. I have to do some math, but it's a very small percentage of the total. I agree with that.
Now, I know nobody's in the business to just waste money to keep Gen 2 open unnecessarily, but ratepayers would get something for that extra $6.5 million per year, would they not?
Sure, and I think I may have mentioned it somewhere in here. It creates an option going forward, and options usually cost something to procure. And some options expire in the money, and some options expire out of the money. And so, are there things that could occur that would make that worthwhile? I'm sure there are. Things that occur that make it not worthwhile, that's true as well.
Under this option, under this scenario, it is an option because the companies and the commission could determine to close Gen 2 before 2035 if there were sufficient reasons to do so.
Sure, and we just picked that end of 2034 as an arbitrary date. That's based on its current book life. So we aren't saying that it would have to operate through that time period, and you're correct. We would have the ability to assess the situation at a future date and make that determination.
So under this scenario, there would be an option to spend $126 million in the future to put an SCR on Gent Unit 2 if the economics justified it. Correct.
On a present value basis. And I think, there's some discussion earlier in I forget which attorney asked me about, but Table 9 in that same exhibit that gives you the year-by-year CapEx required to achieve that. And I think when you look at that table, ideally by 26 or 27, we would be making that decision because that's where some big expenditures would have to be made. So you don't necessarily want to keep spending money on this option. It changes because of the nature of the CapEx and its cost to obtain through time.
Okay. If the commission were to approve your application, but say we want to keep Gen 2 open at least for the time being, you could make some sort of annual filing to update the commission on the status of the unit, so to speak?
Well, I'm going to defer to Mr. Conroy on regulatory filings. That's his area of expertise, not mine.
I just want to talk about what ratepayers would get for this extra $6.5 million. There would certainly be extra reliability in the winter because you have 495 megawatts of additional capacity.
Right, so setting aside the environmental discussions we had earlier, this modeling here assumes we're doing maintenance on Gent 2 early in the ozone season when all the other units are needing to operate. And then in the fall, or even the spring, but I'll particularly focus on the fall, when the other units are out for maintenance, then Gent 2 would be there to address that. And I would also add, again, I know our construction team is going to focus on, like they do with all projects, delivering on time and on budget, but we live in a world where construction projects can run into other challenges. So if for some reason there were some delays, for example, in round 12, then it would allow us a resource to deal with that. And again, I don't believe that, what we're proposing here is, a suicide mission, so to speak, to shut down the unit unnecessarily. I think what we're saying is if everything goes well as planned, then that option for other reasons would be there. But as I said before, when you look at how the timeline of money is going on, temporary, at least for a while, it could be, if we ran into issues, a bit of a short-term insurance policy. But that would be another example. But that's a very defined thing that we will know, I think, very soon into this case, or into the next phase of this when we get into construction, whether we run into any issues that would cause problems.
Well, in addition to construction delays, you could have legal challenges against the permits for either of the combined cycle plants that might slow things down. Isn't that a possibility?
Yeah, I didn't mean to limit it just, I use construction in a very broad sense. I should probably say project development, which would encompass everything from permitting to testing of the unit to go commercial.
Okay, so Gen 2 would provide an insurance policy against that as well, permit challenges.
It could. Again, like any insurance policy, they don't come free and you have to pay for the premium.
By the way, Gen 2 in 2022 produced 2.2 million megawatt hours. That's about 7% of the company's total retail load of 31 million.
I'm pretty sure there's a table in my direct testimony, I don't know if it goes through 2022 or not, that shows the amount of energy from Gen 2. Oh, that's just a sum of all of them. There's a table somewhere, I can't recall it off the top of my head, and then a myriad of data that shows the energy by each of the units. I just don't remember where it is.
Okay. In 2022 it was 2.2 million. That sounds about right, does it not? 50-something, 6% capacity factor, about.
Give me 1 minute. Let me look one other place. Gives capacity factors. Yeah, so table 6 in rebuttal just gives capacity factors, but I'm going to, for purposes of this, subject to check, a couple million megawatt hours is probably close to that number.
Okay. Now, this $6.5 million annual extra payment to keep Unit 2 open through 2035, there could also be revenue associated with that decision and in terms of additional off-system sales. Isn't that correct?
There could be. Where they came off of Gen 2 is another question, because as you know, there's a stacking order that goes in, and off-system sales comes off the highest cost unit. So certainly would, more generation available would make it possible to make more off-system sales, but that's probably not a reason to keep it open just to speculate on future energy prices.
I know you don't do that, and that's probably correct, but still there is the possibility of additional off-system sales, which would reduce the $6.5 million annual cost.
Yes.
There's no permit issue with respect to Gen 2 in the sense that we've got Mill Creek Unit 1, Mill Creek Unit 2 affecting the permit for the Mill Creek gas plant. We have Brown Unit 3 affecting the permit for the Brown gas plant because of the netting of NOx emissions that were part of the application. But there's no such issue like that with respect to Gen, is there?
I'm not aware of any current permitting issue associated with Gen 2, okay. But Mr. Ember would be much better positioned, and I didn't recall hearing anything about that in the last 2 days.
Okay. New topic. You filed rebuttal to Sierra Club witness Levitt with respect to his analysis that joining PJM would save consumers a lot of money every year.
That was one of the topics of my rebuttal testimony, yes.
Okay. Now, he only looked at potential benefits from joining PJM. He did not look at any cost, did he?
Well, he took our study and he left alone our cost assumptions and simply removed the annualized costs associated with the two combined cycles, and then assumed a fixed percentage of energy savings. So he didn't alter our costs that would be in PJM.
Okay. Now, there are considerable costs. This is reflected in your May 2023 RTO membership analysis. Do you have that document in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Two large costs come to mind. First, page 16 of that document, RTO administrative fees of $19.2 million to $26.4 million per year.
Hang on a second, my colleague here is still flipping pages. What page again were you on? I'm sorry.
16.
16. Okay. Yeah, this has to do with the administrative fee. So this is the amount that we assume we would have to pay to be a RTO member, in this case PJM.
Okay, and that's not inconsiderable. 19 to 26 million per year. It's not insignificant.
No, I mean that's the that's the pay for PJM's administrative costs.
Now, the other big ticket item is RTEP, Regional Transmission Expansion Plan, which this study shows at 17.8 million to 20.5 million per year. Page 16 to 17 of the study.
Yes, I'm aware of that assumption.
Do you know what RTEP, the big ticket transmission that's socialized, do you know what that sort of encompasses?
You know, I'm not the transmission guy, but I suspect the document describes it in more detail. But these are, as I'm limited understanding on this, has to do with larger regional transmission projects that would get socialized over the broader footprint of an RTO.
So if a coal plant retires in Pennsylvania, for example, and PJM has to build new transmission to maintain reliability, consumers in Kentucky could end up paying for that through the RTEP cost allocation?
Well, I don't know if it'd be caused because a coal plant retires, but there's a process, as I understand it, at a very high level. Again, this study is prepared by people from our transmission group that focus on this, and then the power supply group that focus on the energy and capacity side of it. But my limited understanding of that is there are some large regional transmission projects that are not, saying this is particular for a particular load-serving entity or something that would benefit the larger footprint, and that those costs would be socialized across the broader footprint. And that's what my understanding is of these types of costs.
Do you know if the 3,500 to 7,000 megawatts of offshore wind that New Jersey is building in PJM with the associated underwater cables, do you know if those costs would be passed through to Kentucky ratepayers through this RTEP charge?
I don't know the answer to that question. Again, the FERC standards, we religiously enforce the FERC standards of conduct on that wall between transmission and marketing folks, and I just don't focus on those things.
Same answer with respect to big ticket transmission to hook up wind to the PJM system. Kentucky ratepayers would have to pay for part of that through the RTEP process.
Again, my understanding of RTEP is that these are broader projects that are designed to benefit the entire footprint and therefore would be shared among all PJM members.
Of course, you don't pay any of that now, but that would be a cost if you were to join PJM.
Yes, and as you know, in our cost analysis in Appendix 1, we show both those fees you talk about, both the admin costs and the transmission expansion costs, the RTEP costs, and as well as then just the what we call uplift costs. So you start out, and that uplift cost is to pay for ancillary services in the pool, but you start out kind of in the hole $40+ million every year that then you have to make up through savings from the discussion earlier, capacity and energy somehow.
Okay. Now, you seem to agree that joining PJM would allow the companies to carry a lower reserve margin versus standalone. Is that correct?
Yeah, again, in the RTO, you would focus on complying with the RTO rules. And again, if we're going to make up $40 million a year, that's one of the ways you're going to try to make that up. As I mentioned in my rebuttal testimony, the reason we exited MISO back in '06, it started in '03, I believe, was we were essentially paying $30 million a year to MISO to sell power to ourselves. So something has to be different on the capacity and energy side to make up for that $40 million a year.
Now, as I understand Mr. Levitt's testimony, his big savings are the fact that you could buy capacity from the PJM market and not build it, essentially, and that would be cheaper.
Well, I think there's two components to what he says. One, we should join, as I understand his testimony, join PJM. We would not need the two combined cycles, and we would save, according to his numbers, $139 million a year annually for the carrying cost of those two combined cycles. To the extent in the future we need future capacity, he used the same capacity prices that came out of the Guidehouse study to say incremental capacity in the future. We priced it what Guidehouse says, and that could be used to make up any potential shortfalls in the future.
Now, was the Guidehouse study assuming an FRR election versus an RPM election for the companies?
Yeah, we modeled it as whatever, I forget, I'm blank all of a sudden, FRR, but yeah, we modeled as if we're generally keeping our own energy resources, and that's why I view FRR, that we can point to specific capacity resources with energy, rather than just paying the money for, I'll call it generic PJM capacity, which then gets sent over to the generators to help compensate the general generators for staying in business.
Did Mr. Levitt take into account the fact that an FRR entity is not allowed to meet its capacity resource obligations through RPM purchases, and that it must, in fact, if it's FRR, have essentially iron and steel in the ground, or at least firm contracts that aren't committed to the RPM auctions?
Yeah, that was a mouthful there, and I'm going to say I didn't focus on that per se. I think his study will speak for itself on that. I just don't know off the top of my head.
If his study assumed that an FRR can meet capacity obligations by purchasing from the capacity market, if he assumed that and that's not actually able to be done, that would be a mistake?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm always honest, but I'm going to be frank here. We're getting into the weeds here of PJM rules that I get less and less comfortable getting into the mechanics, because the PJM rules are quite involved and complicated and subject to lots of change. So I don't want to, go beyond my headlights on this.
Well, let me ask you a general system planning question. On table 4 of his testimony, page 31, he assumes that KU and LG&E would be able to buy 407 megawatts of capacity in 2050 for $11 million per year. Does that sound right? You could buy 400 megawatts of capacity in 2050 for $11 million?
Mr. Lovecap does not have that table. I know the table you're talking about, though, and I know roughly the lines you're talking about. And as I said earlier, he used the Guidehouse prices for that type of capacity in his assumptions. So just doing arithmetic, that's what that math would say.
That's $2.19 a kW month in 2050 for a power plant. It's pretty inexpensive, isn't it?
Yes, and this goes to what I said earlier, that the price signals being sent by PJM to generators, both new and existing, is not necessarily designed to promote existing units staying in place. Now, that was a 2050 number, but that's also true of current numbers. And they're also not really enticing a lot of new generation either.
So it's pretty obvious that if PJM was giving away capacity for darn near for free, it'd be a pretty attractive place to go, but that doesn't seem realistic, does it? Again,
it's hard to see how generation gets built at the numbers we understand today at those kind of pricing, which is in part why, new projects are having a challenge or getting financing for their new projects.
Okay, new topic again. Brown 3 versus Gent 2. Would you agree with Mr. Bellar that he loves all his coal plants, but if he had to choose, Gent 2 would be the one to keep? In other words, is Gent 2 a better unit than Brown Unit 3 in terms of cost?
Yeah, in terms of energy cost, it's certainly cheaper. In terms of being one of 4 units at the same site, it's cheaper. It has the ability, it's just down the street from the Certainteed wallboard plant, so we ship a lot of gypsum to them that generates revenues back to customers. So yeah, it's a lot newer plant, so it's certainly a better asset than the Brown 3 asset at this point in its life.
Gent 2, which is 495 megawatts compared to Brown 3, which is 416 megawatts. Gent has a better, lower heat rate, so it converts coal to electricity more efficiently?
I don't know the heat rates off the top of my head, but like I said earlier, you mentioned it's 60-something% capacity factor, and Brown 3 is more like 30%. So again, that reflects the energy economics of those units, whether it's heat rate or fuel. And we've talked before, primarily because of Norfolk Southern rail rates into Brown, it's a lot more expensive unit to get fuel to.
And because of the limited fuel transportation, rail only to Brown, that plant uses all Indiana coal and no Kentucky coal. Is that correct?
Yes, the best fuel option for it, given the rail situation, is Indiana. We could ship it from Western Kentucky. It requires 2 moves, one on the P&L Railroad and then transferring to NS, but that, again, gets a lot more expensive.
Last topic. You're asking the commission for CPCNs, 2 CPCNs for both gas plants. We've heard testimony that maybe this isn't exactly right, but there's kind of a window of opportunity because construction costs on these natural gas combined cycle plants are likely to increase if there's a delay. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think Mr. Beller was stating it's not necessarily about construction costs, it's just can you get the machines, because there's a worldwide demand for gas turbines, and delay may mean you lose your place in line. So that, I think, is the bigger risk than just inflation on construction costs.
Got it. Also, there's a limitation on firm gas pipeline transmission capacity, which if you go early, you're more likely to get it than if you wait. Is that true?
Yes, Mr. Schramm discussed, the conversations he's been having with Texas gas representatives. I mentioned earlier in the day he and I and a couple other colleagues were down in Houston about a month ago to meet with Tennessee. We also met with Texas Eastern, and we also met with Texas Gas. But Tennessee was very much, if we're going to move, we need to get moving because there's a lot of interest in gas transportation infrastructure. And as I think Mr. Schramm indicated, the low-hanging fruit in terms of upgrades to get us what we need, there's not a lot of that. And if you get into major modifications that require them to go to FERC, the timeline can certainly be extended. But they are telling us right now, and we met with some of their senior executives there, that they are excited about getting this project done for us for that 27 or late 27 testing that we're going to need.
One last point. Isn't there also, if you go for 2 CPCNs and 2 air permits simultaneously, that there's a litigation hedge in case some group challenged one of the air permits and tried to hold it up in court? You would have one. In other words, you have 2 options in case of the litigation challenge instead of just one.
Well, I can't imagine why anybody would challenge an air permit for a combined cycle plant, but if that event occurred, you're right, we would have 2 different eggs in the basket, so to speak.
Well, Sierra Club's website says they want to stop all gas power plants and retire all coal power plants. That would be one risk.
Yes, and maybe their witnesses could answer that question for you. I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Sinclair. Chairman, no more questions.
All right, we've gotten communication first thing this morning from Mr. Howard to indicate that he is participating remotely but does not have any questions, and if he does, he'll log on. I just want to make sure that that's clear for the record when it's his time to conduct a cross-examination. Ms. Fensel, Mr. Bellamy?
Just to follow up on a couple questions that Mr. Kurtz was asking, you indicated that you were asked questions about keeping Ghent 2 open and whether or not that could hedge against project development risks. I just wanted to clarify the timing of the retirements. I understand Mill Creek 1 sort of has a set retirement date with respect to the ELG improvements that would be needed by the end of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And from the evidence in the record, there was some statements that Brown 3 would need to stay open until all the proposed assets were in place, which I took to mean the natural gas combined cycle unit at both Mill Creek and Brown. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that one more time. I kind of lost that.
That Brown 3 would need to remain in place to provide voltage support until the proposed CPC, until the assets for which CPCNs are requested are put in place. Is that your understanding?
Okay, so let me just be precise on all this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the current plans construction is such that Mill Creek 5 would be first. And so sometime around late February, early March, we're going to have to start testing Mill Creek 5. So once we start testing that unit electrically, we're going to have to be, Mill Creek 2 is not going to be available anymore. It's the same thing we did with Cane Run 7 when we had Cane Run 4, 5, and 6 there. There comes a point in time where electrically you've got to connect the new unit so they can start doing all the performance testing that has to take place. So that time period, we're going to get through winter, that's why I say late February, and then once that happens, that's when we go to testing mode for Mill Creek 5. The same schedule is going to be repeated for Brown 12, so we're going to get to about late February, and depending upon weather forecasts for early March, we're going to make a decision to say now is the time to cut over to Brown 12 so we can start doing all the performance testing necessary so that we can hit commercial operations date on June 1. So it's a very tight schedule, but this is exactly the process we followed for Cane Run 7. And so there's going to be this window where there's going to be a decision made, and that's going to be coordinated with Mr. Schramm's group and other groups because we have to get the gas for the units to test, and they've got to be collected. So that's all the coordination is going to have to take place in real time when we get to late winter or late 26, early 27, late 27, early 28.
Okay, so the Mill Creek, you would do the testing kind of February 2026, or
27. Right, so Mill Creek 5 comes on for ozone season of 2027.
Okay.
Brown 12 comes online for ozone season 2028, and under the analysis that we've prepared, we've assumed that Gent 2 stops generating at the beginning of the ozone season in 2028.
Okay, so under the current proposal, that's what I was sort of asking. So Mill Creek 2, obviously, because of transmission issues, would go offline when you ultimately decide to bring Mill Creek 5 online. After you do the testing and you make the decisions you just talked about. Brown, same thing with Brown 3, when you bring Brown 12 online in, I guess, February or spring of 2028.
Right, so it's going to start testing, again, they're same exact schedule, just 1 year apart. And so the idea being the target commercial operations date is June 1, and that's why I was saying, in response to Mr. Kurtz's question, if, as we get closer in time, there is, for some reason, some issues that would disrupt that schedule, you know, there's nothing at this point in time, absent some of the environmental regulations that we discussed earlier, that would prevent that would allow us to keep Gent 2 available for the after the ozone season into late 28, early 29, right?
And that's what I was asking. If the retirement of Ghent 2 is approved, and you're moving forward with your proposed plan, and there's an issue with Brown 12 or Mill Creek 5, if there was an issue with either one of those, would you still move forward with retiring Ghent 2?
Yeah, that's why I was trying to indicate a question previously. You know, we wouldn't arbitrarily shut something down that we didn't have to. And so, assuming everything was still legal to operate Gent 2, then, you know, we wouldn't shut that down until the things are operating appropriately, as long as we could still operate it. Now, again, you know, we've got a history of being able to bring in projects online and on budget, and we'll have the right contractual obligations in place. But you know, it's still a ways out, and, you know, I don't believe that we are going to be forced to shut down the unit on May 1st of 2028. But likewise, if we don't need to run it later on, why would we spend the money unless it's literally for the option reasons that Mr. Kurtz was suggesting?
Thank you. If you could look at page 14 of your rebuttal testimony, I'm looking at line 11.
A little smaller. Sorry, it starts third party period?
Yeah, it's the sentence that starts in that. So, given the uncertainty about both the availability of allowances and their price, if they're available to purchase at any price, the company's analysis assumed that these units could not operate in ozone season beginning in 2027 in order to identify the minimum quantity of allowances that would be required by using unserved energy as a proxy. And the question that I had, this is assuming that unserved energy, you're using unserved energy as a proxy for the allowances that you would need. Well, let me rephrase this. If you could look at table Exhibit DSS-2, table 7.
Okay.
And this is the unserved energy that you calculated, I guess, you said beginning in 2027, but this says 2028. Would there be a difference in the amount of unserved energy that you, assuming you're not operating the coal units in ozone season, would there be a difference in the amount of unserved energy in 2027 versus 2028?
Only perhaps due to the load forecast. You know, if load, I can't remember the exact timing of how Ford or SK Blue Oval phases in. It would probably be noise, though, in the bigger scheme of things.
There was testimony from Mr. Beller that there's an absolute, I guess, backstop that begins in 2030 that would essentially prevent you from operating the units even with an allowance during ozone season. So with respect to the analysis, you know, that you did using unserved energy as a proxy, would that really be, or I'm sorry, as a proxy for the allowances that you would need to operate during ozone season, would that be valid, I guess, just in 2028, 2029, and then beginning in 2030 if the backstop is put in place, or the Good Neighbor Plan goes in place with the backstop, you would then not be able to serve that same amount of energy, except it would be a bar?
Yeah, if I understand the gist of your question, given our load forecast is relatively flat out in that time period, the portfolio would be the same. I would expect the order of magnitude to be very comparable. And again, the reason we did this is, as Mr. Ember discussed the other day, is there's this ratcheting impact, the way the Good Neighbor Plan works on emission allowance allocations. And there's uncertainty about how that market's going to work. And we did not want, from a risk management perspective, to simply assume away that problem by saying we can just buy allowances. And so we want to have, again, eyes wide open as to what the exposure would be and that we'd have to address, and so that we know the problem is we're trying to solve.
So the unserved energy would essentially reflect the, I guess, the size of the potential problem to the extent you couldn't get allowances in 2028 and 29. But then in 2030, when I guess the backstop goes into effect, there wouldn't even be the opportunity to get allowances. Is that my understanding?
My understanding of the backstop, and Mr. Ember is going to be much more versed in this than I, but that holds you to very specific emission rates at the unit that you can't sort of buy your way out of through the allowance process.
Are you in charge of the project engineering group?
Well, as I testified earlier, up until May 1, the Vice President of Project Engineering reported to me, and that given where we are in this case, where we were in this filing, and given what we thought was a high likelihood we might be able to, might be building some power plants, that having that group with his retirement and a new person in that role, having them report to the VP of Generation, who knows a lot about power plants, certainly far more than I do, would be a better situation for the company as well as for that individual to have that direct reporting relationship.
Okay. So who would they report to now, I guess?
His name is Steve Turner, and he's the Vice President of, I guess it's Generation. I'm not sure exactly what his title is, but I was calling, his office is right next to mine, but I was just calling him Steve. I don't call him Mr. Vice President.
Did, in your direct testimony, you kind of talked about other generation options that were considered and rejected by the project engineering group, which would have been nuclear and stored hydro. I guess, were you involved in that decision, kind of the screening with project engineering to determine what types of generation resources to offer through the RFP?
Okay. Well, I want to be clear on this. There's been a lot of, obviously, I think, confusion, and hopefully not unnecessarily, but, you know, when we saw the Good Neighbor Plan coming on the horizon, you know, we know our sites, and as Mr. Ember said yesterday, or Friday rather, those air permits are assets of those sites. You know, the gentleman that was VP over that group, he'd been with the company 40 years. Like I said, he'd built Trimble 2, Cane Run 7, Limmer Environmental Project. He used to be in charge of environmental groups. So they knew very well what the permitting issues are with power plants. And so what I told him was, I know that we need a broad range of actionable alternatives. So I said, what we're going to need, because we know we're at least 1,200 megawatts at risk, is I'm going to need at least 1,200 megawatts of combined cycle somewhere. And so likely one at both. And so do we know about 2 at one location? So I said, well, go ahead and put that together too. I don't know what the costs are going to be. We also said we'll make sure we've got simple cycle options because we don't know what the outcome of this analysis is going to show. So that's why they developed roughly 1,200 megawatts of simple cycle options. I also told him, and this is all in my direct testimony, I believe, that, you know, we need some renewable options and we need some battery options because we know renewables are going to be an important part of the future going forward. You know, we're not a renewable developer because because we're quite involved on greenfield projects versus using existing sites. We know from past experience there's a lot of renewable developers in the state, so we don't necessarily need a lot of renewable options. So they developed, looked at one site in particular, but during the RFP process discovered from the Savion proposal that it made sense they wanted to sell their project. So that made more sense than trying to pursue the self-build option they initially proposed. They did propose a couple existing sites. They were small solar projects, but frankly, they were just too expensive. And then I told them we need a battery proposal. So that's what they went off and did and came up with those technology choices to make sure we had those options, that we reutilize existing sites and assets. You know, that's the model we use at Trimble County 2 to keep costs down. That's the model we use at Cane Run 7 to keep costs down. And that's the model we were going to use at Green River 5 to keep costs down. So it's a well-tried and true effort to keep costs down for customers.
So was that, I guess I was just curious a little bit more about the process of how that came about. I mean, did you just come up with the options that you thought would be best to consider and just tell them to give you, I guess, cost for those options or to request RFPs that would cover those options?
Like, be clear,
did you just come up with that, or was there some sort of process that came up with that?
Again, it's not a mystery that the units at risk in this case were going to add up to about 1,200 megawatts. that was the choice. I also asked them to come up with SCR estimates too, because we knew that was one option we were going to need. So they updated some SCR estimates. You mentioned we already had or somebody mentioned we already had a Gen 2 SCR CPCN at one point in time, so they went back to the firm that developed that to update those estimates. So, we know our system, we know what our needs are, and again, my job is to make sure that Mr. Wilson's group had a broad range of actionable alternatives that took advantage of the existing assets the company had for customers. And so, we know technology, that we know the sizing, so we know one-on-one machines today are in that 600 plus megawatt range. We know two-on-one machines have gotten much bigger, and so we don't necessarily want a two-on-one machine like we had at Cane 7. So that's the state of the art today. So those guys know the state of the art technology-wise. I kind of told them the sizing we need. And again, Mr. Scott Straight was the VP at that time. He sits in Mr. Beller's staff meetings where these things get discussed. So as Mr. Beller indicated a week or last week, that this thing sort of happens organically. That's because people, like you said, know their job. They know how, they know the system, they know how technology works. And so I said, we're going to issue an RFP and you're going to need to respond to it. And so those are the technology options at a minimum. I want to make sure that we're part of that RFP response.
So the two-on-one machine, that was not submitted as a response to the RFP, is that right? That was sort of excluded in the beginning because you kind of understood that it couldn't be located at Mill Creek 1 or at Mill Creek site or at Brown.
Well, and I forget the exact numbers, but even you look at the IRP today, or the 2021 IRP, again, it goes back to what's the point of the IRP is to help assess the state of technology, is from the 2011 period when we got approval for Cane 7, that's a two-on-one machine that's 660 megawatts. We now have a one-on-one machine that's 620 megawatts. So it just shows you how much bigger and efficient that gas turbine has gotten in that intervening period. And so we already knew from a sizing perspective, given the size of our system, that we don't want to necessarily have that much generation, particularly on the steam side, related to multiple combustion turbines. So that was a size of machine that much better fit our appetite, so to speak. And so that's why we focus on one-on-one technology. And then the question is, do we want one at each site? Do we want two at one site and none at another site? So they did propose, if you look at the RFP responses in SAW-1, they did propose 2 machines at Mill Creek and 2 machines at Brown, but that was going to be a lot more expensive. It's going to get into permitting challenges and certainly get into transmission challenges. So clearly the best path forward was to focus first on the 2 one-on-one machines at each site.
Okay. You were asked earlier about, I guess, present value revenue requirement over 10 years and, what it would look like, with respect to different units. Over what time frame do the companies typically conduct their generation planning?
We typically look forward 30 years. Every year we do a 30-year load forecast, and so associated with that is a 30-year generation forecast.
And why do you typically do 30 years? Why do you use that number?
There's a long history in the industry, I think, of looking out about 30 years. For business planning purposes, for financial purposes, only 5 years. But so 30 years, I think, gets you long enough to, get a better feel for how technology might change over time. So we've talked about some of the things, how, do this distributed solar or EVs, they start small and they grow through time. So it helps you better realize and see where some of that stuff might be going through time. But it's just sort of customary in the industry, as best I can tell, that sort of 30 years is kind of a typical resource planning horizon. Got to stop there.
Does it have anything to do with the life of the units that you're likely proposing?
No, because if that were the case, we'd be looking at 40 plus years. I mean, think about the Trimble County 2 CPCN. It was a 30-year case. It wasn't a 50-year, 40-year analysis.
Thank you. Could you look at page 57 of your testimony on line 16?
Is that the direct testimony, counsel?
I'm sorry, rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
Not too big.
You discussed just,
I'm there, go ahead.
okay. And this is just the part where you discuss maintaining coal supply on site. I was curious if you knew if, I guess the cost of maintaining supply on site were included in the cost for Mill Creek 2, Ghent 2, and Brown 3 when the resource assessment modeling was done in Plexos, or the production cost modeling was done in ProSim?
You know, off the top of my head, I do not know whether they made an adjustment for inventory. We can certainly get the answer to that. It's certainly knowable. Again, we've got a chart in here that talks about the total system right now is about, $9 million a year in carrying costs. I would expect that to be, pro rata based on the reduction in the inventory, because we keep comparable inventory targets at each site.
Could you just give a ballpark, like pro rata, what you think that would be about for those 3 units, or for any one of those units individually? I can ask it as a post-hearing.
Yeah, I would prefer to give you a better, more thoughtful answer. But clearly, we would not be carrying the same quantity of inventory on the ground. That would, in effect, we measure days inventory in terms of, I think it's 90% of the maximum output of the unit over the course of a day. So we assume that you'd run the unit roughly 90% of its capability. So that would imply then all of a sudden we got a lot more coal, because the maximum output of each of those units is not changed, say at Mill Creek 3 and 4, but if we kept the same volume of coal on the ground, that would be sizably more fuel.
I think when you were talking to the Council for Kentucky Coal Association's witness, you mentioned, or it could have been someone else, frankly, but you mentioned at the beginning of each year that you kind of look at what you expect prices to be and try to get, I guess, both coal and gas to ensure that, my understanding was that the firm supplies you're getting are going to be amounts that you expect to be burned in that year. Was that correct?
Well, what we do is, and again, in order to ensure we're getting the best cost for customers, whether it's coming from gas or coal, is we arrive at the beginning of the year at a certain portfolio based on what we are pretty comfortable with will be the minimum burn for coal. And I said earlier, about 50 to 6% of the burn for Cane Run 7. Again, based on different relationships of price of coal and gas, that could lean us toward more coal or more gas. And so if we just bought to a certain target point on coal that was above kind of minimum burn, and it turned out it made sense to run Cane Run 7 more, the next thing we know, we got coal piling up, and we're having to pay money to get out of that or something like that. So historically, we've looked at that approach to allow us to take advantage of the shorter term market situations, whether it's burning coal or gas, to get the best cost for customers overall.
And I understand with coal, like if you order more than you end up needing for minimum burn, you said, coal starts piling up. If you do that for gas, what happens to the extra gas that you order?
Sure. So one reason why right now we target for just Cane Run 7 to 60%, 50 to 60% of daily burn is that that is clearly our largest burner of gas. And I already mentioned that we buy the CT gas turbine gas on an as needed basis because we don't know exactly when that's going to run. But what we'll also find is that sometimes if we've had a forced outage unexpectedly, and I'll say last summer is a good example, Cane Run 7, I think Mr. Beller mentioned it, coming out of major maintenance had an issue that came up after they tried to restart the unit that took some time to repair. Given that that was during the heat of the summer, we ran more gas turbines because we're losing 660 megawatts. So in that world, we're going to burn more gas. So all we did was redirect that gas, so we otherwise would have gone into K and Run 7 into the simple cycle CTs. Now, in the gas world, and this is something that as we develop our gas hedging plan more fully, and this is some of the conversation that I would expect to have with the commission down the road, is the beauty I mentioned earlier, gas market's very liquid. You know, we could turn around and sell that gas that we'd already purchased. And the question then, where does that margin go, gain or loss? That's another option. The other thing that we have is certain of our services has some degree of imbalance in it. So you can take a certain amount of gas and not burn it that day, and that goes into your imbalance account. So one of the things we do in the wintertime is you can always burn less gas, but you can't burn more gas in the wintertime. Pipes don't let you do that. So what we do, particularly going into very cold spells, is we will, and I hope Texas Gas isn't listening right now, we will tend to underburn gas ahead so we get to the max of overage on imbalance service. So that way, if we get a situation where something happens, we can draw down that imbalance in real time so that we're not necessarily buying gas on higher price days. So Mr. Schramm's team is always optimizing the different contracts we have to manage that situation so we don't find ourselves having to necessarily sell gas. But that would be the higher hedge ratio you get to, you're going to find yourself perhaps needing to do that, right? If you don't have a home for it, you're going to have to turn around and sell it, which could be a gain, it could be a loss, depending on what you paid for it to begin with.
And that was sort of my follow-up question. If there is an imbalance in the pipeline, that's effectively gas storage that you're storing it in the pipeline, correct?
Well, again, under service, you know, they're like anything else. They've got to keep the gas supply and demand in balance. It's not quite, I'm not a pipeline expert, but my impression is it's not quite as tight as the electric system, where it's got to be within a fraction of a hertz at all times. But yeah, that's the other thing we're exploring is, do we want to actually procure storage on the pipeline? Texas Gas has a lot of storage. They're interested in developing more. So that would be seasonal type of storage. So we talked earlier about hedging. That would be another way to hedge. You know, the LDC, LG Gas's distribution company, they have some of their own storage. So they buy gas, I think as this commission knows, and puts it in the ground in the summertime to draw it out in the wintertime. So there's a lot of different tools. The more gas we start using, that we're going to have to look at to see if those tools make sense.
And that was really my question. I'm assuming there's some level of imbalance that essentially comes with the transportation cost, but to the extent you get an imbalance that's, higher, at some point you're basically paying for that privilege to store the gas on the pipeline, correct?
Well, or we'll just burn it and not be imbalanced.
Okay. So if you need it to burn, then you'll burn it, but if, say you over-ordered the gas and, you're not burning it, then, you can store it as an imbalance on the pipeline, but at some point you are paying for gas storage on the pipeline. Would you agree
Well,
with that?
again, technically we don't have storage on Texas Gas. What we have is the types of service we have has a certain amount of imbalanced service associated with it. And so we use that imbalanced service as needed to both manage risk as well as just to deal with the uncertainties that occur. One thing that we do is, because we buy delivered gas at Brown that Mr. Schramm talks about, on days where we know we're going to run a lot of CTs, we will tend to buy that gas because we're going to buy that day ahead, and then we save our flexibility for the Trimble County sites and the Patty's Run site. So again, we're managing the portfolio as a whole to take advantage of the strengths and weaknesses of the different aspects of the system.
Okay. Could you turn to page 62 of your rebuttal testimony? And I'm looking at line 13. And you can just read, starting there with the PPAs, down at the bottom of that paragraph, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Is the balancing area referred to in that paragraph, is that referring essentially to the balancing authority?
Yes.
Okay. What's the difference? Because that section, it's talking about the PPAs, and it talks about the ability to curtail the load of the PPAs. Could you just explain the difference between the curtailment of the PPAs due to transmission issues and LG&E's ability to curtail or dispatch its owned solar, I'm sorry.
Sure. So on the purchase power agreements, for normal operations, to get the best price per megawatt hour, we have, at this point in time, based on our understanding of our system, analysis of our system, we are perfectly fine taking all the solar energy that those folks can produce. And so we will pay them for every megawatt hour they produce. But I think it was Mr. Beller maybe that talked about this. As part of any generator's interconnection agreement with the transmission system always has the ability to say, there's an issue that has to be addressed and you need to be curtailed. And that's true as gas, coal, hydro, wind, solar, whatever. That's a right that's part of the interconnection agreement as I understand it. And so what we've captured in our purchase power agreements is that, you know, obviously they've got to agree with directives from the balancing area. Every generator at the balancing area calls you up and says, you must do this, you do it. And so if that occurs, we're not liable for paying them for any energy that's lost energy production associated with that. If, however, we were to call them up and say, I just don't feel like taking your energy right now, they're going to say, well, based on our radiance data, we would have generated so many megawatt hours. We want here's your bill. And so given that, you know, I don't see that event occurring, you know, the analysis we've done on our system would indicate we'd have to be close to 20% intermittent energy on an annual basis to get to the point we're going to curtail generation, intermittent generation. And so, like I said, in the case already, we're at about 8% intermittency if all this stuff happens, so we're a long way from having to curtail things. On our own solar, just real quick, you know, that we would technically have the ability to turn down if we wanted to because the fixed costs are there. We're not paying the vendor who built the machine by megawatt hour. We're paying it up front for the asset, and we get to use it as we please. And so, again, the question there is, you know, could we curtail it? Absolutely. There's technology to do that. California does that all the time. They produce a daily report in the Cal ISO that tells you what they curtail and when they curtail it. But given that our system, again, is not in a curtailment mode, you know, given that we're going to likely use a production tax credit for this, there'd be no reason. We have negative costs associated with generating that solar, right? It's zero variable cost, and we're going to get a check from the U.S. government for running that unit, energy producing it. So that's an unlikely resource that we would economically curtail, right? We'd have to be in a very weird place where even negative prices you didn't want to generate at.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, I do. That level of penetration before curtailability, is that just based off your own expectation, or is that based off of studies contributed to by LG and EKU?
No, we've run a lot of studies that looked at increasing penetration of renewables based on both wind and solar. And we've got a chart that we produced that starts to show as that generation percentage annual intermittency goes up, you start seeing the curtailment develop. And so it's higher if you're only solar or only wind. You start mixing intermittency. Obviously, wind works at night. Sun never works at night. It has a little bit different winter profile than solar does. So if you can extend that curve out a little bit further if you have a mix of wind and solar. But we've done a lot of studies with the R&D group looking at this issue.
Well, maybe it's that R&D group I'm specifically referring to. I remember, and I pulled it up quickly when you mentioned it, this 2000, well, I guess it was earlier this year, I thought it was last year, decarbonization analysis for thermal generation and regionally, it's a mouthful, I'm sorry, I'll start over again. Decarbonization analysis for thermal generation and regionally integrated large-scale renewables based on minutely optimal dispatch with a Kentucky case study. Is that specifically one of the items that you're thinking of?
Is that an academic paper that's published by some folks at UK?
UK, PPL, LG&E,
Right.
KU, and the University of Oxford.
Yeah, I'm aware of that particular study. The one I'm referring to is actually work we did even before that. It's part of some broader PowerPoint slides that we've looked at related to intermittency and other things, but we've been trying to understand this and study this for quite some time.
Well, and the reason I was asking, and let Mr. Bentley continue, but this study was specifically about what point you get to before you start needing to your point, curtail. There was a different study that folks at PPL or LG and EKU did a few years ago that specifically looked at the level of renewable penetration before there would need to be, it wasn't specific to the Kentucky portfolio, but what level of penetration there would need to be of PV specifically before there would be any voltage or thermal issues with the transmission facilities and thus required upgrades. I think it was something like 400 megawatts based on a 2200 megawatt system, or 120 megawatts based off any single circuit or at any bus. That's different than what you're referring to in your response to Mr. Bellamy?
Yeah, it's a little bit different. I'm aware that there is a working group within the company that is a cross-functional that's looking at inverter-based technology. And so the transmission folks did some very detailed studies at different points on the transmission grid that said if we had inverter-based generation there, what would be the impacts on the transmission grid? And I've already exhausted my knowledge of transmission pretty much when I say that. But they got into, you know, what kind of voltage support, and they got into things called synchronous condensers and all kinds of other things that would say to address the transmission questions, that's what they would need to be addressed. Like I said, I'm not the transmission guy, but like I said, there's a cross-functional working group within the company that is looking at all this inverter-based technology to understand how it would impact future operations. What I'm referring to is a simple chart that's got lots of orange dots on it. We ran thousands of simulations. Each dot represents a simulation of combinations of wind and solar and penetration, and that's where we see this kind of chart back down. So as you get more out on the intermittency, annual intermittency, you get more and more curtailment or less and less energy available from these resources.
Okay. Mr. Bellamy?
Just as a follow-up, is there any physical difference between the way that the counterparties to the PPAs would curtail the load and the way that the companies would curtail the load of their own solar?
You know, as I said before, the transmission folks would control the curtailment of the PPA folks or projects, and I am not versed in how exactly the mechanics electrically they would do that. What I would say is on our side, I mentioned before, we have a computer-based energy management system that sends signals to the units based on load and frequency and other things. And so much like, you know, if we got to the point, let's say, where we're in a California duck curve problem where we've got too much solar and it falls off and we got to ramp up other units quickly, you know, what's going on there is going to be we'd have to curtail something for a while, and then you reduce that curtailment over time, right? Because you want the full output of the solar project. So there would have to be some logic and other things that would go to the inverter that would control the output from a signal, just like today we send signals electronically to the generator to move up and down to follow the load. So, you know, it wouldn't be a thing that I don't think we'd be manually changing. We'd be putting in different set points, and the machines would be optimizing that dispatch.
You would expect that to be the case for both the solar or the facilities built as a result of the PPAs and also the utility-owned solars. Is that correct?
Again, we have no contractual right to force the PPA solar units to economically curtail. Not that something couldn't be negotiated, but again, given how much energy we're talking about at this point in time, we don't see that as an issue. Again, if we move forward,
no, and I wasn't getting at you know, the ability to economically curtail. I understand that that's not a right in the contract. I was just meaning the physical ability to do so. Like it would physically be done in the same way is what my question was.
Well, what I'm talking about is more of a load following way, right? On the own solar side, you know, I'm talking about putting a signal in that's going to adjust that output. You know, what I think the dispatch, what I see on our side when transmission says, we want you to decrease generation by here by so much and increase generation here by so much. It's a very specific directive. And so I don't know if they're going to say open breakers or what they're going to do to accomplish that scenario that would cause that. But like I said, when we get redispatched directions that's what happens. They say, bring on a CT at Brown or back down 200 megawatts at Mill Creek or whatever. It doesn't happen very often, but that's the way the directives come.
If you could look at page 18 of your rebuttal testimony.
Before you transition, I think it might be a good time to take a short, our last pre-dinner break. It's 3:45. We'll take a short break until 4 o'clock, and then we'll come back and let you continue, Mr. Felony.
Whenever, just wait a second. Whenever she says. Mr. Bellamy?
I know I said move on to page 18 of your rebuttal, but I did have just one quick follow-up on the dispatchable issue that we were just talking about. Is there a difference between older solar facilities and newer solar facilities, whether it's the use of inverters or some other technology that allows newer solar facilities to respond to dispatch instructions, whereas older facilities couldn't do that?
Well, you mentioned the word inverter, and that's the key technology. And I will admit, I am not an expert on inverter technology. You know, the Brown Solar Plant, which we built in 2016, to my knowledge, we've never explored. It's only 10 megawatts, but we've never explored, you know, what the inverters can or can't do in that regard. But it's clearly something that is out there today. And like I said, if you look at the California ISO, it's something they use all the time to manage their system in real time.
Is that something that, with older solar, though, that wasn't as common to your knowledge?
Again, I'm not an expert on the history of inverters and how they've evolved and what they can do today. All I can say is, like any other electronic device, they get smarter and more capable as we move through time.
Going to page 18 of your rebuttal, on line 7.
Okay.
You were talking about Mr. I apologize, let me get here. Let me see, I apologize, I'm on the wrong thing. Okay, there, I'm sorry. You said, in Mr. Goggins' view, this can be accomplished by purchasing energy, and then you put in parentheses, he does not say anything about capacity, close parentheses, and transmission from others when needed. My question is, because there's a lot of discussion of the PPAs being energy-only contracts. When you're not in a market like PJM, where they've economically separated the capacity and the energy, if you're in a balancing area like LG&E's with no active market, other than, I guess, bilateral contracts and things like that, but is there any difference between, or let me ask you this, if you have a contract for a generator and you have the right to every bit of energy that's generated from that contract, do you effectively have the capacity for that generating unit?
Yeah, if I understand your question correctly, you know, the word capacity here was meant, and I think the terminology you're using, which is I have the right to energy from a very specific unit.
Yes.
And so, yeah, you're right, the PPAs, solar PPAs, we have the sole right to the output of those units. Another example would be, I think Mr. Schramm mentioned the other day, we had I think a 5-year gas tolling deal with the Bluegrass Unit 3, so that was our exclusive unit to use. And so all we were trying to indicate with this is my understanding of his testimony was he just focused on energy from wherever we could find it. He wasn't saying go out and contract with XYZ so you can know that you have that energy to come into the system, right? So for example, one of the RP responses we got was from a wind project, I believe in Indiana. If we would have signed up for that, that would have been our energy coming into the system. Mr. Wilson's team would have assigned a reliability value to it. But the capacity I'm talking about here is not RTO capacity. It's simply, you know, the idea that a unit's capable of producing a certain amount of energy.
Okay. And that's what I was wondering. And it sounds like you said yes, that, you know, if you're getting in a situation like LG&E and you're bouncing air, if you have all the energy, you effectively have all the capacity. And if you could look at, I guess, your response to staff's first request for information, item 27.
Okay.
And this asks, let me pull it up. Okay, so in response to Part A there, the second paragraph says, a summary of each PPA is below. All agreements will provide a must-take non-firm energy as available, subject to specific availability guarantees based on irradiance to ensure the facilities are prudently maintained. The part I was wondering about is the subject to specific availability guarantees. Is that essentially saying that the contracts, there's some requirement that they produce a certain amount of energy at certain times, assuming that the sun is out? Is that effectively what that is?
Yes, one of the things, and it goes back to the very first PPA we signed back in 2019 related to the option 3 customers, Dow and Toyota, and the small piece that goes to all customers, is that we want the provider to be motivated to maintain and repair their equipment. We recognize stuff happens. Like we said, you're dealing with equipment, things can go wrong. But we want them to get out there and fix it. Our customers are paying, even though we're paying as we get it, we're still expecting something, right? So you think about planning, you think about Mr. Schramm looking at daily load forecasts, irradiance forecasts. His group is expecting when the sun is out and the clouds are out of the way, a certain amount of energy to come from those units. So just like with our own units, if something goes wrong, I'll go down the hall to Mr. Turner if I text it and I want to tell him to go get out there and get those units fixed. He'll do it without me going down and talking to him, but that's what I'm getting at. So whenever you enter in a PPA, and we saw this with the Bluegrass deal I mentioned earlier, the seller always wants perfect performance. I'm sorry, the seller wants no performance obligations and the buyer wants perfect performance. So you have to address how do you deal with things that go wrong. And so in the solar agreements, we said, look, the sun is out. There's a certain amount of time we recognize it's going to take to go out and fix these things, but it can't take forever. You need to get out there and fix it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to your rebuttal testimony, and I'm almost finished. Page 62 at line 21. I know I'm jumping around. I apologize. I might have written down the wrong thing here. Let me just ask you, there was a statement I think in your rebuttal about if there was a buyout provision in the solar PPAs that they would never get financed and therefore never built. Could you just explain that?
Sure. As I try to explain both here and in my direct testimony, solar developers like this will depend upon a credit-worthy purchase power agreement with someone like ourselves to go to both banks and various tax equity investors, et cetera, to say, we have certainty that this is a credit-worthy party, and so as long as our project performs, we will get paid. Banks don't like to take risk for the most part on things like this. So our experience in the IPP world, and I started out with an affiliate of LG&E long ago in the mid-90s in the IPP independent power business, is that banks typically want a term that's 5 years or so less than the length of the purchase power agreement, because they want out, they want their money back long before the purchase power ends. And so if we had the ability to say, here's a check, and we can walk away, the bank is going to say, well, wait a minute, am I going to lend you, some of these pre-purchase power agreements are 20 to 30 years, am I going to lend you 15 to 25-year debt when the party that I'm depending upon to pay this can write a check and walk away? So we view it as, if we want this solar power, that, if we tried to say we can walk away from the deal, that's going to make it very hard for the developer to go get financing for the project. And so that's why, in my opinion, it's sort of almost a poison pill to the banks to finance these projects.
Okay, so I guess I was misunderstanding the buyout a little bit. So you were thinking of a buyout that is something under than, I guess, the original cost of the facility, as opposed to a buyout where you would effectively buy the facility and, I guess, pay the outstanding debt on it.
Maybe I misunderstood.
A purchase option, I guess, that would be different.
Maybe I misunderstood Ms. Medine's point, but I interpreted it to be you're in a bad contract, almost like a call provision in a bond. I'm going to write you a check and get out of this deal.
Okay.
And I would argue what you're talking about more of some right of first refusal to purchase the asset at the end of the agreement.
Okay. You mentioned some of the EPA analysis referring to the construction of natural gas combined cycle units in Cirque, Kentucky. Where is Cirque, Kentucky located? Where is that?
We are here in Cirque, Kentucky. It is.
Is that LG&E's balancing area? That's what I was wondering. Is that LG&E's balancing area?
Yes. So.
Okay.
Yes. So we are. So Cirque stands for Southeast Reliability Corporation. We are the only entity in Kentucky that is in Southeast Energy Reliability Corporation. And so it's rather fortuitous as it relates to EPA's analysis structure that they chose Cirque, Kentucky to do their analysis on. Now, as we point out, we're not the only load in Cirque, Kentucky. There are other loads. But we are really the primary generator in Cirque, Kentucky.
Okay. That's the only question I had.
Okay.
And I don't have any others. Thank you.
Question?
I don't think so. I've been asked what I needed. Thank you.
Did Big Rivers leave Cirque Central?
I don't know exactly where they are these days, but our understanding of Cirque, Kentucky, I thought they were in reliability first, but I may be wrong on that. I don't know off the top of my head.
Have you, you were asked questions by Counsel for Sierra Club about the loss of load expectation for PJM's target reserve margin. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you know whether the PJM auction clears at or above the target reserve margin?
I do not know off the top of my head. There are market clearing practices. I just see reported prices and clearing, but I've never dived into the mechanics of how they determine that value.
So, well, would it be reasonable to assume it doesn't clear at less than the target reserve margin?
I don't know why they would design a market that would do that.
Okay, so if the 1 in 10 is at the target reserve margin and it clears at any megawatt above, by definition, is that in excess of a 1 in 10 loss of load expectation?
Again, I would expect it to be, because more generation generally is going to lower your loss of load expectation. It certainly wouldn't increase it.
Okay. Would you be surprised to find out that we are in the 2023-2024 delivery year for PJM for the auction?
No, they start June 1 and go through the following May.
Yeah. Are you aware, well, let me ask it this way. Would it surprise you to find out that for the 2023-2024 delivery year, instead of clearing at a 14.8% installed reserve margin, that the PJM auction actually cleared at 20.3%?
Again, I mentioned earlier, I don't follow the exact mechanics. I just see reported in the trade press the market clearing prices, but I don't, since we're not in PJM, I don't dive into the details of how they cleared things.
Let me just ask you directionally. Like, you know a little bit about LOLE.
Yes.
That if as big as PJM is, and if 1 in 10 is at 14.8%, would it surprise you that a 20.3% clearing reserve margin would equate to a loss of load expectation of one event in every 149 years?
I don't know what the mechanics would be. I will say this, I'm a little curious given the number of max generation events they seem to have, that they would be at that high of a loss of load expectation value, or low as the case may be, given that the events of December 23rd were the only time in my knowledge we've ever been in an energy emergency alert, which is equivalent to kind of EEA 1 or 2 for PJM. And so, like I said, I'm a little surprised that that system that was truly that loss of load expectation would find itself in that type of EEA event as somewhat frequently as they do.
Would that make sense why the Estrape report would be necessary to show that maybe the installed megawatt capacity accreditation is not necessarily as reliable as one might envision?
Well, I think that's certainly one of the issues that PJM seems to be focusing on, given the documents I read for PJM. And so, as you're well aware, the outage assumptions about the generation assets is an important assumption in what the actual loss of load expectation turns out to be.
Where would assuming, and I can ask probably Mr. Levitt about the 2023-2024 clearing level, but assuming PJM was clearing at 20.3%, where does that fall into your range, your LG&E and KU's target range of the minimum being the economic reserve margin and the maximum being your all's 1 in 10?
Right, and because PJM, as I understand, is focusing on the summer time period for that number you're talking about, our target reserve margin range is, I believe, in the summertime 17 to 24, if I remember properly.
And as per your rebuttal testimony today, they're targeting the summer. We'll see what tomorrow brings. I want to ask you about your duopoly concern in your rebuttal testimony. You're an economist?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you about, have you heard the term market concentration?
Yes.
Is that effectively what you're talking about in your rebuttal testimony, is market concentration of suppliers?
That's very much part of it. Like I said, we're facing two suppliers that provide 70-ish% of our total coal supply currently.
Other than what you have in your rebuttal testimony, where you just took two suppliers, they're the vast majority end of it, have you done any other studies, or are you aware of any other studies that have been done to look at the market concentration for suppliers?
We've not done, say, a Justice Department level analysis of market concentration. The concern that I express is one that I mentioned sort of related to what we see going on in the marketplace. We see mines closed. We've experienced parties buying contracts and then closing the mine and supplying that contract out of a different mine. So my expressed concerns are not based on like I said, a Department of Justice analysis of market concentration.
I guess, big picture, do you have a greater concern with the concentration of commodity suppliers or the concentration of delivery options?
We have, had great relationships with our delivery parties. Crounce delivers our coal by barge. We just recently executed a 10-year agreement with them. We went through a competitive bidding process. They have been our longtime supplier of barging services. They do a great job, and they offered a very competitive price compared to the alternatives. P&L Railroad does a great job delivering from Western Kentucky to the Mill Creek site. I've already mentioned I'm not as much of a fan of Norfolk Southern, but we're a small piece of their overall business. So I am not as concerned about those parties as I am just, can we get coal and can we get it at an attractive price as we move through time.
Okay. I'm going to really be skipping around because a lot of people have pushed stuff to you. Earlier we were talking about outages, forced outages, and a lot has been made in this through cross-examination and through direct intervener testimony, and certainly through rebuttal testimony, about the risk of correlation of outages. And your comment about PJM, that if they really did clear out a 1 in 149, why are they having so many? I don't know. But assuming it's some issue to the Estrape reports, at least to some degree, correlated outages, I was asking the question earlier, and I just want to confirm with you. I think I may have asked it to Mr. Wilson. Have you ever just thrown your forced outages out there, the data on it, and see if there's a correlation or what the correlation coefficient is on your? Have you ever looked at the numbers, run the numbers to figure out whether you will have a correlated forced outage issue?
We have not, from a statistical perspective, looked at it that way. I would argue, based on our experience and our fleet, that, and knowing a little bit about the type of generation that exists today in PJM and who owns it, that the main correlation is about money, and it's inversely correlated. You know, maintaining power plants costs money. There's no doubt that's always a major issue in rate cases. How much are we spending on plant maintenance? And, you know, according to the market monitor, you got 74% of ICAP in PJM is depending upon market revenues for all their revenues. And so if you're facing problems on revenue side and you're operating a power plant, maintenance, deferring maintenance is going to be one of the things you're going to look at. And like anything else, if you defer maintenance, it will show up at some point in time. And like I said earlier on the discussion around forced outage rates, you know, cold reveals problems that otherwise would not be revealed. If you have a weak battery in your car and you go on a cold day, it shows up. It may not show up on a 65-degree day. So that's where I would start looking. I mean, our you know, generation fleet, we have tremendous detail on all the different outages I've mentioned before. Every single forced outage, they do a root cause analysis. So I don't, you know, the way I look at it is from an academic perspective, I can see where it might be interesting, where you don't have the detailed data on plants that we have. But, you know, it's a little bit, you know, like in the quality world, trying to inspect in quality, you know, it's hard to do. You're better off designing quality and manufacturing quality, and you will get a quality product. And so that's what we focus on, is that upfront set of actions to eliminate these types of correlation events. So again, I don't know every single power plant in PJM, but I do know that there are a lot of private equity owners in PJM generation. I think it's like 60% of fossil generation is owned by private equity. A large amount depend on revenues, which have been depressed and declining. And so if you're struggling to get through things, maintenance is going to be a place that power plant, merchant plants are going to focus on.
Yeah, and I appreciate this. Just to clear, you know, my question was just directly, had you done it? But given that that's your response, I mean, a lot of maintenance are operating expenses, right? You're not necessarily able to capitalize all maintenance.
Well, exactly. It's not a matter of capitalizing. I mean, if you're a merchant, you're on a cash flow basis. You're not worried about capitalization and things like that.
Well, insofar as the companies incur maintenance expense between rate cases, don't you all also have a financial incentive to defer it?
I would argue no, because as you know, under the FAC process, if plants don't operate and we have to purchase power, that's going to result in cost disallowances. I would also anticipate that if we were to not take care of the assets between rate cases, that I think the ability to recover costs going forward to make up for maintenance that had been foregone and expected to be paid for would be diminished as well. So I would think the commission would look poorly upon that type of situation.
Yeah, but I guess that doesn't make sense in the context of going back to your answer in PJM, where insofar as market participants don't show up when they're demanded to, there's a penalty structure in place, right?
Sure, and they're protesting that penalty structure, and that's also driving some of these folks close to bankruptcy, that penalty structure.
Yep. So you haven't run to determine whether there's a correlation coefficient of forced outages?
Well, again, I come back to I love statistics, I have lots of stats and econometrics classes in my life. So the question is not, is there a correlation? The question is, what is the issue? What's the root cause? And what I'm trying to get at is the folks that operate the plants, they know what's causing what's going on in the plants, and they focus on programs to make sure those problems don't occur. And I think the overall forced outage rate level of the plants is indicative of their targeting on things that matter to maintain reliability.
I appreciate that may be your question, but my question was, have you run the study?
Just correlation coefficient calculation of, is a plant out and compared to weather?
No, other units, whether there's a correlation. All your answers have been about common mode outages. I'm just asking about the correlation between certain units and whether or not they're correlated in terms of force damage.
No, we've not looked at that.
Thank you. I know you weren't intimately involved, but you answered earlier that you are generally aware of the SB4 study.
Yes.
That Mr. Wilson and Mr. Beller supported. Do you know whether, as a function of indirect costs, whether you were asked to look at whether reduced coal demand as a result of the retirements of Mill Creek 1, Mill Creek 2, Gent 2, and Brown 3 would have feedback effect of actually raising the fuel price for the other remaining coal units?
We did not do any, I'll say, dynamic analysis like that. We used the exact same coal to gas ratios and gas price forecast that we used in the other analysis.
Okay. So that change in demand isn't necessarily taken, a possibility of a change in demand is not necessarily taken into account in looking at the fuel inputs for the remaining units.
Right. So we didn't look at that, just to be clear. You know, the mine that mainly supplies Brown 3, to my knowledge, is not used in any other facility that we have. Obviously, the other units would share some of the same coal supply. But we didn't, like I said, do some type of dynamic analysis to say, you know, this change in demand would affect pricing in some way, shape, or form.
Okay. But do you have an expectation that for your other units, specifically Mill Creek 1, Mill Creek 2, and Gent 2, that the reduction in demand that the retirement of those units represent, do you think that would serve to increase or decrease the impact of the duopoly you talk about in your rebuttal testimony?
Well, I think it, like we talked earlier today, you know, whether we're talking about movement of the supply and demand curves or movement along the curves, but you know, I think in the short run, you know, it's clearly less demand for coal. The coal markets are going to look at that and adjust their production plans accordingly.
So that's it. All right. I had here that I was told by somebody to ask Mr. Beller, Mr. Schramm, and Mr. Sinclair about, I think it was Mr. Wilson, you have him to thank, about the increased volatility of natural gas vis-a-vis or relative to coal, and how the companies might address that going forward. You specifically spoke earlier about the programming that you all put in internally post Cane Run 7. Mr. Beller did give me an answer. Mr. Schramm gave me an answer. Do you have anything to add in that regards that they did not touch on that you would expect the companies either would anticipate or do anticipate putting into effect to reduce the volatility of, or the volatility is not the right, to reduce the company's exposure, I guess, to volatility and spot prices in particular for the commodity of natural gas.
Right, and I think we did talk about that with some of the other attorneys earlier today, but you know, we will have the same kind of zone of intersection where we have today, where we can move back and forth between coal and gas. So the overall approach will be unchanged in terms of targeting a minimal amount leading into the current year, at least on the coal side, because of the increased number of combined cycles. That instead of being about 1.5 million tons a year, that number grows to like 4.5 million tons a year. So we'll have a little bit different thinking to do about how to manage coal, because it becomes a little bit harder to procure that in the spot on a one-year basis. So we're going to have to look at that a little bit more closely. We're going to have, assuming everything is approved, 2 different pipes that would be on, both Tennessee is my expectation, and Texas Gas. So we'll be looking at, how to manage that. But I would anticipate, just like we did with the Cane Run 7 case, we'll be happy to come over here and show the commission the hedging plan, the approach that we would try to take to that. Because again, as I said earlier, we recognize customers generally don't like month-to-month bill volatility related to fuel costs.
So just bear with me for a second. Let's assume that you didn't lose your answers to Ms. Huddleston earlier. You didn't lose pressure for gas on December the 31st or December the 23rd at all. And you're clearly running Cane Run 7 at above 60% capacity factor, right? So you're burning gas that you didn't procure before the delivery month, and you're buying it on the spot market. It's at, I don't know, probably not at 2, it's probably not at 5, something more like 50, 100, 5,000, whatever it is, dollar per million BTU. When you're considering whether to make off-system sales, to procure more gas to make off-system sales, what is the input cost that you use for each additional marginal megawatt hour? Is it your average input cost, like your 50% spot, 50% contract, or is it just the marginal amount of gas that you would procure to make that megawatt hour to then sell that megawatt hour?
Right. So to be clear, on that day, we bought gas for $6 on the 23rd. And so the way we look at off-system sales is physically in the power supply control room, the dispatcher sits on one spot, and right behind that person sits the power marketing person who's looking at the different markets and what prices are, and those two are communicating on what our marginal cost is. So the answer to your question is we're looking at the marginal cost of energy that because we want to make sure we're doing the right thing to make money for customers. And likewise, we're looking at marginal cost of energy. Can we buy it cheaper than that? So everything is on the margin. So in that example, you're exactly right. If we had bought gas, I think we had gas in the $3 range that had already been purchased. So the off-system sales, it was coming from Cane Run 7, which it probably wouldn't have been. It probably would have been coming off the gas turbine, as I was saying earlier, at $70. So we'd be looking something north of $70 as an off-system price to sell at.
And that's what and it didn't matter. I just was using Cane Run 7 because it's handy, but it would be the incremental cost of gas you'd have to procure to make that incremental electricity to sell. Is that right?
It's both gas and coal because, again, given that we've had right now, compared to what we had in inventory costs for coal versus what that replacing that inventory was significantly different. And so we were using a replacement cost of coal for the off-system sale decision as well, recognizing that the accounting is going to be off of the inventory value.
That's what I wanted to get. That's exactly what I wanted to ask as a follow-up question. So for coal, it's different than gas because for coal, you're looking at the replacement cost of, if you burn a ton of coal, when you're looking at whether to make an off-system sale, are you looking at, you paid X dollar a ton for this coal a year ago or 8 months ago or whatever, that's your input cost to determine off-system sales, or is it the cost to replace that ton of coal that you were burning for the purposes of off-system sales?
Right. So in markets like we're in today, again, our coal procurement strategy is focused on buying coal to serve load, not to speculate on future off-system sales. So the choice is, if I burn this coal based on inventory cost to sell to TVA, I am going to have to likely replace that ton of coal for later use for customers. Mm-hmm. And so when we have a disconnect in inventory cost versus replacement cost like we've seen, like we saw last year, we're going to focus on that replacement cost number, because I don't think it would be appropriate to sell that cheaper coal to TVA today, even though the customer gets 75% of the margin, and turn around and have to buy expensive coal. It's not going to clear the off-system market. That's going to end up going through inventory into customers' bills.
And that's what I just want to make sure, the expectation, the way you do that with coal is also your expectation going forward, insofar as you have, let's just say you change your gas procurement strategy with natural gas, is it should be the additional marginal cost of buying the additional gas, not the stuff you already have contracted. That's the input for all system sales.
Yeah, from an economic perspective, you always want to try to look at things on the margin, because that's the decision we're trying to make is at the margin.
Okay. The load forecast is the load forecast, because it's a forecast, is going to be wrong. Like, it may be wrong 1 hour, but it's going to be, as good as you all may be at something, a forecast is what was the saying earlier, it's wrong the second it's finalized. It's not going to be exact, right?
Yeah, I don't think
Okay.
perfection is the standard for load forecasting.
Yeah, I don't try, but with an acknowledgement, you're not going to get there,
Yeah,
right?
I just want to be clear, and this, again, somebody who's been in forecasting for nearly 40 years, just because it could be wrong doesn't mean it's not a reasonable forecast. I get a little twitchy when people imply that, no offense.
Yeah, defensive is the right term. Yeah, I've seen you do it. Mr. Jones, I think, got a little and understandably, right? I get your all's point that it's not about whether it bears itself out as whether the inputs at the time, the assumptions were reasonable based off what you knew when you made it. I'm not debating that. I guess what I'm trying to find out, and maybe along the lines, well, it may not be the purpose of why he was asking the question, but along the lines of counsel for KCA, if you're going to be wrong on a load forecast, given what you know about utility regulation and your obligation to serve and all those kind of things, either purposefully or, just in the back of your mind, you're not even, subconsciously, would you prefer, all things being equal, the load forecast to be high or low relative to observation?
Again, we're talking about short-term or long-term or what context, I guess?
Yeah, look, in this context, I mean, you're looking at a 30-year study period. I think reasonably a 15-year outlook. I mean, is it better, when we're talking about our job, is it better for us to err on the side of a load forecast being high relative to observation or low? And I assume it's a weighing of equities, but I'm curious about your perspective given your experience doing it.
Well, and maybe I'm a bit jaded based on my age and long period of service in the industry, but when I started in load forecasting at Arizona Public Service in 1986, APS, like a lot of other utilities, including LG and KU, had load forecasts that turned out to be way too high. We used to talk about the fan forecasts, where you put by vintage each forecast, and it created a fan, which kept getting lower and lower and flatter as you went through time. So, perhaps, I'm a bit jaded. I also mentioned that, I sat in this chair for the first time in 2004 for the TC2 CPCN case, and the concern of the Attorney General was our load forecast was too high. And so I would say this, that historically utilities that have too high of a load forecast results in investment in assets that turn out to not to be used and useful perhaps in the way they anticipated for customers. And so the cost of being wrong in that sense, we like to talk about that in my group, is that we spent a bunch of money on capital that wasn't necessary. So in this day and age, given the dynamics of what's going on in load, I think the flat forecast we have means that if something unusual pops up like an SK Blue Oval, we're going to have to find a way to deal with that, and we know how to deal with that, right? That's look to acquire something, build something, whatever. The other side of the coin is you build something that is not used and useful, and then we're stuck with everybody's going to be unhappy. The commission's going to be happy, the customer's going to be happy, we're going to be unhappy in dealing with that problem. So in that sense, I think the cost of being wrong is much smaller if the forecast turns out to be too high than if it turns out to be too low.
Even at a $21,000 value of lost load?
Again, we have some control on this, is that, Mr. Bevington, who's in charge of economic development as well as demand side management, he and, Mr. Wilson communicate on what our situation looks like. His boss, Ms. Saunders, her office is also next to mine on the other side, and we communicate on these kinds of things. So the key is, we obviously are not going to hook up a load that we can't serve. I mean, that's the other side of it, right? If another Blue Oval showed up tomorrow, we're not going to be able to serve that, right?
Yeah, I guess just based on your experience, is the other consideration in that, and you were asked the question earlier, about the company staying vigilant about where they are relative to what their plans are, right? The Gent 2 SCR CPCN that the company said, maybe we don't need this. The Green River
Five.
It's not as if you all necessarily have an experience or a history of going you gave us the CPCN, no takebacks. You all have been fairly balanced upon your subsequent review of the facts to determine whether or not it's actually necessary to take on those capital costs. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
We can get done before 5. I'm convinced of it. Do you remember your testimony or your cross-examination in the IRP? You and I talked a little bit about, I asked you questions about storage, and specifically you discussed in response your experience at the LG, on the marketing side of the business, we'll call it that. Especially around pumped hydro, and specific, I think, was Rocky Mountain. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah, sorry, yes.
Okay. I remember you saying something about your experience with that specific unit was that it took twice as long to charge, effectively to fill, as it took to discharge. Do you remember that?
Is in that range. It doesn't have to be precisely that, but
Yeah,
it certainly takes longer to charge than it does to discharge.
Yeah, and as a rule, okay, that's fine. Yeah, and that's almost, I guess, physics, probably, right?
Yes, it takes more energy. The generator and the pump are the same machine running different directions, and so it takes more energy to pump water uphill than it does to let gravity push it downhill.
Do you know what the charge to discharge period is for the proposed battery in this case?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I would think, based on what I understand about our current test project, that it's closer in time, meaning that it's not, I think the pump storage we looked at is about 1.25 as long as to charge as to discharge. I'd have to subject to check. We can get you the answer. My impression is lithium-ion batteries, again, it's probably going to depend on the state of the charge, how far you want to charge it.
Yep.
Is a little bit less than, is going to be less than the pumped hydro would be, but I don't know the number off the top of my head.
But you don't think the pumped hydro is necessarily a 2-to-1 rule of thumb nowadays?
And no, and again, that was a question that, I was thinking back 20 years, and that was I knew it was longer, and maybe I was misspoke then, but it's certainly longer.
So pumped hydro, 25% longer, and lithium-ion or chemical batteries, something between 1 and 1.25. Is that right?
That would be my expectation.
Okay. Is this? I mean, a lot of not much has been made about like a $250 million battery in this case. I guess there's just so many other things to have an interest in, but it's a 4-hour battery at 125 megawatts, which is approximately 500 megawatt hours, right?
Yes.
It doesn't really come through. Just again, it's not the biggest ticket item. It's round to the nearest 100 million. It's only $250 million. What are you hoping to gain based on? What are you hoping to gain from this battery? Like operationally, it's not economic. Like the company's position is that it's not economic. It's not the least cost resource when the models were able to pull it. Where's the value to the company in actually having a 125 megawatt battery?
Sure. We talked about that a little bit earlier today, as I'm sure you recall, and I discussed it both in my direct testimony. As you know, we talk about it as a battery, but as you know, it's really a series of containers and a lot of little bitty batteries that make up a battery project. So, we can operate as, for example, 1 4-hour battery. We could operate it as 8 hours, but instead of 125 megawatts, at 62.5 megawatts, right? And so, as I was saying earlier, there's a lot of use cases for a battery. If we believe, as a lot of people do, that more renewables are on the way in this country, you know, those places today that are already much further along than we are, as was discussed earlier, we're not very far along at all as a state in the intermittent renewable world, that this is going to be very important technology to understand and to implement. And so we think there's an opportunity at this point in time to gain a working knowledge of that, not only from Mr. Schramm's dispatch desk, so you put a unit on there that his team has to control, but from Mr. Turner's operations and maintenance perspective, how do we maintain these assets? We know from the work we've done with our 1 megawatt R&D project and work that we've done looking at other batteries around the country, particularly California where there's a lot more, that state of charge and how you manage that, the heat, the cold. Again, lithium-ion batteries don't like cold, so you got to keep them warm in the wintertime, which is a different problem than they have in California. So I think there's a lot of things that we'd like to get ahead of the curve on at a scale that we can learn those things from before it becomes an absolute necessity and we don't have that knowledge. And so that's, you know, we picked that size, as I mentioned in my direct testimony. We know we got some of the Brown 11N2s that are about that same size that early in the next decade are going to likely be reaching the end of their life. And so if this works, as we hope it does, you know, maybe that's an alternative. You know, it certainly deals with some of the fuel issues we've talked about earlier. You know, and so as long as we have a reliable source to charge the battery, that battery is going to be reliable. So again, as we said, we're transparent on this. It's not we got to have it to keep the lights on. But I do think that, you know, there's a lot of discussions here. If about EPA 111B and D rules, that EPA's analysis clearly indicate we could move much more rapidly toward renewables than some people might anticipate or like, in which case we are going to be behind the learning curve. So that's the story that's the justification that we have. And, you know, it's not any more complicated than that.
Do you think about the context of do you think about batteries in the context of EUE? That having appreciation for what energy goes unserved and what magnitude and over what duration, I guess that's a little LOLH, but do you think about it in that context, or you just merely think about it in it replaces a CT?
Well, again, we certainly can include that type of technology. You know, again, the key for storage, though, is it's just an electron warehouse, and so it has to get charged to be reliable. And as I'm sure you've read the PGM report on Winter Storm Elliott, they have a fair amount of pump storage projects in PJM, and given the load situation, the outage situation, they were not able to recharge those pump storage hydro projects to the extent they needed, and therefore they became unavailable. So, yeah, I think, again, it's understanding how this technology works in different weather conditions, different load conditions, that may give us confidence that it will work when it has to work.
I think Duke had those same pumped hydro situation, right?
I have not read a story about Duke's situation. They do have pumped hydro. I'm aware of that in North Carolina.
And then finally, are you more confident, in your testimony you note some concerns around the 4 PPA, the solar PPAs. That's a little bit of, let's just be clear. None of the other PPAs that you all have signed into have been built yet, right?
No, you're correct. They're both still working on development, trying to make it happen. I had breakfast about 3 weeks ago with Martin Herman, the founder and CEO of Bright Night, talking about both that project and 2 of the other projects they have involved in this case. And you may recognize that company. They were the one that just did the project in eastern Kentucky related to Rivian that was in the news. Yeah, well, and I guess
You stated in your testimony that you had concerns around the getting them to operation effectively, some of the PPAs, just because of the observations that you've had experiences and observations you've had up to now. I guess big picture, my question is, do you have the same concerns for the lithium-ion battery as you do with the PPAs that it'll be harder to bring on because of at least one of the things you cited was the supply chain issues.
Based on the conversations that I have had with the project engineering group, we think we can procure the materials necessary. Again, the key issue on the solar PPAs is, rising, again, they bring a lot of debt to their projects. That's how they get their prices down. So given rising interest rates, that's been a negative for meeting their objectives. The solar tariffs have been a negative. A number of things have been negative in their world that have made the ability to bring that project in at the price structure that will let them get financed is a problem. So since we're not depending upon project financing and other things, based on all the conversations I have had, I have not heard an expressed concern that we will not be able to procure the equipment necessary to install the Brown Brown battery project.
Do you have the same concern for the two owned or to be owned solar facilities as you do the 4 PPA facilities?
No, because again, it's engineering, procurement, construction set of activities. It doesn't depend on convincing a bank to lend us a lot of money. It doesn't depend on finding tax equity investors that want to invest in it. It doesn't depend on a whole host of things that are really more finance driven and unique to the solar PPA world. We don't have that issue. We also, as I highlight, one of the things that slowed down the Roods Creek project, which was the very first solar PPA we signed, has been the Hardin County folks have not been excited about having a solar plant in their county. And so there's been a lot of local opposition and permitting issues. I think we already talked about the Mercer County thing seems to be resolved here. And again, part of the discussions I had with Mr. Herman when I met with him a few weeks ago about the build transfer project down in Western Kentucky is they are making significant progress. And so I think that one will move forward as well.
So I just have an appreciation. A lot of your concerns, it sounds like, with the PPAs are not necessarily based on the supply chain, but more on the project financing stuff. That seems to be the hang-up.
Yes, and the supply chain is not so much the availability, but what are the prices going to be, right? So you saw probably, I'm sure, the recent tariffs that got announced on solar equipment coming out of, I think, Thailand, Vietnam, and I think Cambodia, I don't remember, where China was accused of trying to get around tariffs on them by going through those countries. So there are a lot of, tariff questions, but, solar projects in other places are clearly getting done. But it is financing right now. As long as interest rates remain uncertain, that's a bigger challenge, I think.
Okay, and just finally, just so I appreciate, if you're not the right person, that's fine, but the EPC, the buy once they're built solar facilities, you're saying those are differently financed than the ones that if the developer was to sign a PPA with you, those are just different financing altogether, is your understanding?
Right, so all they're doing is obtaining construction financing, like you're building a house. They're going to build construction finance it, and when they're done, we will, assuming they meet the standards of the contract, we will write them a check to buy the project from them at that point. Again, like buying a house that's being built for you. So they don't have any permanent financing to deal with, and they are comfortable they can get construction financing, given that we are creditworthy and need to buy it from them, assuming they meet the standards that we expect in the contract.
And so NERC compliance, everything else, it's all the companies, it's your all's project at that point, right?
Yeah, it'll be owned like any other project. And again, the reason we went that route was they proposed that in the RFP.
Yeah.
They had already developed the project, and they did not want to have to mess with the project financing and other things. They just wanted to turn that project over and get their money out of it.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Sinclair. Mr. Riggs, we'll come back to you after our break for any redirect that you have with Mr. Sinclair.
Thank you.
All right, so we will be in recess until, we will shoot, let's say 5:45.
Okay.
And it will probably be 5:50 before I'm able to walk in. So we'll be in recess until 5:45.
Thank you.
I just really like. Okay, we're back on the record. Two things real quick, council. First is I just want to confirm that through Mr. Sinclair's cross-examination, there were only two items that were that we admitted into evidence. That was first the RTO membership analysis as Sierra Club 10. That was the original analysis that was filed, not the May 4th update. And then the effectively the video of Mr. Hawk's testimony before the Interim Joint Committee on Natural Resources and Energy, I think August 3rd, but as a link to it, that was included in Mr. Sinclair's rebuttal.
That's correct, Your
Is that what everybody else has? And that would be SC 11. Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Riggs, any redirect to this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Sinclair. Thank you, Mr. Riggs.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I also want to take up, and Mr. Riggs, you may want to stick around just for a second because I think it might be your witness. Mr. Ember, Mr. Smith on Friday asked the commission to take take notice of the memorandum that is, I guess, submitted alongside the new source performance standard. I believe that was the rule. But Mr. Counsel for the Sierra Club made a notice of filing earlier today of, as I requested, with the source information. Given that the source information is regulations.gov and it accompanies the rulemaking, we are going to take notice of that memorandum. I just want to address that on the record since that notice of filing had been made.
Right. I saw the notice and we have no objection to that, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Riggs. All right. Would the company like to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The company's call Mr. John Bevington.
Mr. Bevington, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. Please have a seat. State your name and business address for the record, please.
My name is John Bevington. My business address is 220 West Main Street, Louisville, Kentucky.
Good evening, Mr. Bevington.
Good evening.
Would you please state your employer and job title?
Yes, my employer is LG&E KU Services Company. My job title is Director of Business and Economic Development.
Did you cause to be prepared and filed in this proceeding direct testimony on December 15th, 2022?
I did.
And did you also sponsor responses to certain data requests that the company's filed in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections or updates to your testimony or those responses?
I do not.
Do you adopt your pre-filed testimony and responses to data requests as your testimony today?
Yes.
The witness is now available for cross, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cook.
No questions, Chairman.
Mr. Malone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Malone for KCA. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
Just basic background. Mr. Bevington, background-wise, what did you do from August of 2009 to October of 2018?
I worked at the Economic Development Cabinet for the state of Kentucky.
Okay. When you ended that role from October of 2017 to October of 2018, what was your position?
I was Commissioner of Business Development for the Cabinet.
Okay. In looking at the situation and having heard the testimony, I've seen that you've been in here the whole time. I want to ask you about the load forecast, okay? The reason I want to ask is because do you agree with Mr. Sinclair and Mr. Wilson that the companies are going to have stagnant load growth until 2050?
You've asked them the questions. They're the smart people behind the modeling and the forecasting and everything, so I would have to take them at their word.
Okay. I looked at the company's website and it referenced the fact that 2021, the state of Kentucky had a record 11.2 billion in investments, and more than half of those investments and jobs were announced in the KU LG&E territory. What I'm curious about is going forward, what are you going to do if there's a Blue Oval 2?
What am I going to do?
As the companies, what are the companies going to do if there's a Blue
Well,
Oval
what are the
2?
companies going to do?
Yeah.
Not just me specifically.
Yeah, not just you.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah. Well, I think as evidenced by all of the very smart individuals that you've talked to over the course of the last week, my confidence lies in the plan that they've put together, not only for current customers that we serve, but also prospective customers. I think you've heard a lot from Mr. Sinclair about how, manufacturers in particular are looking for ways to make their operations more energy efficient. So I think it's an ebb and flow perspective. But again, I think the confidence that I have in talking to prospects and talking to existing customers about their growth is the plan that we've put together here in this case.
Okay, you just said something that's interesting. Talking to prospects, with respect to potential businesses that are going to come here, what are you going to sell them? I know that's going to sound like a silly question, but if the companies don't have available capacity, what are you going to sell these prospects?
Well, I think the process for us really starts with, what is a prospect asking for, in particular. As noted earlier, we've got a lot of interaction with Mr. Wilson and his team, Mr. Jones and his team. Also on the transmission side, you haven't heard from a lot of them, but we evaluate capacities both on the generation and transmission side of things to determine whether a customer's load can be met by the things that we have. And so I guess, it's a process in all honesty. And prospect activity can vary from, pretty small projects that have a lot of employees to very large energy intensive projects that don't have many employees. And so it's hard to answer because of the varying degrees of things that we deal with over time. But I would say that, again, my confidence in the team and the plans that they put together and the resources that we have available for customers is where my confidence lies.
When you were at the Cabinet for Economic Development, how often were you seeing large projects come into the state?
I don't know that I can answer it with any kind of consistency. It just, you never know what you're going to get hit with, to be honest with you.
Okay. Based on your experience in the Cabinet and in your current role, wouldn't you expect, or wouldn't you want there to be additional development in KU LG&E's territory?
Certainly, yeah. And we want to support the entire state of Kentucky and their economic growth. There's no doubt about that.
No further questions.
We're gonna take a short break because it's 6 o'clock. I know, Mr. Sturgeon. I'm sorry. I promise it'll only be 69.
Thank you.
Maybe we should have a smart thermostat demonstration.
There's not a lot of airflow back in this area.
Yeah, right.
Say what?
That's what I wish we had it. Look, having been one of the few people
Because everybody was clear.
That was the moral hazard. Okay. Mr. Osterloh, you have no questions?
That's right,
Okay. Ms. Huddleston? All right, thank you. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Yes, sir, thank you. We have several exhibits that we circulated electronically to all the parties that are responses that you authored or co-authored in the 2021 IRP proceeding. LG&E has stipulated the admission of those, and I'll identify them individually. Your Honor, if we could mark them, I'm not sure where we are in terms of joint interveners exhibits.
I think you guys are starting fresh.
Well, in that case, the first would be, they're all in case number 2021-00393. The first is the LG&E and KU response to the joint interveners post-hearing request number 2, and that's 3 pages in length. The second is the LG&E and KU response to joint intervener post-hearing request number 6, and that's 8 pages in length. The third is the LG&E and KU response to the PSC's initial request number 4. That's 3 pages. The fourth is the LG&E and KU response to the joint interveners initial request number 37E. That's 2 pages. And the final is the LG&E and KU response to joint interveners supplemental request 71, and that's 1 page in length. If there's no objection, I would move that their admission and identification as joint interveners 1 through 5 respectively.
So hold on one second, Mr. Fitzgerald. So first, just confirm everybody in the room has a copy of these, was provided a digital copy of them? Okay. All right, and so they're LG&E, I'm just going to reread them to you, Mr. Fitzgerald. LG&E and KU's response to joint interveners post-hearing data request number 2. LG&E and KU's response to joint interveners post-hearing data request 6. Joint LG&E and KU's response to PSC staff's first initial data request number 4. LG&E and KU's response to joint interveners data request 1-37E. And then LG&E and KU's response to joint interveners second request for information number 71.
That's it. I'm sorry, that should be 73. That was
2-73?
It's 73 rather than 71. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Are there any objections to the numbering or admission of those exhibits?
No objection.
Okay. All right, so I will mark those respectively as joint interveners 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and admit all 5 requests. And Mr. Gary is going to bring them up on the screen, or they're going to somehow otherwise be shared through cross-examination?
We will not cross-examine on them because they've been stipulated for admission. We will simply address them in the post-hearing brief in the interest of time.
Okay, thank you.
I somewhat feel like the last person who's doing the CLE presentation before lunch or the end of the day on June 28th during the year. So
yeah, I've never gotten mine done on June 28th, so I wouldn't know what it's usually the 30th that I'm getting mine.
God bless the LRC. If they weren't there, I don't know what any of us would do.
Please proceed,
Mr. Bevington, Tom Fitzgerald, representing the joint interveners. If I ask you a question that is just unintelligible, just say, would you please clarify that, Fitz, or please repeat it? You and Ms. Isaacson both address aspects of the company's DSM and energy efficiency plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to be sure I'm asking the right person. So, and because you're going first, you can always say, would you ever have to ask her that?
I'll be glad to.
You provided direct testimony, but not rebuttal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you mentioned that your direct testimony was describing the company's history of the DSM and energy efficiency, the company's process for the development of the 2024 to 2030 plan, And then Ms. Isaacson is addressing the analysis that went behind that plan. Is that correct, roughly?
Yes.
Okay. So when I'm asking about the Cadmus study, should I ask Ms. Isaacson those questions?
Which particular cabinet study would you be referring to?
The one that supported the 2024 to 2030 plan?
Well, Cadmus did quite a bit of work for us, specifically related to the development of programs. That would probably be better asked of Ms. Isaacson.
Okay, yeah, hold on just a second, let me pull you up the actual name of the report. It was the 2022 report that Cadmus did that identified the program opportunities that would be available. And so ask her those questions. Okay,
yep.
Wonderful. Let me just start and ask a couple of basic questions just for the record. Is it fair to describe DSM programs as programs that are designed to modify or change the consumption patterns of ratepayers?
I don't know if I would categorize it completely that way. Certainly, they are programs that are offered to customers to drive certain decisions that they might not otherwise make.
Okay, decisions regarding energy usage and time of usage?
Correct.
Okay. Is the purpose in attempting to have them change their decisions to reduce or possibly defer future capital investment that would be necessary for generating capacity?
Yes.
Okay. If you adopt a DSM program today, let's say that the DSM array that's been proposed is adopted today, would you expect to see changes in that ratepayer behavior tomorrow?
Well, it depends on what kind of program you're referring to. I mean, there's a variety of different kinds of programs in the DSM portfolio, so can you be more specific?
Well, let me ask it this way. Does it take a while for a DSM program to reach a certain level of saturation among the ratepayers of usage?
Yes.
Okay, and do you predict when you think it will reach that point of widespread adoption?
Well, in the application and the plan, we provide budgets and forecasts of energy savings and, the kind of investment necessary to get customers to adopt programs, certainly.
Okay, and are those forecasts based on the work that Cadmus did for LG&E?
In part, they certainly supported the effort, but I think it was a widespread number of activities to put the plan together, including work with the DSM advisory group, internal analysis, historical looks at, how customer adoption has occurred on, programs in the past, as well as, work that Cadmus did on behalf of, more of a nationwide look at, different successful programs that may exist out there.
Okay, as part of that, did you or did your group look at other PPL programs that are within the PPL system?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly asked our sister companies about programs that they may offer, types of programs, how programs work. In particular, if there was IT work that they had done that we could leverage for the benefit of our customers to adopt a different kind of program that we don't have today. Certainly those would be questions we would have asked. Yes.
Okay, and so you would have looked at potentially Rhode Island?
Yeah, potentially, yep.
Okay, and Pennsylvania?
Correct.
Virginia?
Yeah, somewhat, although our Virginia service territory is relatively small compared to the other operating companies that we're talking about there.
Okay, thank you. Could you, do you have your direct testimony in front of you?
I do.
Okay, could you turn to page 10?
Sure.
And let me know when you're there.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, in analyzing the DSM and EE programs for cost effectiveness, What, did you use the California Standard Practice Manual tests?
For cost effectiveness, yes.
Okay, did you use all four of the tests that, the cost effectiveness tests?
Cadmus ran the cost effectiveness on all four of the different tests, correct?
Okay, did they run the societal cost test?
They did not.
Okay, and did they include the expanded, and I'm going to use a quote here, the expanded externalities that are in the 2001 update of the California Standard Practice Model for the total resource cost test?
No.
Is it correct that the cost benefit tests that were run assigned no value to the avoidance of greenhouse gas emissions?
That's correct.
Okay. And determining the costs and benefits of the DSM and energy efficiency measures, did the companies consider, and you may have answered this, the benefit of adopting one or more measures in terms of reducing morbidity and mortality associated with air pollution from power plants?
No, that wasn't something that was run in the
That would be considered a societal cost, probably?
Correct.
Okay. In modeling future capacity additions, which is another part of this case, we're doing the CPCNs and the Senate Bill 4 process, have the companies assigned a price or a value to the control of pollutants such as NOx and particulate matter and sulfur dioxide and even greenhouse gases?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair enough. Is the company's decision not to use the societal cost test or the expanded externalities test from the California manual a belief, based on a belief that the companies can't do that? Or is it just a decision that they don't think that has a legitimate place in a cost-benefit analysis?
Yeah, I think, the decision to not use societal costs really is based in, information that I have learned over time in the development of this portfolio process, namely that the commission has held that, they don't have jurisdiction over societal costs or non-energy related costs and benefits. And so we a lot of work goes into a portfolio plan development process like this, and so a lot of focus has to be lent to a lot of different areas, and due to that fact that I just mentioned, that's not one that we spend a lot of time analyzing.
Okay, and to your knowledge, have the companies proposed DSM and EE programs in the past that have not passed the cost-benefit tests, but which the companies believed were reasonable?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't believe that no, never mind. If I could, there's a couple of some correspondence. This has been previously supplied by the joint interveners in response to discovery requests, but Your Honor, if I could, I'd like to go ahead and get them admitted, identified and admitted into the record. It's three, let's see, I don't think we have electronic copies of this.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
What are these?
These are three letters that were sent to Mr. Bevington in his capacity with the DSM advisory group.
Oh.
And I'll provide a basis and explain them in just a second. I just want to get them in front of everybody.
Thank you. You guys need 2 copies? No, 1.
Mr. Bevington, we are rounding the bases and heading towards home here.
This is uncharacteristically quick for you, Mr.
Your Honor, having been vaccinated with a Victrola needle, which gives you a little sense of my age. I appreciate that. Somebody did say brevity is the soul of wit. I have Carrie over here, who has suggested that she will kick me if I do not. So everyone needs someone to keep them in line, but I think I've got enough distance here that I'm safe.
You did ask me to come sit beside you.
Yes, I did ask her to come sit beside me.
Well, if she doesn't, I will. With permission.
Yeah, I'm going to resist, pointing out how much time we have spent as an aggregate body here talking about supply side issues, and how this is the first discussion of many.
It's just a function of how the witness list was
I
provided,
understand
Mr. Chair.
that.
All right, so I have 3 letters here, Mr. Fitzgerald, that your co-counsel has passed out: a September 15 letter, a November 10 letter, and a December 13 letter. Would you like to identify those?
Yes. Mr. Bevington, do you recognize these 3 letters that have been handed out? The September 15th, 2022, November 10th, 2022, and December 13th, 2022 letters?
Let's see. Without reading them fully, they look familiar. I will just say that.
Okay. You had testified in your direct testimony that on page 6, if you go there for a second.
Sure.
And I'll read this as you're getting there, that in 2022, the companies met with the DSM-EE advisory group on 5 different occasions and updated their DSM-EE potential studies for residential, commercial, and industrial customers. If you looking at these, do they appear to relate to the DSM advisory group?
Yes.
Okay, and if you would turn just to the, let's go to the first of the letters, September 15th of 2022.
Got it.
If you look at the signatories on the back page.
Yes.
And tell me if those signatories, to the best of your recollection, are members of the DSM advisory group.
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay. Your Honor, unless there's objection, I would, this is correspondence from the public members of the DSM advisory group regarding the DSM advisory group process. Unless there are objections, I'd move their admission.
Well, so far, I'm sorry. So would you like to mark those in sequential order, September, November, and December
that'd be wonderful.
6, 7, and 8?
That would be great.
Okay, so marked. Is there any objection to their admission?
I don't have an objection, Your Honor, but only wanted to, point of clarification was that the Attorney General, which is a member of the advisory group, did not sign any of these letters. So.
Okay.
And I wouldn't presume to suggest that the Attorney General endorsed anything that was in the letters.
Ms. Wimberly, any objection?
With the clarification that there are many members, including the Attorney General, who did not sign this letter, who were also members of the advisory group, I have no objection.
All right. So admitted as joint interveners 6, 7, and 8.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could talk more generally about the DSM-EE plan that's been proposed by the company. Assuming approval of and full deployment of the DSM and EE measures that are proposed, what percentage of the company's investment would that represent, to the best of your knowledge, relative to the supply side investments that are being proposed here?
Well, I think Mr. Beller spoke to this a little bit in his testimony. It's hard to relate the investment in DSM to the overall capital investment that's necessary for the supply side resources. I think it's a little bit of a difficult correlation. As noted in my testimony in the application, the investment in energy efficiency in this plan is roughly $45 to $50 million a year for a 7-year plan. So it's a $341 million plan over 7 years.
Okay. Do you know what percentage of reduction in total energy sales would be achieved through implementation of all these DSM and EE measures?
That's not something that we calculated for purposes of putting this plan together. However, in some of the exhibits that you pointed out, earlier this morning, or that you entered into the record here, I think there was a calculation we did maybe in the IRP that was somewhere in the neighborhood of 0.3 to 0.5% of 21 sales.
Okay, I'm curious, isn't reduction in total energy sales the goal of EE measures?
No, I think that, the goal, as we set out to, create this plan, our goal was to offer the most comprehensive, most aggressive, most customer valued DSM portfolio that we've ever offered before. One that has real and achievable energy and demand savings, and maybe most importantly, for purposes of our exercises, a cost-effective plan.
Okay, how do you measure whether it is aggressive in terms of savings or increasing efficiency among the participating customers?
Well, I think, looking at, our customer base, doing all kinds of analysis that, again, Ms. Isaacson could talk to you about, putting budgets and forecasts together that have a large amount of energy and demand potential savings in the course of the programs, and then also working with Mr. Wilson and Mr. Jones to make sure that those get incorporated into the overall company resource plan, so that we're looking at things completely comprehensively.
Okay. Did you identify a target percentage of savings that you were seeking to achieve with this aggressive program?
No, I wouldn't say a target measure of achievement. I think, we wanted to submit all of the programs that seemingly were possible to, lay out to our customers during the plan period. And again, a lot of research on the reason that energy efficiency and DSM lives in customer services, because really customers are at the heart of this. So we wanted to make sure that we were offering programs that customers could see value in, that really, again, that they will deem as important to them, and so forth. So, again, we didn't look at a target percentage of sales. We more or less looked at.
All right, thank you. I'd like to shift gears and talk a little bit about some of the specific measures that have been proposed. Did the companies perform any study or conduct any analysis on the distribution of the usefulness of the benefits within the residential customer class?
What do you mean by usefulness of benefits? Sorry.
Whether it might be useful for renters, or renters in multifamily housing, or owner-occupied housing, any sort of speciation of the degree to which the program offerings could be accessed by or would be a benefit to members of that class.
Yeah, certainly. Again, one item in particular, if you look at the design of the We Care program, We Care is a income qualifying program that we've offered for many years. As an example to your question, we asked around a lot of questions about, how could we enhance this program? One item that we picked up on in the course of our research and networking with, various different individuals was that, multifamily housing, renters in particular, in the income qualifying class, there's not a lot of options for them. And so for certain, that was a specific program development that we proposed in this plan that we hadn't had in the past. Again, based on doing some market research and determining the types of programs that customers would value.
You're also expanding the eligibility of that program, which I understand is now going to be called Income Qualified Solutions?
Correct.
Do you maintain or have you collected any data on how many ratepayers within the service areas on fixed or low incomes rent as opposed to own homes?
Not specifically.
Okay. Do you know how many that rent own their own major appliances?
No.
Okay. Do you know how many that rent own their own HVAC systems at the rental properties?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know how many drive as opposed to use public transportation?
No.
Okay. How many own new cars or used cars?
No, we don't have that data.
Okay. Did the companies do any study or analysis on the degree to which the programs that are being offered align with the needs of the customers within the residential class whose use of energy is most inefficient?
Can you ask the question again? Just want to make sure I hear you properly.
Let me do it this way. You're aware of because I think actually you and I have talked about this in past cases, that within the low-income population of our brothers and sisters who have fixed or low incomes, that their energy costs as a percentage of disposable income is much higher than it is for the average customer.
That may be the case. I don't know that I have specific data on that, but that may be the case.
You haven't collected any data on that as a company?
On the percentage of, can you restate? On
the percentage of disposable income that those with low and fixed incomes spend on energy as opposed to the average per capita expenditure.
To my knowledge, my group has never performed an analysis like that. So if it's happened somewhere else, I'm unaware of it.
Okay, and you've not looked at any national numbers that talk about that issue?
Not specifically, but I mean, all of our customers are important to us, and the reason that we put the portfolio plan together that we did is because we wanted to make sure and really maximize value for, all of our customers, whether that be, residential income qualifying, commercial, small business, industrial customers. And so again, I think if you look at the plan that we've put together, we really tried to make sure that all of our customers were represented with offerings, and that all of those offerings would be valuable and cost effective in the plan.
Okay. The reason I'm asking these questions is the joint application indicated that in its description of the DSM&E programs that affordability was a goal of the company, and that there was a robust plan, I think was the word that was used, and I'm just trying to slice and dice what parts of these programs would be of utility to those customers whose energy use impacts them in terms of their budget.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if you had a question, but I would say that if you look at the overall budget for the plan that we've put together, I think the income qualified solutions budget is, I believe it's the highest budget of all of the programs that we have entered in the plan. So, hopefully that shows that, again, all of our customers are important to us. We understand, and working with the DSM advisory group, we talk a lot about, having solutions for, the income qualifying class, and we're always more than open to sincerely hearing their ideas and suggestions of, how we could modify a program to better suit the needs of that class of customers, for certain.
In looking at the program offerings, I think there are 12 of them, if I'm not mistaken.
Sounds about right.
It looks like the only programs that would be of potential value to lower fixed income renters would be the We Care or the qualified income qualified solutions program. Is that fair?
Yeah, I would say, for specific program discussion, if you want to really get into the details of the programs and, sort of who the programs can benefit and, who can take advantage of them, Ms. Isaacson's probably best to ask those questions.
Okay. If I could, in expanding the We Care or the income qualified solutions program from 200 to 300% of poverty, did the company analyze or does the company propose to track the customers served by that in order to be sure that by broadening out the qualifications, you're not diluting the services to those most in need?
Well, we haven't offered this plan to the customers yet. I mean, obviously, it's here for approval, so I don't know that I can answer the question. I think it sounds like you're asking it in terms of, you know, have we analyzed how the impact of the income level qualification has changed anything? And again, we haven't offered the program yet.
Okay. Let me just wrap up and ask you, as part of your job description, did you have occasion to review any of the comment letters that were submitted in the record that spoke to DSM and EE issues?
Are you talking about the 3 letters that you just introduced?
No, I'm talking about in the record of this proceeding. There have been numbers of public comments that have been submitted.
I have read some of those, yes.
Okay, did you get a chance to see the Association of Community Ministries?
I did read that one, yes.
Wonderful. Let me ask you, if I could, about one paragraph, and I'll go ahead and just read it for the sake of getting through this quickly, because it speaks specifically to this issue, and I want to just wrap up with this. It says, with respect to the proposed expansion of eligibility for income qualified solutions to serve customers who are at or below 300% of the poverty level, federal poverty level, ACM suggests that the companies be required to track the income levels of participants on an annual basis and report the aggregate numbers to the Commission, so as to ensure that income qualified solutions continues to mainly serve customers at lower income levels. It goes on to say, without such tracking, there will be no way for the companies to know whether or to what extent the addition of higher income participants is starting to limit lower income customers from the opportunity to participate in income qualified solutions. What do you think of that recommendation? Do you think it makes a legitimate point that tracking would be a benefit to assure that those most in need are continuing to be served, and that the spreading of the available money more widely doesn't result in a reduction of assistance to those most in need?
Well, the expansion of the income eligibility is really simply just to try to serve more. You know, it's really as simple as that. You know, that was the initiative that we took in expanding the income eligibility level. So again, that's our hope, is that we can serve more of our customers that are in need of assistance.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to have distributed a copy of the ACM comments that are in the record here, and move admission of the comments. Could I approach the witness? And
you may. These are the August 18 comments?
This is the August 17th. Yes, they were received August 18th.
Okay, that'd be fine.
Okay. Let me just make sure that this is the document that you had a chance to review as part of the record.
Sure, if you give me just a second, I'll try to read through this, make sure it looks familiar.
Ignore the pen mark.
Okay. This is the same letter I was referring to, yes.
Thanks very much.
Okay.
If there's no objection, I just wanted to move admission of the letter.
As joint interveners number 9, Mr. Fitzgerald. As joint interveners number 9, is that right?
Joint interveners 9, that'd be great.
This one, Burley?
No objection, Your Honor.
Objection, okay. Just to be clear, Mr. Fitzgerald, you want us to move this from the public comment and put it in the hearing record of the...
Your Honor, it is offered for the purposes of underscoring that a provider of assistance to low-income folks has a concern about the expansion in terms of the advisability of tracking.
All right, so marked and admitted as joint interveners number 9.
Just also, if I could help elucidate that, if I understand correctly, ACM helps people with LIHEAP and with the HEA funds. So they see this every single day.
That's right. Their service is limited to, I believe, 200% above, so they're,
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. I have no further questions. I did tell Duncan that this is probably my shortest cross-exam, and the nuns used to give gold stars. I'm not sure if they're handing any out here.
You get a gold star.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Honor.
Your first one, I suspect, even after all those years of Catholic school.
Yes.
Ms. Grumman, do you have any cross-examination?
I do, just
Please.
a little bit. Good evening, Mr. Babington, how are you?
Good evening, fine, thank you.
I have in front of me Appendix A from your direct testimony, and if I'm doing my math correctly, it looks like since your time with the Kentucky Cabinet for Economic Development to the President, you've spent about 14 years involved in economic development, is that correct?
Sounds about right.
So the last 5 or 6 years with the company.
Correct, 5 years, yep.
And so would it be fair to say that you've seen a lot of potential business opportunities present themselves to the Commonwealth over these 14 years?
I have, yes.
And so just high level, are you seeing, particularly since you've been with the company, any trends in terms of things that potential companies or business opportunities seeking to come to the company service territory are seeking when it comes to economic development? And just high level.
As it relates to energy companies, or just, when you say in general, do you mean?
Well, I'm focusing on your time in charge of economic development for the companies,
okay.
And I am focusing mostly on energy. Are they saying to you, we need to have X or Y or Z from you as a company?
Yeah, I think, companies that are making decisions about where to locate a new facility or where to expand a facility, generally they want as much certainty as possible, whether that be with workforce or what have you, and energy is no different. They certainly want reliability, and I think that they're looking for the best cost scenario for them overall, which includes energy as well. So I think those are kind of probably two of the themes that I would say are pretty consistent.
So cost is a big theme. Are you seeing anything about your energy mix?
I think some prospects and customers ask about energy mix. I would say, more frequently, though, it's about reliability and, cost, I think, are the implications that they're looking at it from a competitive scale.
Perfect. And now I'm going to turn, and it's going to be a little hard to get to because it doesn't appear to be sequentially numbered, but I am looking at your Exhibit JB2. And I'm on page 1 of 4 of the DSM Advisory Group meeting minutes from November 10, 2022.
We're getting there. Give us just a second.
Take your time. It's towards the back end of JB2, but it's a fairly large exhibit. It's just not base numbered or sequentially numbered.
Mr. Lufkin, do you have PDA pagination?
No, which page?
Yeah, it's 151 of 170.
Well, that's great because I don't have that.
Well, no, which page?
I'm on page 1 of 4.
So the November 10th, 2022 meeting?
Correct.
All right, we've got it up.
And that was the last advisory group meeting before the filing, is that right, based upon what you've included?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And you have listed...
Mr. Grumman, I'm sorry, can I ask a favor of you?
Yes.
Since we've come back from supper, thank you. Our batteries are out in the wireless, so good, thank you.
Typically, I can trigger the green microphone from far back.
It was apparently picking you up in the back, which is thankful.
I've just picked this. You agree with me that in JB2, you have documents similar to the one we're looking at for November 10th, for the reflecting sort of the meeting minutes for the prior DSM Advisory Group meetings, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm using the November 10, 2022 as an exemplar. And listed there are probably 20 stakeholders. Do you agree with me?
That looks about right. Yep.
Would you say that that's a fairly typical listing of the stakeholders who were active in the DSM advisory?
Yeah, I think that's pretty typical.
And can you go through that list and identify for me any stakeholders that, in your opinion, predominantly represent commercial and industrial interests?
I will do my best. Certainly we have Louisville Metro government, has all sorts of commercial installations within their footprint. And are you talking about agencies that also represent commercial businesses or just commercial businesses? I want to make sure that I understand your question.
What I think my focus on is, again, this is an opinion, so, that's subject to sort of your interpretation, but as you look at this group, particularly in light of your experience in the DSM advisory group, which of these entities, these stakeholders, would you identify as predominantly representing commercial and industrial interests?
I mean, honestly, it's a hard question to answer. I mean, you've got the Kentucky Energy Environment Cabinet on there. You've got the Office of the Attorney General. I mean, obviously, they have interest in representing commercial interests and so forth. But I would say that, again, it's just a little bit of a hard question to answer. I would say that it's probably fewer than more. I don't know if that's a good answer for your question.
So do you think that the company could take steps to better engage with its C&I customers to gain better participation in the DSM advisory group, or just DSM and EE issues moving forward? Is that something the company would be willing to commit to?
Well, I think, many of our commercial customers and industrial customers in particular have what we call key account managers who interact with their customers all the time. We don't want to just hear from our customers when it's time for a DSM advisory group meeting. We really want that to be an ongoing engagement with our customers for certain. Again, I think that we'd be glad to have more participation in these advisory group meetings from, more commercial customers and so forth. That's the way I would look at it.
And so you all would expect a decision from this commission likely the latter part of this year, correct?
Correct. I believe that's the time frame. Yep.
And then sort of when do you envision that these DSM EE programs that you've proposed, if approved, when would you consider them to be fully up and running?
Well, we'll start operating them pretty quickly after, pending approval. We'll get them started pretty quickly.
Well, I'm not talking about them sort of started. At what point would you expect to say we're operating, we're 100, we're going full speed, we've got the education out, as opposed to the ramp up?
I mean, I don't know if I have a good answer for you in that. I mean, again, we've got budgets and forecasts in there that sort of represent how the ramp up is going to look. But I mean, we're going to get started right away.
So would you think 12 to 18 months would be sort of a fair time frame?
I mean, again, it's all dependent on customer take of the programs. So, I mean, again, we'll start marketing the programs and being able to execute on the programs, pretty soon after our hopeful approval here. Some of our programs in the portfolio, we don't get started until 25 or 26. So again, I don't know that I have a definitive answer that I can give you, but again, we'll get started pretty quickly.
So then you are proposing that this DSM portfolio would be in effect until 2030, is that correct?
That's correct.
So you would envision coming in sometime late 2028, early 2029 to propose the next tranche?
I mean, it depends. I mean, I think the company has a history of, this is an ongoing process for us. We don't stop and start when it's time for a filing. Matter of fact, I think if you look back at our history of DSM filings, we tend more often than not to come in with a mid-plan adjustment, whether that's a program that maybe not working appropriately or to our forecast. Or in the most recent instance, we came back in 2022 and asked for more budget for a non-residential or business rebate program because it was performing better than what we expected. So I wouldn't say, I don't know that I could sit here today and say it'll be 2028 before we come back.
But you agree that that right now, just based on the hours of testimony that we've heard, there's a lot in flux, particularly with respect to environmental regulations. Would you agree with that?
That's what it sounds like.
And there's essentially two ways to address energy needs of customers, right? You can build more to serve them, or you can reduce the energy they use. Do you agree with that?
I'm not an expert in this stuff, okay? So, I mean, if that may not be the only two. That may be the only two. I don't know that I can.
But you're familiar
Those
with
are two ways, for sure.
You're familiar with both of those two ways, right?
Yes.
And so it's going to be really important, isn't it, that the company is is paying a lot of attention because, for example, programs that were considered leading into the company's filing that didn't pass the cost-effective tests may pass them in a future proceeding, right, as we move on.
Sure,
And
there
so
would be.
the company is committed to continuing to assess those programs as part of, and maybe before coming in and seeking to build any additional new generation. Is that fair?
We will continue to evaluate the programs that have been on our list that maybe didn't, pass cost effectiveness tests for certain. There's no doubt about that.
And how will you go out and identify potential new programs?
Well, talking to customers, same thing that we did here. We want to hear from commercial customers. We want to hear from all of our customer classes, as I represented earlier. They're all very important to us. We'll continue to do research with, our consulting partners. And then we have a staff that really, really works hard every day, attending conferences, networking with other utilities to try to determine what are the best, energy efficiency DSM programs that are out there on the market. So we'll continue to do those things.
So is there a program that you have proposed for approval that you learned of or that was identified for you by a customer outside of the DSM advisory group?
It might be better to ask Ms. Isaacson that question.
And who would have oversight of the key account managers?
I do.
Okay, so are you aware of any proposal that flowed through any of your key account managers that was then put forward into the DSM advisory group?
Not as I sit here today, but again, there's been so much work going on. I mean, the team that puts together this plan, they pull research from all over the place. It's very possible that, one of our planning and development specialists maybe received word from a key account manager that bypassed me. I mean, it's hard for me to answer that definitively. I don't know as I sit here today that I can pinpoint one, though.
But then you don't have any particular way to, at present, to connect any potential recommendations that come from a customer via their key account rep to loop them into the DSM advisory process. Those sort of run on parallel tracks.
No, not necessarily. I mean, we have, staff meetings for my entire group, and, I think obviously the demand side management portfolio that we have today is relatively small, and there's really just 2 programs that are currently running as operational, and I think, as we move forward, the suite of potential, particularly business-related programs are much larger. So I think the conversations about DSM and energy efficiency and the programs that we are hopefully going to offer to customers will engage the key account managers even more than they have over the past 3 or 4 years.
Do you think there might be some benefit to getting all of those business accounts that might be impacted in a room like the DSM advisory to allow thoughts to come out, experiences to come out to sort of potentially better the process?
Sure, we can do that.
Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have.
Mr. Kurtz, would you like to talk about industrial DSM?
And you're all set?
No questions?
No questions.
All right. We'll go ahead. Ms. Vinsel?
Yes, thank you. Hi, good evening, Mr. Bevington.
Good evening.
Staff does not have questions for you, but we do have some post-hearing data requests we're going to ask about. I'm going to have Mr. Lovecamp bring up LG&E's supplemental response to staff's second request, item 38. It was filed on May 11th. And while he's bringing it up, I'll explain that this is an Excel file that has results of a cost-effectiveness analysis for the proposed DSM EE portfolio. If you'll let me know when it's up.
Did you say this PSC second round, question 38?
Yes.
Okay,
again,
yep, I see the supplemental response.
Okay. If you look at cells C4 through C10.
I don't have, I think Mr. Lovecamp's bringing up the spreadsheet.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry, I neglected to say spreadsheet.
It's coming up now. Okay, we've got it pulled up here.
Okay. If you scroll through cells C4 through C10 and D4 through D10. Column C is the TRC benefits. Column D is TRC costs. These are all hard-coded numbers. What we want to ask in a post-hearing data request is for the underlying work papers that calculated these costs. And if these are already in the record somewhere, if you'll please point them out to us. Staff was unable to find them.
We can do that.
And separately, in the December, I believe, 13th letter that joint interveners filed as Joint Intervenor Exhibit 8, there's reference in there to that segment of the advisory group raised concerns about their lack of participation in developing inputs and assumptions. And there's reference to an NDA material being provided to the advisory group. As a post-hearing data request, what our request is, if there's any material provided to that segment of the advisory group in response to that letter that's not in this record, if that would be filed into the record. Does that, I'm sure when it's in writing it will make sense, but I wanted to make sure you understood what we were going for now.
Okay.
Staff has no further questions.
Question?
No.
Commissioner? Good evening, Mr. Bethington.
Good evening.
I don't have too many questions. Just a few. In your testimony, you talk about, I believe, I want to find the exact reference here. That you, I think it's on, you only have direct, right?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
You only had direct testimony?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure I didn't miss your rebuttal. Page 6 of your direct.
Okay,
Make sure
I
I
got it.
understand the timeline.
I've got it here.
So the attorney asks you the question on line 1. Do you see that?
I do.
And then you go on to talk about how in late 2020, although the companies were less than 3 years into a 7-year DSM-EE program plan, the companies increased the pace of their DSM-EE program plan development due to an anticipated possible future capacity need and the evolving and increasing avoided cost of capacity, which can contribute to the cost effectiveness of potential DSM programs. You see that?
Yes.
I guess are you generally aware of the commission's orders in, well, the company's filed a rate case in 2020, right?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure I have an appreciation where in the company were there discussions in late 2021 that the avoided capacity cost, the avoided cost of capacity was something in excess of $0? Was that something that people that worked for you were talking about? Is that something that people were bringing to you? Is that something that you were bringing to the people that you worked for?
Yeah, I think it would be more of an organic conversation between folks in Mr. Wilson's group, having conversations with folks in my group. As indicated a couple times today, our groups interact quite a bit. And, you know, I think in that late 2020 timeframe, there was some indication given to my team that you know, avoided cost of capacity and maybe a capacity need was forthcoming. We should probably, you know, think about what ways could our DSM programming support some of that.
Okay. Do you know if the folks that participated in the rate case were aware of that?
Am I aware that people in the rate case?
Yeah, like you're all's expert. The employees of LGD and KU that were participating in the 2020 rate case.
Do I know who participated in the rate case? Is that the question?
Do you know whether they were? those organic conversations that were happening within sort of your area of the business, do you know whether the folks that participated as witnesses in the 2020 rate cases were generally aware of those organic conversations and the substance of those conversations that at least indicated internally that the voided capacity cost was something more than $0?
I'm not aware.
Okay.
Sorry.
So would you be surprised if as of, I don't know, August of 2021, LG&E and KU witnesses were saying that the company's avoided generation capacity costs should be $0?
In you said late 2021, August?
Yeah, about a year ago, August, or 2 years ago, August of 2021.
I don't know if I have a good answer for you. I mean, again, I think what our team was doing around about that time was, we initiated, as I say in here, a demand response potential study to try to determine, what programs might be out there that could increase, potential capacity savings if necessary. We started all kinds of activities asking questions about things at that point in time. So I don't know if we had a specific number then. Again, I'm just not aware of who might have known that or what was going on around that time. We were just doing the work.
Let me ask you this. Would a perspective that the companies would not need additional capacity until 2028 at the earliest, or just as likely as not needing it until 2028, not need it till 2034, be consistent with those conversations that were occurring within your department?
I'm not sure I'm familiar with the 2034 reference, but I think, I think in general, around the time of all of the work and everything that, my team was doing to evaluate new programs and things like that, I think the indication was potential need around the 2028 timeframe.
So late 2022, you all started having these organic conversations, and then down on line 8, the sentence starts talking about how you all started talking to Cadmus Group. You wanted to perform a demand response potential study in the first quarter of 2021. Is that right?
That's correct.
So that was specific to demand response?
That's correct, yes.
And then you followed up with Cadmus later in 2021 in the summer to conduct additional program reviews.
That's correct.
Right? Okay. Then it goes on to say that you surveyed the DSM-EE advisory group in 21. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you know if that was before or after summer? Do you know what part of 2021 that was? Let me ask it more directly. Do you know whether the result of that survey is included in the record in this case?
I don't think it is.
Okay. We also have a post-hearing data request. The result of that 2020 survey of the DSM-EE advisory group. And then it goes on to talk about how the companies met twice with the DSM-EE advisory group in 2021. There are a lot of minutes, in this case, of meetings in 2022. Do you know if the minutes of those 2021 meetings are included in this case?
I believe I believe they are. Let's see.
So I just as an aside, like JB2, where you have all those meeting minutes, the tab indicates that all of those meeting minutes, and when I go to them, they all seem to be from August to November of 2022.
Correct. Yeah, I don't think the meeting minutes from the 2021 meetings are in the record.
Okay. So I'd also like to ask for those meeting minutes from 2021. So I now see these letters. I've got these letters in the record from September. I don't want to get them wrong here. September, November, and December in 2022 from members, specific members. Thanks for the clarification. Specific members of the DSM. I want to get this right. The DSM-EE advisory group on their, let's just say, providing the company feedback. What level well, let me ask, what was the purpose of the 2021 meetings that we don't have the communications on? What was I guess what I'm really trying to ask is, why were you all reaching out to the DSM EE advisory group in 2021 in this regard?
Well, we typically meet with them at least once a year anyway, so that's kind of common practice, just to continue to get with them and engage with them. In the 2021 timeframe, though, we really started to talk about potentially a mid-plan filing of some sort. Not knowing exactly what the situation was going to be, but identifying that there might be a plan to retire some units and potential energy and capacity needs in the resource plan. So we started to indicate some of that during the course of our conversations in 2021.
Okay. What was the feedback like? What was your memory of the feedback like from the group in 2021? Let me just point blank ask this. Was there interest from the members of the DSM EE advisory group, as a general matter, a consensus that they wanted you all to look at additional programs and plans for energy efficiency and demand side management?
Yes, I would say yes.
Okay. Was your all's response to go back and then create a plan exclusively because of that meeting, or with input from that meeting, or was that done separate from the input from the DSME?
No, I think it's part of the process, I would say. I would say a valuable part of the process to engage with the DSM advisory group, in addition to all of the variety of analytical work and research and things of that nature. We see the advisory group as really part of the process, so it would be all together.
Well, and so, one of the reasons I asked, Mr. Beving, are you generally aware of the statute, KRS Chapter 278, 285? I'll give you a hint, it's the Demand Side Management Plan statute.
Okay.
Have you ever read it or
I probably haven't read it front to back, no.
No, that's good. So there's just one of them, and it gives specifically the factors that the commission should consider I'll phrase it. Repeat it here. Factors to be considered in the determination of reasonableness include but are not limited to the following. This is what effectively binds our hands here. One of the things that we're supposed to consider is, quote, to the extent to which customer representatives and the Office of the Attorney General have been involved in developing the plan, including program design, cost recovery mechanisms, and financial incentives. And if involved, the amount of support for the plan by each participant, provided, however, that unanimity among the participants developing the plan shall not be required for the Commission to approve the plan. Do you know whether any of the members, your routine members of the DSM EE advisory group, support your proposed DSM plan?
Yeah, I would say that they support it. We don't always see eye to eye on a particular program or a particular measure or what have you. When you got a group that involves the Attorney General, the Energy and Environment Cabinet, the cities, Walmart, different advocates for different kinds of groups. I mean, there's a variety of different, I would say, interests in the course of it. So, sometimes they can be a little bit difficult to sort of corral. But I would say that, in general, I think the DSM advisory group is supportive of the plan that we've put together.
To what extent were members of the DSM Energy Efficiency Advisory Group involved in the program design?
That's why we surveyed them in 2021. We wanted to understand from them, are there programs that you're aware of that you want us to be investigating, or are there things that are important to you that we should be looking at? Give us data, all those kind of things. So that's absolutely part of it for certain. And then, beyond that, I think we probably met with them, if I had to add up the hours, Mr. Chairman, in 2022, I bet we met with them for 15 to 20 hours in total in 2022. And a lot of dialogue about program design, what are these kind of programs, what are definitions of the programs, and asking for their feedback on some of that. So I would say that they were highly involved in that process.
Okay, so you all met twice in 2021.
Correct.
Okay. Then in April of 2022, the new rule, the proposed rule for the new neighbor plan, Good Neighbor Plan, came out. And it, quote, became increasingly clear that the companies could have a capacity shortfall beginning in 2028. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you all met 5 times in 2022 with the DSM EE.
That's correct.
So I just want to make sure I have an appreciation. You met twice in 2021, but then not again until, I want to go to your JB2 here, not again until August the 31st of 2022?
That's correct.
Had you all, when you showed up August the 31st, because you had an August the 31st, it looks like a September 19, September 28, October 20, and November 10 meeting, kind of fast and furious there, those 2.5, 3 months, right?
Correct.
Did you all have the plan, effectively at least a shell of what you all were planning on doing when you showed up for your very first meeting on 8/22?
Absolutely
8/31, sorry?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, I think we had, as the record indicates, we had, probably 39 programs that, we were researching, that we wanted to, give to the advisory group and, say, these are examples of programs that are out there. Do you have, anything else we should add to this list as we're kind of considering what the new plan might look like? So I would say, throughout the beginning of 2022, it was kind of, thinking about the demand response potential study, thinking about the DSM advisory group survey that we got from them. Then in 2022, we also came back to the commission and asked for an increase to the non-residential rebates program. So we increased that to keep that program running. That was another part of the activities that we had going on in 2022. And then, of course, BOSC announced late 2021, I think kind of maybe September, October timeframe back then. So there was a lot going on, even though we didn't meet with them until August of that year, where we were continuing to modify, again, the budgets for our programs and putting more of that research together.
Yeah, you say budget. One of the questions I have is are you leaving any money on the table? Is every dollar of cost-effective DSM being proposed in this case?
I believe it is. Specific on budgets and things of that nature, Ms. Isaacson's probably the more appropriate witness to ask those questions.
So you don't think there's a single additional dollar that the company could put in DSM EE that would result in excess of $1 back as a system benefit?
We were pretty daggone aggressive. I don't know if daggone is a good hearing room word, but I mean,
I've heard worse in here, Mr. Bevington.
I would just say, at the onset, Mr. Chairman, our goal was to put together the most comprehensive and aggressive DSM and energy efficiency plan we could, and I believe we've done that.
So if you could, and I mentioned this the other day, so it won't be surprised I have questions about it. If the council could make sure that Mr. Bevington has copy of it's page. Well, it starts at page 128 of 170 in terms of PDF pagination for your direct testimony in this case. It's one of your exhibits. But it's a slide that starts off with DSM program evaluation process. And it's page 9 of another document, but just want to start at that page. DSM program evaluation process.
I think I've got it.
The next page is DSM EE program identification and scoring process.
Identification scoring process. Yes, I've got it.
All right, here's a scoring rubric. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay. Who came up with the scoring rubric?
We did, along with our consultant, Cadmus. We worked on that together.
Okay. What is an objective priority?
Well, objective priority, so I know it's sort of hard to outline the rubric process in words and writing, so I'll just try to take you through a little bit of what was going on and why we thought about this rubric process as a filtering mechanism. I spoke about the 39 programs just a bit ago. Again, that was sort of the landscape of all the different types of programs. Some of those programs in that 39 had different variations of each other, where you really couldn't offer them both at the same time to a customer base because they would have sort of cannibalized each other in a way. So the rubric process was really to try to help us get focused on what in that list of 39 was most probably an effective program for us to further model on cost effectiveness. So the rubric didn't determine the programs that we were going to offer by any means.
Yeah.
It was more to help us stay focused on the things that maybe the lowest hanging fruit is the best way that I can describe that.
So I just want to make sure that I'm clear. When objective is used for both objective criteria and objective priority, it's using the term objective in the sense of a goal.
Correct.
Not that it is neither. It is the antonym of subjective. Correct.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. So, because here's what I want to make sure of. The next page, when you talk about your objectives, effectively every one of these objectives is a subjective determination, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So they were ranked priority high to priority low. You all ranked those?
We did.
Okay.
To try to create a matrix in the process is basically what we were trying to do there.
Okay. The first one, about is there evidence the program offers significant firm demand reduction, including during, it has in parentheticals, winter peak periods. Who told you all you need to be looking for something to reduce firm demand in winter peak periods?
Yeah, we would have got that from Mr. Wilson's group indicating a potential need in winter peak periods, and to, try to put some efforts to, what programs are out there that could potentially help with that.
That would have been in what time frame that you were provided something that said that there needs to be a firm demand reduction in winter peak periods? August, July of 22, something before that?
Yeah, I would say it would have been before that. I don't know that I could pinpoint it for you directly, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
It would have been before. It would have been before this meeting, though, for certain. So I would say. Forgive me for the silence. I'm just trying to think a little bit about how we were going through things at that time. Sometime in the mid-2022 time frame.
But I guess what I'm trying to make sure, it sure sounds like, at least for the first one that is placed a high priority, that you all were seeking, at least with some of the programs, to solve a winter problem. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you would have gotten that sort of indication, directional indication from who?
Mr. Wilson's group.
Somebody in Mr. Wilson or Sinclair's group?
Correct.
Okay. Then a lot of these have evidence of. Should that indicate the fact that you all weren't looking for novel programs, but something that had been implemented somewhere else and resulted in these sort of outcomes? Well, let me just ask, if it hadn't been implemented anywhere else, would there be evidence of significant savings or cost effectiveness?
No.
No. Okay. Then things like, does the program minimize complexity and maximize value? That's going to be from what? The perspective of the scorer or from the perspective of the participant?
Operationalizing the program. And
Right, but I'm asking the question, minimize complexity to who? The company or the individual participating in the program?
Minimize complexity both on the company's ability to put the program together and offer it to customers, and for customers to be able to understand how to use the program.
Do you think how many people participated in scoring?
6.
Do you think everybody understood that was supposed to be a two-way view, both minimize complexity for customers and minimize complexity for the companies, and maximize value for the customers and or system and maximize value for customers?
Yes, I believe so.
The next one, can the program be successfully started without substantial DSM investment unrelated to saving energy demand? What does that mean?
Are there a whole lot of systems that need to be set up internally, IT investments, those kind of things?
Okay.
Do you have to set up a whole new department to run a program like this? Do you have to hire 10 new people to operationalize something like that? That's what we're talking about there.
All right. So then you all scored these. Appliance recycling, are the results to the right on the next page, the page 12? Are those actual results? Those indicative results?
I think those are just examples of what the output might look like.
Okay. So let's go on to the page where the outcomes were.
Yep.
Okay. Appliance recycling. Do you see that one?
I do.
Far
yes.
right?
Yep.
This is where people are already going to replace their appliances and you all pay them to take the old one away.
Correct.
And the benefit of that is that they don't plug in effectively, they don't keep and use the old appliance. Is that right?
Correct.
There are some on the left. One of them is managed EV charging for school buses.
Yes, I see that.
Have you had conversations internally with others at LGNEKU outside of this scoring rubric about managed EV charging for school buses?
Outside of this review process?
Let me ask you this way. Are you aware that the companies led discussions with stakeholders about implementation of electric vehicle fleets, particularly city buses, before?
I am familiar. That was a little bit before I joined the company, if I'm not mistaken, but I am aware that there was some conversation about that.
Did you have, when this came up, discussions internally with people that were involved in those discussions?
Well, I think with this one, it was more, it was more specific to the DSM context, I think, in terms of, how would it look if we were to have a program where we're plugging in buses and, using buses as a power source, later, in peak time needs and things of that nature. So I think it was really more specific on the energy efficiency and DSM, and I'm not sure we had a ton of conversations about it. I think it's probably more the planning development specialists just kind of researching if there are programs out there.
Okay, so you don't know if there are even schools that are interested in this, or even city bus fleets that are interested in this?
Correct. Not sure. Yeah, this was more at the stage of early on research.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I have an appreciation for the process. Managed EV charging for school buses has effectively missed the bus effectively for the next 7 years.
No, not at all.
Review of demand side management.
No, not at all. As I stated earlier, this was really to try to figure out where is the low hanging fruit in the list of this grouping of 39 that we're going to run cost effectiveness on and try to determine. And for those that aren't moving forward, it doesn't mean that we're going to stop researching them or that they don't have value of some sort. It's just they might not have as much value right now in getting these programs in the hands of our customers as they might in 2 or 3 or 4 years. So, by no means does this mean that we stop doing research or evaluating things for the next 7 years.
And that's what I want to talk to you about, Mr. Bevington, is it does seem like these are effectively low-hanging fruit. Paying somebody to take their old appliance so they don't plug it in, they've already made the economic decision, right?
For that one in particular, yes, that's correct.
So business rebates is a great one, right? Businesses have an internal, time value of money component. If you can increase their return on investments, that's going to be a benefit to them, right?
Correct.
Okay. But so Mr. Sinclair was specifically talking when I asked him about the battery is sort of, we want to be ahead of the game so that we're not behind it, and we're being, did you hear that, his I don't want to characterize his testimony, but you heard his responses in that regard as it relates to a battery?
I did.
Okay. You all chose some low-hanging fruit here, but that doesn't mean that there isn't some sort of greater net benefit to the more difficult programs. Would you agree? There may not be, but you don't know.
I'm sure all of these programs have some level of value. And the programs that we've proposed in this plan probably have, some of the more immediate and most cost-effective value at this point in time. But again, that doesn't preclude us from, coming back at a later point in time.
I guess what I'm trying to ask is it really the initial barrier that you're looking at when getting these low-hanging fruit as opposed to best payoff at the end?
Let me go back. When I say low-hanging fruit, I meant low-hanging fruit in terms of what programs might be cost-effective today and might be offered in a market that we know have customer value today, or that can sort of meet the needs of the resource plan today. So there are programs on here that I would not characterize as low-hanging fruit from the standpoint of just operationalizing it. I'm just saying the low-hanging fruit was really, what are the things that seem to have the most value to our advisory group, to the commission, to the companies, to our customers, that we should be really thinking about offering today. That's where the low-hanging fruit really
Yeah, but the reason I characterize it that way is because of your 4 high-priority items, 3 of them are, is there evidence this has worked somewhere else, right?
Can you go back to the rubric? Yeah, and again, that might create a score that means they move on to cost effectiveness. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be cost effective today. So while that is the case, again, that didn't select the programs necessarily. It just kind of told us where are there opportunities for us to go ahead and run cost effectiveness on these programs to determine if they have value to the customers today.
No, you're right. So were there any low scored programs that moved on to cost effectiveness planning?
Yes, if you go to the, so anything, and again, it's kind of a simplistic exercise, but it really, again, tried to help keep us focused in the grand scheme of, what are you going to spend the most time on? The creation of a forecast, the creation of a budget, the creation of, how is this program going to look over the next 7 years is a pretty tedious process. And we didn't want to have to go through that for 39 different iterations, some of which overlap with each other. So again, this really sort of helped us get to the point of what should we look at cost effectiveness on. If you look in the yellow area, that would be sort of the marginal, those are the things that maybe scored marginally high. And so when we took this to this is actually, from a DSM advisory group meeting, we took this to them and we said, hey, what's on this that you think we should be running cost effectiveness on if it didn't score high in the rubric process? So if you look in the yellow there are 6 programs that are highlighted in that, and we did cost effectiveness modeling on all 6 of those that are in that marginal category as well.
Yeah, well, I was specifically asking the red. None of those you move on to state.
Yeah, we didn't run any on the red category.
So here's the other question to what you were just saying. Were there any programs that you all didn't tell the group that were moving on to the modeling phase, that the DSM advisory group asked you to move on to the modeling phase?
No.
They didn't ask you to run any of the non-highlighted, non-bolded programs?
No, not explicitly. I think, again, there are plenty on here that we had a lot of conversations about that we knew were really important to them. But again, just on a quick glance, there's nothing that I see that we didn't run cost effectiveness on that they were adamant about us doing so.
All right, so just a couple more questions here.
Sure.
Have you ever heard of EPRI, the
I
Electric
have.
Power Research Institute?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that they have a new program looking at fleet electric vehicles?
That might be a question better asked of Ms. Isaacson. I am not specifically aware of that as we sit here.
It's called, they always try it with the catchy names. It's called EVs to Scale 2030. You ever heard of it?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. It's been out for about 3 weeks. Okay. But it's specifically looking at trying to let you all know that there are people out there in your territory that are trying to convert their fleets over from, internal combustion engines into electric vehicle engines. These, a lot of times, my experience, a lot of these people that are doing this aren't necessarily your largest customers in terms of energy usage. That doesn't mean they're not about to be, right?
Sure.
Georgetown's a great example. Out of nowhere, there's like a FedEx facility now in the middle of Georgetown. If they go to 100% EV vehicles, you guys are going to have a lot more demand in the center of Georgetown. Have you specifically had discussions with your key account managers about communications with your customers around EV fleet or fleet decarbonization, I guess is the best way to phrase it?
Yeah, our key account managers, in particular, with Amazon, we've had conversations about Amazon converting some of their fleet to, electric vehicles. So, I think they built a new facility over in Lexington, and they went ahead and laid a lot of infrastructure in the parking lots to be able to do those things. And so, yeah, that's absolutely something our key account managers talk to their customers.
That's on Newtown Pike.
Correct.
That you're referring to. Have they moved to e-vehicles? EVs?
I don't think yet, but I think it's coming.
Yeah, what are you all doing to get ahead of it, as opposed to you stealing Mr. Sinclair's being behind the curve?
Yeah, we're advocating for it with our customers. I think if that's something that's important to them, And you know, I'm preaching all the time to our key account managers to not wait for the phone to ring, but get out and talk to your customers and find out what's important to them and find out how we can help them meet their goals. So I would say that that's, you know, certainly something that that they do every day.
Well, and I guess what I'm trying to get to is anybody with any significant amount of fleet, especially medium duty vehicles, they show up and they give you a call and they say, in 6 months we're going to switch all of these CNG or diesel, whatever vans that we have over to electric, and our load is going to increase 10 to 15 megawatts. Have you had conversations with your distribution planning folks as to whether or not there are any circuits that can actually just handle 10 to 15 megawatts? Or what's going to, I mean, that's what I'm trying to get to is, you guys are talking about DSM EE over here, but it seems to be, I'm not saying it's not a big plan. That's not my point. I'm saying that, I guess what I'm asking is, it's one thing to say we'll deal with another blue oval if somebody shows up needing 200, 300, 400 megawatts of power. It's another to, I say 1Z, 2Z, but 10Z, 15Z, all of a sudden end up with an extra 200 megawatts of demand in a 1.5 year time period because you have 3 fleets across the state or 4 or 5 fleets across the state on different circuits that show up. That's a resource adequacy issue, but it's also a distribution system. So what have you specifically in regards to your key account managers or whatever other process, DSM, EE, what have you put into place or had conversations with to get ahead of that curve to make sure that you're not behind the curve?
Well, I mean, if a customer comes to us and says, you know, we have this site picked out, we know that there's infrastructure in the area, what have you, you know, we certainly support them with that. Just like if Blue Oval came to us and said, hey, we're looking for a, you know, 1,000-acre site, we could put this new site or this new production facility. You know, if somebody who wanted to do just as you suggested, you know, want to electrify their fleet and they want to know good locations where, you know, we can help them accomplish that mission, you know, certainly we would employ the same techniques that we do with other prospect activity on the economic development side to help them with that.
Yeah, here's very directly, what do you all have in place now to look at mitigating the system impact of those type of demands?
That wouldn't be my area of expertise. I mean, that's probably somebody that in transmission or distribution that would have to answer that question.
So you aren't looking at all at managed charging or rate design to ensure that that additional 10, 15, 20 megawatts of load cumulatively doesn't harm resource adequacy?
Well, as noted in the plan, we've offered a managed EV charging program for all customers to be able to take advantage of, where again they give us control over when we can when they can charge their vehicles according to when our system has opportunity to do so. So that's actually part of the plan that we have here.
And you think that will be useful for a time of day primary customer?
Well, I mean, if they're a time-of-day primary meter, if it's a larger customer and that's the meter that they have that's attached to wherever they would do their EV charging, I assume that they would manage that just as a manufacturer would and try to optimize, pricing according to when they're going to charge their vehicles.
That's what I'm afraid of, Mr. Bevington. All right. Last one, along the lines that Ms. Grumman was asking, do you remember the National Governors Association grant that the Office of Energy Policy got a few years ago regarding customer demands for certain types of, it was held at the cabinet, it was like a single day or multi-day stakeholder process, but it was specifically about customer, industrial, whatever, new economic development customers having very specific or particular expectations of how they want to be served in terms of electricity, and how utilities can accommodate those or meet those customers or have tariff offerings to address those needs. Did you remember that?
I don't think I attended that.
We met there, so I do know.
Did we meet there?
We did. That was the first time we met, Mr. Bevington. So I'm glad it meant so much.
And I'm so no. There's been a lot going on. Tell me again when it was.
The Office of Energy Policy and the cabinet put on a.
Was I working at the cabinet?
Funded. I don't know. Yes, they got funded.
I do remember that.
The National Governors Association.
That. Yes, that was.
Now you're.
I'm being 100% serious. I know exactly. I thought you were talking about just in the last 2 years.
But that was a precursor. That was a precursor to a lot of the green tariffs that then subsequently got filed at the commission to effectively give customers notice that these are these are standard offerings for green tariffs in addition to the special contract option that has always existed in Kentucky.
I definitely remember that conversation.
Okay. Do you have an expectation moving forward that in terms of the type of generation or the type of offering similar to what's being proposed in this case, do you have an expectation in your role that customers are going to effectively seek additionality or unique offerings through that it's going to be their initiative coming to you saying, we want to come here, can we enter into a special contract and be unique? Or is it your discussion, based on your discussion with, in the economic development realm, with potential customers, that they want default offerings on file in a tariff that they know the rules going forward? Like, is it something that the uncertainty of one-off or a la carte offerings through special contracts is a hindrance, or is it a benefit, that flexibility? I'm just curious in your experience.
I think it varies. I mean, I think some like the certainty. You know, there are certainly prospects and potential customers that are out there doing research about regulatory environments in different states and what offerings are available for them to take advantage of without us ever talking to them. So I think it's important for them to have a clearly defined set of, like a green tariff that shows what is available. You know, but I certainly think that, you know, there are some that might want something that's, you know, special or different or what have you. We certainly want to be able to listen to those things because, you know, we want to do what we can to meet their needs. I mean, we want Kentucky to be the most attractive place where companies can operate. So I think we have to have some level of, you know, ability to listen to what their needs are and see if that either fits into an offering that we have that's predisposed, or if there's something that we need to do that's more creative in order to help them make their decision.
All right, we'll take a short recess, and then we'll come back to Ms. Worley for any redirect. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Bevington. It is 7:37. Let's see if we can keep it to 13 minutes, so we'll come back at 7:50. We're back on the record in case number 2022-00402. Ms. Wimberly, do you have any redirect to the witness?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Mr. Bevington, do you recall Mr. Fitzgerald asking you about the 3 letters from certain members of the DSM-EE advisory group that are marked exhibits JI 6, 7, and 8?
I do.
Would you refer to pages 15 and 16 of your direct testimony?
Sure. Okay.
Did you address the communications from members of the advisory group on September 15th, 2022 and November 10th, 2022 in your direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
And does your direct testimony reference the companies responding to those communications?
It does.
Are the company's responses to those communications included in the exhibits that Mr. Fitzgerald introduced?
No, they are not.
Do you agree with the assertions contained in these letters? For instance, the assertion in the December 13th letter that the filing is premature?
No, I don't.
The final letter, which is dated December 13th of 2022, was that 2 days before the companies filed their application in this case?
Yes, it was.
Mr. Bevington, I want to briefly ask you about the rubric process. And do you recall the questions that the chairman inquired about the rubric process?
Yes.
And my understanding of your testimony is that certain programs that did not score highly on the program filtering process through the rubric were still advanced to cost-effectiveness screening based on particular interest from stakeholders in the advisory group. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And for instance, the chairman asked certain questions about managed EV charging for buses. I believe that program scored in the red category for the rubric process. If there was specific interest from a stakeholder in the advisory group on managed EV charging for buses, and a member had expressed interest and asked the companies to move that program on to cost-effectiveness testing, would the companies have considered advancing that program?
Yes, we definitely would have considered that.
And does the plan include not managed EV charging for buses, but managed EV charging for passenger vehicles, not just moving on to the cost effectiveness process, but also it's included in the proposed plan?
Yes, that's correct.
And in the DSM-EE advisory group process, do you make a point of soliciting input from stakeholders at the beginning and end of every meeting?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think, kind of first order of business is roll call. We want to make sure who's in the room and who's adding to the discussion, and if adequate communication has been given on, when meeting times are and things of that nature. And then, second order of business is, hey, look, we're going to have a lot of discussion today. We hope that it's a fruitful conversation, that everybody has the opportunity to speak up and ask questions and provide input and feedback. And then we also do the same thing at the end of every meeting. So it is not a, kind of as I alluded to with the chairman earlier, a stop and start exercise. It's an ongoing exercise that we encourage, communication all the time with the group members.
So to the extent that you were asked about the stakeholders' participation in the program development process, is it the company's opinion that the stakeholders certainly had every opportunity to participate in the program development process?
Absolutely, yes.
And Mr. Bevington, the public comments of the Association of Community Ministries that Mr. Fitzgerald referenced at the end of his cross-examination, do you remember that?
I do.
Would you refer to those comments which are marked as Exhibit JI-9?
Trying to figure out if I still have that.
May I approach? You may. Thank you. The document, Mr. Crosby, that you're giving him, is that JI-9, is that right?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I've got it.
Mr. Bevington, would you read the second sentence of that letter, beginning, I believe, with the purpose?
Yes, it says, "The purpose of these comments is to state ACM's support for the Income Qualified Solutions Program and to offer a suggestion regarding the proposed increase in eligibility to 300% of the federal poverty level for this program."
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bevington.
Thank you.
Ms. Wimberly?
The company's next call, Ms. Lana Isaacson.
Mr. Malone, will you have questions, Ms. Isaacson?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Osterloh? No. Mr. Gardner? Okay. No, Mr. Fitzgerald, you come on ahead. Mr. Childers, any questions from Sierra Club? Great, thank you. And you have new batteries, if you'd like to have questions. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. It's Lana Isaacson, and my business address is 220 West Main in Louisville, Kentucky.
All right, thank you, Ms. Isaacson. Ms. Wimberly, you may ask.
Ms. Isaacson, would you please state your employer and job title?
Sure. It's LG&E KU Services Company, and my job title is Manager of Emerging Business, Planning and Development.
Did you cause to be prepared and filed in this proceeding direct testimony filed on December 15th, 2022, as well as rebuttal testimony filed on August 9th of 23?
Yes.
And are you also the sponsor of certain data responses that the company's filed in this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or updates to your testimony or any of those data responses?
I do not.
Do you adopt your pre-filed testimony and responses as your testimony here today?
I do.
Ms. Isaacson is available for cross, Your Honor.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Isaacson, good evening. I have just one, possibly two questions for you.
Okay.
Is there not and I'm going from paraphrase because I don't have the Cadmus report with me, but my understanding from reading it some months ago was that the report has a specific finding that, and I'm paraphrasing again, the low-hanging fruit is essentially disappearing for DSM and energy efficiency programs for the companies. Is that your recollection also?
I think you're referring to the decline in the technical and the economic potential that was identified.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you for refreshing my memory. And is that in the final Cadmus report, or?
It was in the 2022 memo that was presented in November.
Okay, the 2022 memo,
Mm-hmm.
and it's in the record?
Correct.
Okay, November. And is it like part of, was it attached to your testimony, or?
It is LI 1 or 2, I believe. Let's see, LI 1.
LA 1?
LI 1.
LI 1, I should have, thank you. Do you agree with that after reviewing all the data, all the tests? Is that pretty much your belief also?
Yes, and we're seeing that particularly with the lighting standard that came out last year with the residential screw-in bulbs. That took a large amount out for particularly the residential sector. So all of that is consistent with the findings that they've reported.
Okay. That's all I have, Chairman.
All right. Mr. Malone said he didn't have any questions. Same for Mr. Osterloh. Same for Mr. Childers. So, Mr. Fitzgerald, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Hi, Tom Fitzgerald, representing the joint interveners. If I ask any questions that are unclear, just ask me to repeat myself. Don't try to guess
Very
what
good. I will do.
inartfully trying to ask you. Towards the bottom of the first page of your direct testimony, on lines 22 and 24, do you have your direct in front of you?
I do.
Okay. You mentioned that you'd assisted and prepared responses to requests for information and reports to both the Kentucky PSC and to the Virginia State Corporation Commission in previous rate cases and IRPs. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Could you describe a little bit more what sort of cases you were involved in Virginia?
In Virginia, we have a DSM filing for our first DSM plan that we have proposed.
Okay, and does Virginia have a statute that directs that utilities that are regulated adopt DSM plans?
I don't want to get too far out of my comfort from a legal standpoint, but there are state requirements that are not necessarily for us, but within the state itself.
Okay, and do you know whether they set any sort of a target for energy efficiency for the utilities that are regulated by the Virginia State Corporation Commission?
Again, my understanding is for the states that fall under that regulation, there would be some sort of target.
Okay. On your direct testimony on page 5, if I could, lines 17 and 18, your testimony is that the proposed DSM-EE program plan will allow the companies to reach their program DSM-EE potential. Did you see that there?
Correct.
Okay. What is the source of the company's estimation of whether they've reached that potential? Is there a particular study that you used to determine that you'd reached that potential?
Well, that will allow us to reach the potential set forth in our plan. So seeing the performance that we've had in previous plans, and then also the estimations that are put forth in the potential studies is a good sanity check to give us an idea that we have the right to achieve the numbers that we have put forth.
Okay, and that potential study, that's the CADMA study, is that correct?
Correct.
2022 cross-sector DSM potential study?
That is the update, yes.
Okay, do you remember when that, when was that actually received by you all? It bears the date of November 2022. Is that when you received it?
Yes, I think it was maybe late on November 30th, but right plus or minus a few hours from November 30th.
Gotcha. And when was the previous study that this one was updated? Do you remember when that was published?
It would be 2016 and 2017.
Okay, so this was a 5-year update, roughly?
It was an update to those plans.
Okay. Your rebuttal testimony responded to the joint intervener's witness, Jim Gravatt. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in your view, it's not appropriate to compare savings potential or program cost effectiveness in this service territory to what other states' utilities are achieving?
I think that's fair to not have that type of comparison.
Okay. In putting together, well, let me ask this. Did you also participate with Mr. Bevington in the DSM advisory group process?
Yes.
Okay. And were you part of the winnowing process that took, I think there were 39 measures and winnowed it down to the 12?
Yes, I was.
Okay. In doing that, did you look at other PPL jurisdictions or discuss with other managers of those programs the sorts of DSM and EE measures they're doing in other PPL states?
We do. We collaborate.
Okay. And do they produce reports, like Rhode Island produce a report on its DSM and EE measures?
If they do, I don't know what their frequency is or what they report on.
Okay. Did you have occasion to talk to Rhode Island Energy about their 2024 DSM EE plan?
Not any year specific, but just their experience and what they had on the table, and then seeing where there are likenesses of potential programs in our proposed plan.
Okay. And do you know what the Rhode Island Electric was proposing in terms of their target for energy efficiency and DSM measures?
I don't. No, I don't have any specifics. I know their budget exceeds ours, but that's the extent of my knowledge of specifics.
Okay. Does the population served exceed LG&E and KU's?
I don't recall. I don't know.
Okay. And am I correct that the net savings that are being projected for this array of DSM and EE measures that are being proposed here is about 1/4%?
That's taking our projected savings to a sales forecast?
Yeah, is it gross to net?
It is gross. We don't maintain that metric, so honestly, I'm not sure if there's an industry standard on how to do that or if it's a particular year, the last year. So we don't maintain that as a metric within my team. So I'm not entirely sure what that specific number is. If there is a specific industry standard on how to do it, we can certainly follow up with a post-hearing data request.
Okay, well, let me ask it this way. Do you have a target for what you're trying to accomplish with this array of measures? What would you, you mentioned that you're trying to achieve your potential in DSM and EE. What do you view that potential as being, as a percentage of savings or a percentage of electric sales?
Yeah, we didn't have either of those as a target, but what we are our task that was given in front of us, Mr. Beller and Mr. Bevington indicated that we were to come up with the most comprehensive plan that we could that met the cost effectiveness tests. So that was really our task.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bevington mentioned that in terms of the tests that were used, that the determination of cost effectiveness did not include the so-called societal cost test. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you even run that screen or let me just ask it less loaded. Did you run that screen even though you didn't use it to make a determination of cost effectiveness?
No,
Okay. Regarding the qualified income solutions, it's going to be hard to get past weak care.
I know. It's an expanded program.
Yes, the program formerly known as weak care. Is it, as I understand, you've moved from 200% to 300% in terms of eligibility.
That is the proposal.
Okay, and are you also proposing to expand the amount of money that would be available for each qualified person in the program?
We expanded in quite a few ways. So it's an expansion of the homes, the number of homes that are touched, the budget per home, and including a smart thermostat. And we also are including an IRA, Inflation Reduction Act consultation, and then including multifamily. So
Okay.
there's several areas where we have expanded for the intent to do more within that program.
Okay. Do you know, with regard to the current program, what percentage of the eligible population is being served at any year?
I don't know.
Do you know if there's a waiting list?
There's not a waiting list that I'm aware of, but we do meet our objectives each year.
Okay, and that's about 4,000?
4,000.
Okay, and is that, do you know, relative to the number of households that are fall below the 200% of federal poverty, whether there's only 4,000 ratepayers in the LG&E and KU service territories that meet that classification?
I don't know any specifics of qualifications of who meets it, who doesn't. I just know that we have met our objective each of the years that I've been involved.
Okay. As you expanded, are we, you're adding by a third, I guess, the number of, or the potential incomes that would be eligible, and then expanding to multifamily and some of the other very positive expansions that you're doing. How have you decided what's an adequate budget to meet that expanded universe?
Well, we took our current plan, which is we're doing a midterm plan filing, and we expanded it in all those areas. The number of participants, the budget, and the additional services. So all of that was what we deemed as appropriate, taking an existing program which is already well-received and was approved in the filing, and then grew upon that.
Okay, and do you have any study or any analysis of what would be an adequate funding level to meet all of those expanded opportunities for participation?
Expanded funding in which area?
Well, just any study to say, with all of these enhancements, we can reach X number additional people or households, and it will cost us X much more. Any sort of, as Mr. Sinclair said, forecasts are not necessarily accurate, but it's, you know, you take the best information. I'm wondering, did you forecast how far the money that's you're proposing to allocate will go in terms of meeting those enhanced objectives?
Well, not really a forecast of perhaps a study that suggests that, but we do know that our current program, $1,500 average per home, has met good objectives, and we've gotten some good feedback from those participating customers and growing on that. So that's where we came up with it being adequate and it meeting the needs of this program is increasing from our current basis.
Okay, so fair to say that you don't know if the budget that you're proposing is going to be adequate to meet to serve, well, let me ask it this way. Do you know how many additional households you'll be able to serve with the expanded programs?
We've grown from 4,000 to 4,590 is what we put into the budget for single family.
So with all those changes, you're only expecting 590 additional? Okay. And what's the basis for that number?
It was just a number that was above and beyond what we currently have. Knowing that we wanted to do more in all areas, we did an increase of those number of homes in single family, and then of course added multifamily as well.
Okay. I actually don't have a whole lot else to ask, so I'm going to ask for a second gold star from Duncan for this. You haven't had to suffer through my cross-examination in other cases, so would you agree that access to capital and the upfront costs are perhaps the most significant barrier for the for energy efficient upgrades for the average homeowner?
I don't have anything really to go to say that, other than in the current situation, you know, we're all facing inflationary times, and certainly we have to manage our personal income and funds however we see fit. But I don't have anything that says explicitly that is the barrier.
Okay. Have you ever done a survey or a poll either of ratepayers or of the DSM advisory group to say what do you perceive as the greatest barriers to energy efficient upgrading of homes?
I wasn't part of the survey directly, just the reading it after the fact. I don't recall if that was a question in there or if that's come up in, it's been a discussion in DSM advisory group that's, you know, that's certainly an area of some of the customers. But I don't have anything that says, you know, percentage or if that's the only barrier. I think it could be a barrier, but not necessarily unilateral.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. And as part of the DSM EE offerings here, have you proposed any program to assist in making energy affordable or energy efficiency upgrades for houses more accessible or more affordable?
Do you mind rephrasing that? Yeah. I think I know what you asked, but
you've got a program that encourages folks to discard rather than continue to use less efficient refrigerators, for example. Do you have any comparable program that attempts to address the upfront costs of upgrading, for example, HVAC, whole house, retrofits for efficiency, any sort of program that would help defray those upfront costs?
In the proposed plan, we do for residential, and it is within our residential online audit program. So the audit will certainly help prioritize which area they should focus on. And then upon completion of that audit, they will be mailed a kit that contains a handful of items to get them on that journey, and then open up some energy efficiency rebates that are heating and water heating.
Okay,
Heating and cooling.
Those are rebates that are available from LG&E or from federal or state programs?
These are in the proposed plans as a DSM and energy efficiency rebate.
Okay, so that would be a rebate to customers who go out and purchase or install these things and are then able to get a rebate on what they've installed?
That is correct.
How much is the rebate and what does it cover?
We have a data response on this, so there's different levels. I think there's 4 items that are under rebate, and then there's a portion of the incremental cost. So I don't recall exactly which data response, but one of them outlines what the dollars are for each of the items.
Okay, and do those rebates presume that the person applying for them has sufficient capital to purchase the appliance in the first place?
Sure, whatever means that they are going to make that purchase, we would receive an application with supporting receipt or evidence of purchase and installation.
Okay, just a couple of additional questions if I can get my computer to cooperate here. Are you familiar with the concept of a PAYS program?
The pay as you save?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and in your assessment of energy efficiency programs, do you have occasion to look to other utilities in other states that have adopted PAYS programs?
We do look at other utilities on programs that they have available. Not too many that I've seen that, or my team has seen that have an energy efficiency financing option.
Okay. Did you look at Ameren, Missouri's program?
I think that may be one that Mountain Association referred to us, if I recall.
If I could, just for illustrative purposes, if we could pull up that and share the screen on this. This is Ameren, Missouri, and this is a PAYS program that they had implemented for energy efficiency upgrades, and I didn't know whether you had seen this particular program when you were looking at PAYS programs.
I don't recall seeing this page. I mean, maybe it's changed, but I think this was the utility, at least one that was referenced by Mountain Association, but this page doesn't look familiar.
Okay, and the you had described the PAYS analysis or in your testimony, in your rebuttal testimony, on the first page of the testimony as a fulsome analysis of the pay-as-you-save programs. And what were the components of that fulsome analysis? I love that word, and I was just curious.
Yeah, we looked at 8 different scenarios. We wanted to look at different interest rates. That would be the rebate, buying down the interest rate. We looked at a range of customers participating to get on the low side and then a high side. And then we looked at the project cost, I believe was the other area. So we adjusted them over 8 different scenarios to see how this would shape up in any of those. And the interest would be in the essence of buying it down to 0. Then those were the reviews, and then in the benchmarking review that was referred to and discussed in Mr. Bevington's testimony, that was more like a peer review.
Okay, and so that assessment of those various scenarios, was that undertaken by your folks, or was that the Cadmus 5-page report that they did?
They completed the cost effectiveness, but we worked together on making sure that they had all the information to do that. They did need some of our avoided cost and avoided energy and avoided capacity numbers, the discount rate, and then we also had the inputs from Mountain Association to use as well.
Okay, and did you look at actual programs in terms of the way that they're working and what they cost and how they're structured?
That would have been done during the benchmarking review in 2021. I believe that was presented to the advisory group in December, at the December meeting.
Okay, was it updated?
Updated for...
To pick up programs that may have been put in place in the last couple of years?
Yeah, at the time we did this, it was 2022, and they completed their review in 2021. And then they have a whole library of, Cadmus, they have a whole library of programs around the United States. So they bring to us all of the most pertinent information on any other programs that are similar.
Okay, and do you know whether Cadmus had occasion to review the report that GDS Associates did, which is the basis for the Ameren, Missouri program?
I don't know if that was part of their review. That entity name is not familiar to me.
Why is it that LG&E decided not to go forward with a PAYS program?
Yeah, it is a program that we put on hold pending the outcome of program availability of the same type through the Inflation Reduction Act. Feedback was that the state will have a program very similar to this. So we certainly did not want to be duplicative and add to our customers' costs for something that will be available elsewhere. So this, pending what we find together on that type of a program, we will either revisit that or there will be another option.
Okay, do you have any sort of written documentation from the state on what it is they're proposing? They're proposing under the Inflation Reduction Act, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you're aware, have you consulted with anybody to determine whether there's anything like a PAYS program that is part of the Inflation Reduction Act?
I think your first part of your question was, is there anything in writing? Just verbal feedback that they believe there is something that will be very similar to this or like it exactly. And then they will be going through the application process, which is currently open. And then to be filed, the deadline is January 31st of 2025, so they'll be going through the filing process.
Okay, and have you requested a copy of their applications?
I don't believe they've actually completed the application. They're going through the preparatory phases.
Okay, and do you have any time frame if the state program does not provide for an on-bill way to finance the upfront costs of energy efficiency measures for ratepayers?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any time frame when you would put a program of that nature in place?
Well, we'd want to see the outcome of what they file first in their application and then see if there is a gap. So through 2024 is when the state will be submitting their application. So we'll have some additional information in that time period.
Okay, but you've had no written documentation where the state has asked you to stand down because they're going to take care of this sort of a program?
No, to my knowledge, it's just all been verbal.
Okay, I don't mean to be critical, but that seems to be less than a fulsome analysis of a program that is as central to financing meaningful energy efficiency. You know, when you get past light bulbs and get to HVAC systems, then you're talking about real savings. Is that accurate?
Accurate to say there's more savings with an HVAC than a light bulb?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do you know, has anybody looked at the MSD, the way that they finance customers having to hook up to sewers when sewers become available?
MSD, Metropolitan Sewer District. Is that the, like a liability or a protection program?
Their bill pay, the way that they allow you to finance hookups on bill?
Oh, I'm not aware of that.
I don't know that I have any additional questions, and I appreciate your time very much. Let me just double check here. In just a second. Okay, regarding the last thing I wanted to ask you about was the 2022 update of the EE potential study that Cadmus did. Are you familiar with the meeting presentations that occurred during the 2022 DSM advisory group meetings?
Did I attend the DSM
Have
advisory?
you seen the slide presentation?
Oh, sure, I was at the meetings.
Okay, the September 19th meeting?
In 2022.
Yeah. Okay, because the testimony appears to be that the 2022 potential study that Cadmus did is what drove the selection of potential programs for the DSM plan. And I was just curious because the September 19th meeting was already presenting the program design and portfolio, and the Cadmus report didn't come out until November 30th.
Yeah, I believe that's referring to our 2021 demand response potential study, and then the 2016 and 2017 energy efficiency studies. Those would have been the reference for that material.
Got you. Okay, thank you. That helps to clarify. I have no additional questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, Commission members, thank you.
Ms. Grummond?
I have like 2 questions. Good evening, Ms. Isaacson.
Good evening.
Did you recall Mr. Fitzgerald's questions where he asked you whether you were targeting any sort of percentage savings as compared to load?
Yes.
And you sort of indicated to him you're not aware of any metric?
Correct.
I just want to I want to talk about that concept a little bit. You agree with me, do you not, that there is an entire segment of your customer base that is exempt from EEDSM?
Correct.
And so there would be, to the extent the commission were to consider some sort of a metric as a percentage of load, do you agree that that metric shouldn't include the load of those customers who are exempt from participating in the company's EEDSM programs?
I think there could be a fair argument for that to be made under that.
Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have. Thank you.
Mr. Kurtz?
Oh, no questions.
I didn't figure, but been there, done that, right, Mr. Kurtz? Ms. Vinsel, any questions for Ms. Isaacson?
Yes, just a few. Good evening, Ms. Isaacson.
Good evening.
Could I ask you or Mr. Lovecamp to turn to LG&E's response to staff's second request, item 30, and let me know when it's up.
Okay. Oh, sorry, it's up.
No, okay. Thank you. I'm here. Staff asked for the achievable potential for each program listed in a table that's similar to one in a Cadmus report that's attached to your direct testimony. And do you see that the response that you sponsored is that the companies did not calculate program-specific achievable potential?
Correct.
So what staff is asking is that LG&E KU actually calculate achievable potentials for the income qualified solution and the business solutions programs. And if you are not able to explain exactly why that would be, given that it apparently has to be calculated the portfolio wide, but not include those particular categories.
Yes. Now at the economic potential is where the avoided capacity and the avoided energy comes in, and you looked at cost effectiveness, and then those that are cost effective move to achievable potential. The income qualified solutions are not cost effective, so they would not be part of the achievable potential. So we could potentially segment out the business solutions, but the income qualified would not meet in any numbers in the achievable potential.
We can accept that. But then we'll ask just for the business
Okay.
solutions. Thank you. Staff has nothing further.
Bless you. Ms. Wimberly, any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Isaacson, do you recall Mr. Bevington's testimony earlier this evening when he mentioned that certain of the company's approved programs are not cost-effective?
Do you mind restating that?
Sure. In Mr. Bevington's testimony, he was asked if certain of the company's programs are not cost-effective
Okay.
under the TRC test, and he indicated that there are some programs.
Correct.
Are those programs that are not cost-effective, are those home energy assistance programs generally available to income qualifying customers?
It's generally that, and then also any program where education is an aspect as well, as there's not a direct energy savings or benefit from an education program just by itself. So it would be the income qualified and then an energy specific segment would be the two primary areas.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Isaacson.
Thank you.
You all have turnover and let's just, while everybody's turning over, we come over just a short 5-minute recess and then we'll come back. So we'll come back at 8:40. One second. We're back on the record in case number 2022-00402. Before you call your next witness, counsel, do we need to take anything up as scheduling?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So with the Commission's indulgence, we've just kind of kicked around the concept of, just since we're getting late in the hour and the diminishing returns are starting to hit here, of finishing Mr. Conroy this evening and then starting whenever the Commission would like in the morning and powering through. And I think we can finish it all tomorrow.
So the reason Ms. Medine and Mr. Collins specifically mentioned, I know Ms. Medine has some sort of conflict. Is she fine to go in the morning?
She's good, great to go in the morning.
And Mr. Collins' conflict is alleviated?
The storm canceled the hearings in Florida. So he's good.
The Lord works in mysterious ways, right? Yeah. All right. So there is no.
What's that?
You didn't think it was serious.
No, there's a big storm coming to Florida. They canceled
That
the
hurricane.
state government.
It's a little late.
I've been busy.
He has been busy.
Give me a break. So Mr. Collins is not.
He's good for tomorrow.
Okay, all right, that's fine. That'll be fine. So tomorrow we have, just so we're clear to what we're talking about here, that we'll have witnesses, Coleman, Medine, first thing in the morning, Gravatt, Wilson, McDonald, Summer, Goggin, Levitt. Tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor. Our examination of each of these remaining intervener witnesses is very specific and focused. I think that accomplishing their examination from the company standpoint and concluding by 5 o'clock tomorrow is very reasonable.
Okay. That'll be fine. So, Mr. Ingram, would you like to call the company's next witness?
Robert Conroy, Your Honor. And then at the end, Your Honor, when we're finished with Mr. Conroy, I have a concluding matter.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Conroy, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat and state your name and business address for the record.
Yes, I'm Robert Conroy. Business address is 220 West Main Street, Louisville, Kentucky.
Mr. Ingram, you may ask.
Mr. Conroy, what is your job title, please?
I am Vice President of State Regulation and Rates for LG&E and KU.
And in that capacity, did you cause to be filed
in 2022-00402, both direct testimony in December of 2022 and rebuttal testimony in August of 2023?
Yes, I did.
Were you also the sponsoring witness or co-sponsoring witness on several of the data responses that have been provided in this case?
Yes, I am.
Do you adopt those pieces of testimony and those data responses as you sit here today?
I do.
Do you have no corrections to those?
I do not.
Mr. Conroy is available, Your Honor.
Mr. Cook.
No questions.
Mr. Malone.
Yes, just a few. Hi, Mr. Conroy.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Late evening.
Late evening. There you go. Mr. Conroy, in looking at in your rebuttal, I saw you talked a little bit about Senate Bill 4. I'm just going to ask some general. You don't really need to flip to it. Why do you think the Kentucky legislature passed Senate Bill 4?
I don't have a view on why the legislators would pass Senate Bill 4.
Well, maybe we can talk about your rebuttal then, because so I turn to page 10 of your rebuttal. You get into Senate Bill 4, and as I read it, you said the focus of Senate Bill 4 is the standard that must be met for a utility to retire a fossil fuel-fired electric generating unit. So I go back to my question. You don't have a view on why the legislature may have passed Senate Bill 4?
That's correct. I mean, I'm stating what is in Senate Bill 4,
okay,
which is in KRS 278, I think 262 and 4.
Right. 264. Do you think it had anything to do with the concern of utilities prioritizing environmental policies over customers' rates?
I'll object, Your Honor. The witness already answered. He doesn't know why the General Assembly, doesn't have a view on why the General Assembly had passed it. Mr. Malone continues to ask questions going to that same initial question of why. Mr. Conroy said that his rebuttal testimony simply states some facts regarding what is in the bill itself.
Well, I mean, as you look at his rebuttal testimony on page 10, he talks about why Ms. Medine's wrong about Senate Bill 4, so I'm just asking him what he thinks about it.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection from the perspective of I don't think that it's relevant for Mr. Conroy to give us his opinion of what his mindset of the General Assembly was. I think that's different than his testimony, Mr. Malone, as to what Senate Bill 4 itself says on its face.
Okay. Were the companies supportive of Senate Bill 4?
No, they were not.
And why not?
Because it fundamentally changed the model for utilities in doing least cost planning.
Okay. There's language in your rebuttal about basically there's no need for a residential rate analysis. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, I mean there are a number of data requests asking for a residential rate impact analysis for this case. In the responses, there are a number of responses in there that talk about why it's not appropriate. And I think as Mr. Beller has testified earlier or last week, Mr. Wilson's testified, Mr. Sinclair's testified, this case is all about resource planning that is done to determine long-term investments to meet the needs of customers. And since I've been doing generation planning or did generation planning in the early 90s, that's the standard for how CPCNs and long-term investments have been made, is to look at net present value revenue requirements over the long-term study period, as Mr. Sinclair testified earlier, over a 30-year period. So that's not the standard in a proceeding like this. It's to look at present value revenue requirements over the range of options. A rate case is where a residential rate impact analysis is performed. I'm not going to plow over old ground because it's already in the record and we talked about this. But what I will say is when I look at your testimony, I have a question about, it appears that the companies have taken the position that since there's not an explicit requirement, or I shouldn't say requirement, but there's not explicit language. Is that the position? In other words, the companies are saying since there's not explicit language in there that a residential rate analysis is required? No, that's not the company. I mean, as has been stated in these type of proceedings where you're doing long-term analysis planning, net present value revenue requirements is the measure for the impact to customers. Now,
right.
if I may.
Go ahead.
Okay, when you get to a rate case, you're looking at the revenue requirement for a single rate year based upon cost of service studies, revenue allocation amongst classes of customers, rate design to come up with a rate in a tariff that you charge residential customers.
You agree that there are two cases that have been merged here, one involving Senate Bill 4 and one involving the CPCN, correct?
Yes, and it consolidated the ECR plan case for LG.
Correct. So you agree also that with the Senate Bill 4, there's an added requirements involved in this case?
There is regarding the retirement decision on fossil fuel generating units.
You agree with me that LOLE is not anywhere in Senate Bill 4?
Not for my reading, it's not. It's that specific term.
Well, the defined, or what are you referring to? The reliability?
Well, the terminology LOLE is not in statute.
Okay. Just a softball, how many legislatures do you think know what LOLE is?
I'm not sure there's a whole lot of people that know what LOLE is.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Osterloh?
No questions for this witness.
Mr. Childers, any questions for Sir Claude? Thank you. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Thank you, Chair. We'll cue the soundtrack, Fools Rushing. I have mercifully few questions. Tom Fitzgerald, representing the joint interveners. It is good to see you.
Good seeing you.
I really have very few questions. I wanted to just cover 3 issues, if I could. In your rebuttal, if you could pull it up at page 12, lines 15 to 19. I wanted to ask you about something that we haven't talked about in the last week.
Excuse me, page
It's
12?
page 12 of the rebuttal, lines 15 to 19.
I only have 11 pages to my rebuttal.
Oh, well, then it's not page 12. Let me give you the substance of it, maybe. I apologize. You mentioned that the companies didn't have a 1% cap on the tariff for net metering.
That's correct.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. You noted in your testimony that the companies are not close to the 1% level. Do you know how close the companies are, each company?
We're combined company, we're a little over halfway there.
Okay, and would you approach it with combining the 2 companies, or would each one stand on its own in terms of determining whether you meet the 1%?
Yeah, I think it's, since each company has their own tariffs and customer base, that it would be based on each company's.
Okay, and each one would have a different single-hour peak load?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. Would you agree that, just in your understanding, I don't want a legal opinion, that the statute, the net metering statute, relieves a utility of the obligation to provide once you reach the 1%, but doesn't preclude you from offering it above 1%?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that expanding distributed energy resources would help PPL achieve its goals for greenhouse gas emission reduction?
I'm not sure expanding net metering would help achieve that. I mean, it reduces customers' needs, and I think Mr. Jones's assumptions and load forecast is there would still be an expansion of distributed energy resources.
Okay, and you don't see that as helping to achieve a lowering of greenhouse gas emissions system-wide?
Well, it's like any other reduction in load. Yeah, it's going to reduce load.
Okay.
To the extent that it reduces generation, yes.
Okay. Moving to depreciation alignment and getting way over my head here.
You might be getting over mine too. So.
Now, you had, in pages 4 and 5, and I think you did have 4 and 5 in your rebuttal testimony, you noted that the companies in the last base rate cases, which I think were 349 and 350, if I'm not mistaken, that the company had proposed to align the depreciation for MC1, MC2, and Brown 3 to match their expected operating lives. Do you recall that?
Yeah, it was basically to align them up with the expected economic life of those assets.
Okay, and in the settlement, which I was a signatory to, the depreciation rates were not adjusted ultimately, and there was an overall $36.5 million reduction in the revenue requirement. Is that correct?
The depreciation rates for those units were not adjusted downward. Subject to check, the dollar amount is in the record in that case.
Okay, and do you agree with the proposition generally that the objective of depreciation is to allocate in a systematic, rational manner the cost of an asset, original less salvage, over its service life so that the period of time that the asset is providing service?
Generally, I'm not a depreciation expert, but generally that's the concept.
Okay. And in a head-to-head comparison of the net incremental costs of retiring versus continuing to use fossil fuel capacity, if you are not fully accounting for depreciation during the life of that asset and are pushing it out ahead, does that, to a certain extent, mask the true cost of that asset?
I don't believe so. I mean, that's all taken into consideration in Mr. Wilson's analysis of net present value revenue requirement. The fact that those units may have a remaining book value is all factored into the analytics determine lease cost.
Okay, so you're capturing that?
Yes.
Even though you've pushed it out beyond the projected life of the asset?
Yes.
Okay. Last thing I wanted to talk to you about was the 4 solar PPAs. I wanted to talk a little bit about cost recovery. What is your understanding of why we use a fuel adjustment clause?
Why we use the fuel adjustment clause?
Why we've created that mechanism that allows recovery through a fuel adjustment clause?
I mean, it's been around for many years. Back in the days when it was implemented, there was a lot of volatility in the cost associated with providing electricity. There was a mechanism to allow for the pass-through of actual costs, no more, no less.
Okay, those are fuel costs?
Fuel and purchase power expense.
Okay, so, and we saw over the past year and a half a lot of volatility, particularly in the winter, in terms of gas costs?
Well, volatility is relative. I think our fuel costs for this last year or so, yeah, it was, some months were a little bit higher. Not as much as other companies throughout the state.
Sure.
But
Well,
it does vary over time.
Okay. The witness, Colin, suggested that the costs for the solar PPAs should be recovered through a rider. Were you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Could you not simply recover those costs through a base rate case?
You could, but they're going to be variable in cost. I know the price is fixed, but the amount of energy they would get is going to vary by month to month.
Okay.
In addition, there's also RECs. The sale of RECs will be captured if we do ultimately propose a rider instead of fuel adjustment clause. Those REC prices will go back to customers real time. I think as Mr. Schramm pointed out, they were selling about $20 a megawatt hour.
And those are the renewable energy credits?
Yes, sorry,
Okay.
renewable energy credits associated with
Oh, I just wanted to
PPAs.
clarify that for
Yes.
the record. No, I knew what you meant. Under your purchase power agreements, you would be the recipients of those RECs and would be able to sell them in the market?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, that actually is, I think, all the questions I have, Mr. Conroy. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Ms. Grumman?
No problem.
Mr. Kurtz?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Conroy.
Good evening.
I'd like to talk about the solar PPA cost recovery, also like Mr. Fitzgerald. Okay, so there's 4 solar PPAs at issue in this case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, 637 megawatts total?
Yes.
You've heard testimony that the price is not quite fixed, but at $40 a megawatt hour over 20 years, it could, the purchase price could exceed $1 billion.
I heard those calculations you made the other day.
637.
Yeah.
24%
Yeah.
capacity factor.
And
Okay.
the pricing for each of the contracts is confidential. I think you were using $40 as an example.
Yes. And the company earns no profit on the PPAs, correct? It's just a straight pass-through?
That's correct.
Okay. So you don't know if these solar PPAs are actually going to happen, correct?
There's always questions about whether they're going to materialize or not.
Okay. And you don't know when, if or when they'll occur?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't know the price?
There are reopeners on, I believe, Mr. Schramm said 3 of them. So we'll know closer to the time period in which they actually go to market and get financing for the program.
Okay. So because of all this variability you just discussed with Mr. Fitzgerald, you don't believe base rate recovery is appropriate, so you've requested fuel adjustment clause recovery? Is that correct?
Yeah, in this proceeding, we don't believe that base rate recovery is appropriate for those. As you know, we've got a previous purchase power agreement with IBV where 25 megawatts of it was going to native load. In those proceedings, we said it would flow through the FAC. But with the volume that we have considered here, it may make more sense to put forth a rider specifically for the purchase power agreement.
Okay. The fuel adjustment includes no pre-approval process for purchase power costs, is that correct?
No pre-approval process. It's an after-the-fact review in 6-month intervals.
6 months and 2 years?
6 months and 2 years,
And in
correct.
fact, some of these purchase power costs could be disallowed if they were deemed to be non-economy purchases under the FAC regulation?
Yeah, under the FAC regulations, there's provision for economy versus non-economy. That's based on the highest cost unit on the system. Given the REC price, it may or may not be higher than those units.
Okay, but in any event, there's a risk to the company on this approximately $1 billion purchase and no reward if there's FAC recovery, because you might get a disallowance and you're not going to make any profit on them anyway, so some risk, no reward.
I would say there's always risk on any cost that we incur.
Okay. There's company-owned solar at issue here also, 240 megawatts?
That's correct.
You're going to treat that, or are you not, for rate-making purposes as a fixed cost?
It will be, in a rate case, it'll be an investment in assets, and those will go on the books, and we'll earn a return on them.
But there's no variable cost associated. The solar field just sort of sits there. There's no variable cost associated with that generation. It's all 100% capital, isn't it?
Essentially, I mean, there's some maintenance costs for the sheep or other things that we would use.
And the PPA is really the recovery of a third party's, the developer's, fixed cost of the solar facility but it's just charged on a per megawatt hour or energy basis. Isn't that essentially what's going on?
Yeah, you can view it that way. I mean, the developer is priced it out at a per megawatt hour basis, but it's really to recover their investment in the assets.
You've addressed the KIUC proposal in your rebuttal testimony at page 3, and you say, given the significant increase in the solar resources proposed in this proceeding, the use of a separate rider may have merit as an alternative means of cost recovery. Such a rider could provide a forum for updates on the status and cost of such resources prior to contractual commitments, providing a final prudency check before cost recovery is approved. Why would it be important for the Commission to have some say, final prudency review, before the contracts are entered into?
Well, I mean, it would give an I mean, there's been a lot of questions in the case about the PPAs and whether approval is needed or not. This would get another final review before we move forward with them in financing. So it's just another avenue, potentially, if that's the route we take.
And a solar PPA rider, a new rider, would also allow for a cost allocation rate design that more closely reflects the realities of the PPAs in terms of being a fixed cost resource.
Yeah, if you're referring to it as being, even though it's charged on a variable cost basis, that's really based upon fixed assets, very similar to the ECR, yeah, that's a consideration.
Or like residential rates. I mean, residential rates are a customer charge and then an energy charge because they don't have a demand meter, but in that energy charge are recovered fixed costs. That's just the way rate making works.
That's correct.
Okay. And with a new solar PPA rider to deal with up to $1 billion worth of solar purchases, you could net the RECs as you've indicated, so customers could get the real-time benefit of the REC sales, if that's what the Commission wanted to do?
Yeah, if it's in a separate rider, whether it's in the FAC, the RECs would be netted against the energy price.
Now, if a solar PPA rider was approved, if you filed for one, and it reduced the utility's risk, wouldn't the utility be more incentivized to do more PPAs rather than a process that included risk to the utility?
I mean, I'm not sure I would characterize it that based on the cost recovery, we would do more of something. We're going to do the prudent thing and the least cost plan for the company or for the company's customers.
I think we've seen that through this case, but it's a general matter of just pure economics. If you have more risk of doing something, a person or company or utility is less likely to do that thing, unless there was a commensurate higher reward, but we know there's zero profit on these.
Well, again, I mean, our objective is to provide safe and reliable power to customers at the lowest reasonable cost.
Okay. Just to close this out, the company's not opposed to a solar PPA rider?
It's something we would consider, and we may consider in the future.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Ms. Vincent? Just a couple questions really quick.
Mr. Bellamy, I'm sorry.
Just with respect to, you mentioned establishing a revenue requirement in a rate case. Just generally speaking, there's typically would be three parts to establishing rates in a rate case. Am I correct? The establishing the revenue requirement, determining cost of service, and then designing rates to recover the cost of service allocated to the various customer classes. Is that correct?
Typically, I would characterize it as two steps. First step is to determine what the revenue requirement is for the rate case test year. And then the second step is how do you collect that revenue requirement from the various classes of customers. So cost of service, allocation to classes, and rate design are really that second part of the rate case.
with respect to the revenue requirement, if there's, say, a 10% increase in the revenue requirement for base rates, would that be reflected on average as a 10% increase to all customers?
That has been that way in the past. There's been other times where maybe the residential gets a higher allocation. If you're trying to relate that to what's in this case, yeah, there are annual revenue requirements in this case. There's a data response that shows the portfolio that we put forth has a certain amount of revenue requirement, annual revenue requirement above the other options. But over the life of the investments, it is the lowest revenue requirement.
And my question, I understand that depending on the cost allocation and what the cost allocation was before, that some customers might not see a direct 10% change. My question was, if you took all customers together, say there's a $10 million revenue requirement, and then the revenue requirement becomes $11 million, so it's a 10% increase. If you took all customers together, some might, get a 9%, some might get an 11, between, like, say, commercial and industrial. But on average, would all the customers with the 10% increase in the revenue requirement, on average, would all customers together essentially get a 10% increase in rates?
I mean, essentially, yes. I mean, if you look at the entire company as a whole, and there was a 10% increase in revenue requirement in that rate case, yeah, generally that's what you expect all customers to see. Rate design and customer usage is going to change that a little bit.
But assuming perfect rate making, that's what it would be.
Assuming perfect rate treatment, yes.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you.
Vice Chair?
No.
Sure.
We don't.
Just have a couple, Mr. Conroy. Good evening.
Good evening.
Did you hear the questions that I was asking Mr. Bevington earlier?
I've heard questions. Which one specifically?
Well, I just want to make sure you were in the room for when I was asking him questions.
Yes, I was here.
Right. I was asking him questions about the 2020 rate cases, and specifically about the testimony that the companies were providing in August of 2021. In his testimony, that folks were organically discussing the need to move on DSM. Do you remember that line? Yes. Okay. Did you recognize the references to testimony filed in August of 2021 that I was asking Mr. Bevington about?
I'm assuming you're referring to the net metering testimony in that time frame? In the rate case?
That's right. That's right. And specifically, I was referring to it was a very long case, that one, the supplemental rebuttal testimony that you filed in that case. Do you remember the subsequent supplemental testimony in that case?
There's been a lot of time that's passed, but yes, I know I filed various testimony in that proceeding. I can't state what was in each one of them, but yes.
Okay. Yeah, and I just one of them, and just tell me if this sounds familiar, and if not, I'll pull it up and I'll show it to you. At one point, you say, this is an answer to the question. I'll read the question. This is page 11 of your supplemental rebuttal in that case. Virtually all the customer generators on the company's system are fixed-tilt solar facilities. What is the current avoided capacity value of energy purchased from new net metering customers with fixed-tilt solar facilities? Answer. Currently, the capacity value is 0. The companies currently have sufficient generating capacity to meet their customers' needs. As explained earlier, KU and LG&E do not have a need for additional capacity until 2028 at the earliest, and just as likely not until 2034. Does that sound familiar?
Sounds familiar, yes.
Okay. So, were you surprised when you read Mr. Bevington's testimony in this case that effectively, it sounds like a year before you provided this supplemental rebuttal testimony, that folks in his group were talking about the need for demand-side management programs because the avoided capacity cost was something more than 1 or something more than 0?
There's a lot goes on throughout the year in the company for various filings. exact dates on when we talk about different things, I can't speak to. But if you remember, the 2020 rate case filed in 2020 progressed through 2021 through most of the year with the net metering. We had the IRP case that was going on at the same time. Yeah, we knew there was a need for capacity expected in the 28 timeframe. So, no, it doesn't surprise me that there were discussions going on throughout the company during that timeframe.
Well, you said, it sounded like you just said you knew that there would be need for generation in the 28th timeframe, but through your testimony in August of 2021, that it was just as likely that the need wouldn't come until 2034 as 2028, right?
I would have to go back to that and refresh my memory on where the 2034 came from.
Here, let me just give you an opportunity real quick, because I want to make sure we get this right. On the screen, can you see that where there's a highlight 0? It's at page 11. Do you see that?
Yes.
I just want to make sure you can see this on your screen. Okay.
Yes, it's not up on here. It's not turned on.
It's probably not turned. It's very small up there, anyways. You're better off. But do you see that this is the? Oh, sorry. This is Mr. Seeley's testimony. I think I went right past yours. Conroy. This is the supplemental rebuttal testimony of Robert Conroy. You see that?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 0. I hope it's your testimony and not Mr. Seeley's I've been asking about. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, Mr. Conroy. No, it's Mr. Seeley's testimony I'm asking about. So let me just ask the big picture here. This is why I like to show you things. The company maintained a capacity value at this point, and here's the testimony. Do you see the part about 2034, just to give you an idea?
Yes.
Okay. I can't make heads or tails of this. This is why I'm asking you this question. In 2020, I've got testimony in this case from Mr. Bevington that says in 2020, companies knew only 3 years into a 7-year DSM that we're talking about how the capacity value is something north of $0. The companies in the 2020 rate cases, even after the June 30 order went out, you all are still claiming that the capacity value is 0. That maybe 2028, just as likely 2028, 2034 is the testimony here for Mr. Seeley. This is a year and 3 months, 4 months. This testimony specifically is just over a year later. You all are in here asking for $2 billion of generating capacity.
For the 2028 timeframe. Yes.
Well, you're asking for it today, right?
To be constructed for the 2028 timeframe.
And you're asking for a DSM suite that starts in 2024, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, I'm just curious, from your side of the business, the one that deals, you deal with the PSC in almost all the cases, you're helping do all these, I assume, very involved in putting all these testimonies together, getting them filed, all this different stuff. Did you know in August of 2021 that the folks in the DSM group were thinking about a new DSM suite because the avoided capacity cost for their purposes was something north of $0?
I don't know if I knew specifically that they were working on it, but it wouldn't be surprising to me that they would be working on it, given the IRP that was filed, given the identified need in 2028. Yeah, we constantly look at our planning processes, and DSM is part of that. And it takes time to put together these proceedings and do all the analytics associated with it. So no, it's not surprising that they would be talking back in that time frame.
Do you feel like it's a little bit of a yo-yo? That in the 2017 case, it was no need for 30 years. I talked about that with Mr. Beller. You were in the room, right?
Yes.
The testimony from Mr. Huff said no need for 30 years. Then in 2020, there was the testimony that the voiding capacity cost was zero, 2021, but the 2020 case, the voiding capacity cost was zero, while at the same time, Mr. Beller was providing us a retirement scenario that moved the retirement up of a number of generators. You're talking about that with the depreciation rates of Mr. Kurtz, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then the same time that the testimony is telling the commission that the avoided capacity cost is $0, the DSM group is planning internally that it's not $0, and we got to get a DSM suite together. You remember that testimony from today by Mr. Bevington, right?
Yes, and I believe Mr. Beller kind of walked through all the time frames that was going on from 2017 up through that time period.
Yeah. I think Mr. Beller gave quite a bit of testimony as to how it works at the companies. I guess what I'm trying to have an appreciation from you in your position is how it gets conveyed from the companies to the commission. Because I'm not asking, were there yo-yo conversations going on inside LG&E KU? I guess I'm showing you all these examples to ask, how is it that all of these things go back and forth with filings at the commission?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by how they go back and forth. I mean, they're included in the many cases that we have filed with this commission over the last several years. So I'm not sure specifically what you're asking.
Yeah. Okay, let me ask this way. Would you agree that it appears that the commission finding out about changed circumstances is a lagging indicator and not a leading indicator?
I mean, in this proceeding, we talked about at that point in time, the avoided cost was zero in that year, but that there was going to be a need in 2028, which created a voided cost in that time period. So I don't see anything consistent.
The year before this, you would agree Mr. Bevington's testimony indicates the year before this, the DSM group acknowledged that the avoided capacity cost was something more than $0, right?
In what case are you talking about there?
Well, I'm talking about Mr. Bevington's direct testimony in this case that I was asking him about earlier, that you said you were in the room. That in 2000, and this testimony speaks for himself, but in 2000, the DSM group was talking about a need to look at DSM products only 3 years into that current program because of changed circumstances. Do you remember that testimony?
He was referring to 2020 time frame or 2021 time frame?
Here we go. Can you see the screen? So I'm going to go over. This is Mr. Bevington's testimony this time.
Okay.
I got it right this time. And do you see that I'm on page 7 of 170 of the pagination at page 6 here? And I can go to the very top if you'd like.
Okay.
Okay. Do you see that it specifically talks about in late 2020, and it goes on to talk about increasing the pace on line 6 due to an anticipated possible future capacity need and the evolving and increasing avoided cost of capacity?
Yes.
Okay. So this would indicate that there was an acknowledgement within his group that the avoided cost of capacity was increasing in late 2021. Right?
Well, I mean, late 2020 2020.
Or 2020, yeah, sorry,
was
2020.
at the time we were filing the rate case, the 2020 rate case, which
Okay.
included Mr. Beller's testimony and the analysis for the economic lives of the generating units. So at that time, we knew there would likely be a need in 2028.
Yeah, but here they were specifically moving the evolving and increasing avoided cost of capacity. The next year, in July, the companies were maintaining that the cost of capacity, avoided capacity was $0, correct?
Okay, I think we're mixing timeframes here.
How are we mixing timeframes?
Well, at that time, the avoided cost was 0 in that year.
Okay.
As Mr. Beller testified earlier, we wouldn't want to invest in something until the actual need occurred, which was the 2028. I think if you look at what our avoided cost is, it was the avoided cost was 0 for 21, 22, 3 on up to 2028, and then there would be a capacity cost.
So then this is going to save us a lot of time. Is it your position that the avoided capacity cost is $0 until the day that the new generation is going to go into operation?
Well, I think the avoided capacity cost for the year in which it would go, that becomes the avoided capacity cost. And I believe Mr. Seeley talked about present valuing that back.
Yeah, I don't think that makes sense, Mr. Conroy. 2028 is the day by which you all need, in this case, anticipate already having the facilities in service, correct?
Correct, 27 and 28.
When do you anticipate the first natural gas combined cycle, if everything you ask for this case gets approved? When is your understanding that the first natural gas combined cycle will be in service?
Summer of 2027.
Summer of 2027. So your capacity need isn't until 6 months after your first generator goes into service?
Well, what was in the rate case was expected 2028. That's been refined with the analysis in this case, that the need would first seat or combined cycle would be in service in mid-2027.
Okay, so when is your capacity need not $0? Your avoided capacity cost not $0?
I would go back to Mr. Wilson's analysis that looks at avoided capacity costs that went into the DSM proceeding. I'm not the one that does the avoided capacity cost analysis.
You're just the one in charge of filing stuff with us that tells us all these things, right?
Partly so, yes. But
Okay.
I'm involved in every case that we have before the commission.
Okay, so you all do historically biannual QF filings. You've been involved in those?
Yes.
Okay, so is the avoided capacity cost calculated in 2027 or 2028 or something earlier than both of those? Do you know?
It's been a while since I've done the filings themselves, but it looks at the next 2 years, I believe, in those filings.
Okay.
A lot of that changed in the last rate case.
So
the methodology.
You provided other testimony in this case, especially in direct. If you all were approved tomorrow, the commission entered an order, gave you everything that you asked for. When would you start booking AFUDC related to the natural gas combined cycles?
From an accounting standpoint, I believe it would be when the order is issued.
Okay, so the day the order is issued in this case, if that's tomorrow, you guys start booking AFUDC. You're spending, right? You're spending money towards the construction and operation of combined cycles, right?
Yes.
If you all, at any given day, after you got an order from this case, determined you no longer needed those natural gas combined cycles, would you avoid all of those daily bookings to AFUDC?
I would assume so.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Conroy. Mr. Ingram, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. We talked about it off the record for a second, Mr. Riggs, but just so we're clear,
Please.
You don't intend on calling Mr. Garrett to discuss his data request response, is that correct?
That's Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, I just want to give anybody an opportunity. Is there anybody that would like to call Mr. Garrett to conduct cross-examination on his data request responses? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Riggs. Is there anything else from the company? Any additional witnesses?
There are not. I have one additional consideration when you're ready.
Please.
Mr. Crockett is scheduled to introduce the mayor of Louisville tomorrow at a civic luncheon at noon, and I would request that if the position of the commission is that the company's witnesses are not excused, that Mr. Crockett be excused for the morning so that he could take care of that function and then he can appear this afternoon.
That'll be fine. And we'll entertain, now that you've finished your case, we'll entertain a request to excuse witnesses, but insofar as you don't intend to do so, that's fine that Mr. Crockett does that and would like to return afterwards.
Right. Well, if the commission will entertain the motion, then I would ask that the company's witnesses be excused.
I'm happy to excuse witnesses unless. You just want to excuse Mr. Well, and I was going to say, so I'm willing to excuse all witnesses except the following: Mr. Beller, Mr. Conroy, Mr. Ember, and Mr. Wilson.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr.
I can start over. That's okay. Beller, Conroy, Ember, Wilson.
All right.
Given the number of questions, the complexity of the questions, and the amount of overlapping testimony, I think that those would be helpful just in case something comes up on, for the commission and our staff, if something comes up with the other witnesses that we feel the need to recall somebody, I think that would be
Certainly,
best.
and let me be very clear, that if something comes up for some other witness, I mean, these witnesses can be here within about an hour.
Well, that's what I was saying. These four, I think, can keep us from having to call somebody for an hour, but I appreciate the offer, Mr. Riggs.
I just want to be clear that if there's some other question that we need to call whoever back, that's excused, we'll certainly bring them back, and they can probably be here within an hour.
I appreciate that.
So
We won't hesitate. But I appreciate you didn't ask to excuse anybody, and that's noted. Thank you.
If they need to be here, they'll be here.
Okay.
Okay. So,
All right. We will start with Ms. Medine first tomorrow. Is there any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And then we'll move on, Mr. Kurtz, and then as we go down the list here, we'll move on to you, Mr. Osterloh, Mr. Gardner. All right. Is there any? Yeah. Is everybody fine with starting at 8:30?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we will we'll take a adjourn till the morning at 8:30.